Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday, though it is sadly a Sunday without football. And is any Sunday able to really be wonderful if you don't have that? I don't know. We're going to try to push through nonetheless and look a little bit more forward onto the onset of things here as we're going to get into off season. Of course, free agency discussion is going to be deep throughout this show today. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the coaching losses our Seahawks have suffered here over the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so. Not yet named Desai. That may be another one added to the list. And I've got some absolutely just savory video clips of the Arizona Cardinals hire for their new head coaching position. And it's tremendous stuff, folks. You're going to love it. But we're going to start off the top here with some discussion about Pro Football Focus grades. I know that this can be a subject that triggers many out there. They go, what are they doing? Where they get these numbers? Who cares what they got to say? I understand for many that there's not going to be a look at these numbers and you see very much value within them. As I like to say and try to preload before we have any of this kind of discussion, to say that, yes, I understand that they're imperfect numbers, and should not be something that you lean on wholly and say, well, I can know everything about this player just simply because of this stat. It boils everybody down to just this bottom line grade, and that's who they are, and they really aren't anything but that. That certainly should not be the case. As I always like to say, you want to counterbalance this with as much possible data as you can get. Certainly that's going to include other statistical data. That's also going to include, maybe most importantly, the eye test. What did you see with your own eyes? This is meant to be supplemental stuff to give you in addition to just what you're getting to see on the surface of things when you're just watching a game go on. So it's great data at that. I think it's going to instruct us on some things to a small degree, even in that respect of things. And I think it's just interesting and, again, better understanding who played what, who played really well, who was maybe left a little wanting last year in the overall slate of things. So let's dive into these scores here. I'll be posting it over here my left shoulder, these scores as we're going along through them. So if you are watching along, you can see the scores too, as I'm going to go through the positional groups on the team. And right out the gate, we get Geno Smith at 79.8. Certainly had a awesome season in any respect as far as from the quarterback position goes. I don't think I need to tell much of you about what equivalates to this stat. You guys know it. You guys saw it. You guys understood it. But I think you also see it 79.8. And again, to give perspective on this with the Pro Football Focus scores, take 65 as a basic number to look at. If a player's at 65, they're right on the button to be in about league average in their overall grade. 65. If you're at 55, well, you're kind of well below league average. If you're 45, you're kind of in suckage territory. But likewise, it goes up above that on the good to great column, right? Because now not everything 5 points above 65 is going to be considered amazing, right? It's nothing 10 points ahead might not be amazing. That's good. To get into what I'd consider to be great to superstar level, let's say in the NFL, is probably 85 onwards. Right around in there. So Geno is just a titch below that, but still obviously earned the Pro Bowl season. Absolutely had one of the best seasons in Seahawks history for a quarterback. We've talked about it ad nauseum with him in his play recently because I know that there's a lot of discussion regarding his contract situation, so I won't turn that over further here. But good season from Geno, not surprising. Running backs, seasonal grade-wise here, we've got Kenneth Walker leading the way at 76.7. Didn't always have the biggest of holes. Didn't always have the biggest of holes open for the longest of times. But he did with what he could this last year. There is a little bit to be said about the coaches and staff having to kind of press down on him later in the season and say, okay, you just take the hole. Don't dance, just go through the hole. I think some of that naturally occurs also for a running back if they're more consistently seeing those holes developing in the right gaps in front of them rather than being asked to be creative more often than not on a carry given and given out. And unfortunately, the Seahawks, especially in the back of that schedule, their run blocking really got kind of inconsistent at that point versus where maybe it was to start out the year. But a great season for Kenneth Walker. I think he shows you with this grade right here. That's a good season out the gate in his rookie year. He's going to only probably get better into year two. There's a lot of people out there that make the argument that year two is maybe the best year you get out of a running back's career, year 2, 3, before the tread starts to get torn off the tires. So it will only get better from here, I would think, from that grade standpoint, but he was awesome in his first season. Rashad Penny, another underrated year behind him at 70.2, bit better than league average. Likewise with Walker, I didn't feel like he always had a lot of holes early on, and he had, I think if he had like 1 or 2 big runs called back, that probably would have even changed more of the course of his year. Still averaged 6.1 yard per carry this year. I thought he had he was really on his way, I thought, to having one of those years that was going to maybe get him paid if he could just stay healthy. Couldn't stay healthy. DJ Dallas came in at 66.7, I think is great for him as far as a little bit better than league average. Consider how much he played this year with, it seemed like a litany, I would say, let's call it a litany of injuries that he was dealing with, including it seemed like a high ankle sprain at the end of the year. Nonetheless, still came out there and gave you, better than league average play at the running back position, which I thought was pretty impressive. And Homer, I thought, had a little bit more of a down year than the PFF, 63.2 grade here is giving him. I kind of thought that he was more kind of in the 50-ish realm versus what I kind of saw on the field from him this year. But overall, your running back crew handled their business this year. All 1, 2, 3, 4, everybody at least did well enough. If your fourth running back's getting a 63 grade, you're feeling pretty good about your group. Let's get on to the receivers now. Let's go to the fun ones. Let's get on the fun stuff here. We've got wide receivers off the top. Tyler Lockett, no surprise here, you could make an argument, maybe his best season this year, or at least right there with one of his best seasons ever for the receiving position. If he had just not gotten injured the last of the year, he probably would have maybe set some high water marks for himself. He has embedded himself now as, I think, the second best all-time receiver in Seahawks history, and he's not done yet. He didn't show any signs, I don't think, of really slowing down. He was marvelous throughout the year. DK Metcalf, again, another year where he just turned 25 years old in December, just turned 25 years old, completes his 4th year, has not yet missed a game in his entire career. He sits somewhere like 9th, 8th all-time, I believe, with most yards before the age of 25. He's something like 7th in touchdown receptions before the age of 25. He is still on his way up. Let's not forget that this guy is not yet done. And he's also a great run blocker. Let's give him credit for that. That's also why his grades helped out a little bit too within that. But 75.3, he definitely had a good, maybe not great season, but a very good season. Marquise Goodwin gave you average play from the slot, and that was such a big boon for this team. He had his moments where he really shined at times. When DK Metcalf went down the Chargers game, he went out into the outside and he was cooking those guys on the outside really well. He's one of those guys like Rashad Penny that I would look at and go, boy, if we could bring that guy in on a low-end deal, that'd make a lot of sense to me. And I certainly could see some value in that, especially with us not knowing what we really have with Eskridge yet or where he's going to go, and still not knowing if Derek Young's necessarily going to take a step forward in his development, as the team seems very high on him as well. And how about Derek? Came in at 58.9 as a 7th rounder, just a smidge below league average play for a 7th rounder in his rookie year. That's a pretty good grade for that kid, and pretty understandable why this team, I think, is starting to feel good about his future. He had that one play, I think it was in San Francisco, where he had the guy beat. It felt like he even still gave himself a little bit of time there on the sideline to get his feet down, and Geno put the ball in, and he just missed getting that foot down, like it was just by a smidge. But he impressed me in the preseason, impressed me throughout the year, impressed me with his blocking, hell, impressed me as a fullback. The kid was on it this year. I really like what he's going to bring forward into the future. And that's why, again, you bring back Marquise Goodwin, then maybe you have a Derek Young and an Eskridge. Kind of there's those developmental guys that you're just hoping one of those two guys could pop. And if they do so, you feel really good about the receiving core overall. But Laquan Treadwell came in, gave some yeoman-like work at 56.1. You kind of see why he's sort of in that fringe wide receiver territory in his career at this point. Wasn't bad, just okay. Penny Hart, 55.5, not much there. And then we have at the bottom of the list, Dwayne Eskridge, 2nd round pick, Dwayne Eskridge and not Creed Humphrey, 54.1. So Eskridge, it's not completely putrid as a grade, I'll say that, I guess. But then you factor in, again, the injury side of this where he just can't stay healthy for the life of him. I really would not be the least bit surprised if the team looks at this guy in this offseason and says, okay, just got to cut bait. Sometimes you just got to cut bait and just go. I don't think they necessarily will, but I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Moving on to the tight ends, we've got at the top of the stack here, Mr. Will Uncle Will Dissly at 70.8, giving you a little bit better than league average play from the tight end position. Dissly is a guy that a lot of people are talking about as a cut candidate. It's a guy that we should look at and go, well, how about this guy with this? He's the cost and, multi-year contract. This is why I've leaned a little bit more into the Noah Fant. Noah Fant's giving me basically league average play as an H-back from the tight end position, and yet I'm not paying him at a league average rate. That moves me more away from it. At least with Dill, there's more of a myriad of talents that's on display here, I think, with him at times. And it's not that to say that Will Dissly's, the best of the best, or he's just waiting to pop. I don't think that, but he is so solid down the line in what he gives you. Run blocking, catching, a little bit after the catch, and he gives you pass blocking. Let's not forget that as well. One of the key denominators in with him that he does a pretty good job of within that. And how about Colby Parkinson coming in and really starting to develop as well at 70.5 right behind him? He was even overtaking Noah Fant at the end of the year with snaps, getting more snaps in the game than Noah Fant was. We all saw this on tape with Colby too, didn't he? When he got his opportunities this year, which weren't always there because he's the third rung on that ladder. But when he got those opportunities, he went out there and he shined. 70.5, that's really good. This three-headed Cerebus of a tight end unit that we have is just awesome to see. And then Fant coming in at 66 is still not bad. That's just, to me, just a little hair over league average from a tight end standpoint. And again, too, with his, it wasn't with him just being a pass catcher. He was pretty good in the run blocking game, and then not necessarily as good, I don't think, as a pass blocker. But we'll be getting to some of those pass blocking grades overall here in a second as we go down the line here. Center position here, we've got Kyle Fuller at 55.3. I purposely am putting the guy at the top who's the highest graded guy on purpose here to give you guys kind of a perspective on this. I know Fuller didn't play a lot of snaps. I know this is a sample size, but when Kyle Fuller was in the game, he didn't impress you, did he? And this does put a little bit more in perspective that Austin Blythe's season in total to me. I really felt like it was kind of worse as it went along with Austin. Maybe perhaps he was dealing with a little bit of an injury, but he wasn't as kind of solid as he kind of had been out the gate. Maybe a guy's a little bit older player, and he kind of just wore down a little bit as the year went along. But we can't really look at Austin Blythe's past year and go, oh, well, that was a good year at the center position. It wasn't. It just wasn't. And 51.9 is not going to get it done. Not going to get it done with a guy like Kyle Fuller who, again, he came in for a few snaps and didn't look good when he did, and still managed to get 4 points better grade than Blythe. I think we've really got to look at the center position as a 2 for this offseason. Getting more of a veteran presence that's not just a guy that's, they were trying with Blythe. I get what they were trying to do there with him. There just doesn't seem to be a whole lot left there with that guy necessarily. He provides leadership on the line, which I know is valuable from the center standpoint of things, but not so valuable that it overcomes somebody that's giving you like a 50 grade out there from the center position. Tackles, Abraham Lucas led the way in his rookie year with a way better than average year. I said at the start of the year, if these two guys can combine to just give us like league average play from the tackle position, that's something that's been missing from this team in recent years in consistency. Yes, Dwayne Brown at times could do it on his side okay, but then you were always missing something, or the guy was in or out on the right side as well. You got that consistency from those two guys on the outside, which was very impressive. And remembering this is their rookie year, I've often referenced this. 50 years of football, there's no team that's gone into their NFL season committing to starting 2 rookie tackles throughout the whole course of the year. And your Seahawks did so. These guys, I don't think they started every game. I think Lucas might have missed a game or two within that, but still went out there and they provided really a vital component to this team's success from an offensive standpoint, having those pillars out there doing their job as they were. Charles Cross, 63.7, just a smidge down from Lucas. Well, hey, he's getting some tougher draws on that side, right? He's going to get the creme de la creme of pass rushers coming off that edge, and he held up, he sustained, he did really well. Both of these guys have star potential to their future. You come in as a rookie, you provide that level of performance. With Cross, you might measure him up against an Evan Neal or Ekawandu, the two guys who went up ahead of him in the first round. I believe he has both of those two guys beat this past year as far as his whole total performance goes. Not any shade at those guys. They should be good players as well. But remember as well, he was the 21-year-old cat coming in, right? He was also the young kid coming in, right? And I think that's also a little bit what we got to remember about how high he could potentially be going with his particular trajectory there. Stone Forsythe and Jay Curhan, we didn't talk a lot about this past year, but I think this did match to what I saw with the eye test from these two guys. They struggled this year. They just did. No kind of two ways about it. Curran, they continue to try to pop into guard every once in a while, sometimes just out of just desperate need this past year. But he's not a guard. He's really at his best as a right tackle. Yet when the first right tackle that was coming off the bench this season was Stone Forsythe, that's not his natural position. He's really a natural left. Not that he's a great left, but he's just not he doesn't have the power that you need from the right side, which tends to go to that side on most plays, right? That's the strong side. He doesn't have the power at the point of attack to push guys off the line like that. This is part of what struggles me with people that tell me that, like we should take Lucas, for instance, and pop him into guard. Like, really? He's not a power guy, and he's 6'7". Like, how's that going to work against those stout, strong interior guys that are all about power? It just doesn't work really in that respect of things, but both guys struggled in limited duty. Guards, I only put just 3 up here on the board that I think are worth mentioning. Damian Lewis, wow, who could have seen a 71.8 grade coming from the left guard position? We have been all begging to the Lord above, please just move back to right guard. Please just move back to right guard. And the Seahawks coaching staff, to their credit, have maintained their ground and said, no, he can work as the left guard. And indeed, he found his footing this year at the left guard position, which is very interesting. And if you want your brain even twisted a little bit more on this, so to walk through with me on this one, folks, Damian Lewis is a right guard who's a run blocking right guard coming into the league out of LSU, who struggles in pass protection. That's his MO kind of out the gate, right? And then they decided to move him to left guard, which should now put and expose more of him is in his liabilities in pass protection, but should also enhance more of what he does as a run blocker. But instead, it's been the complete opposite this year in his success. And when you look at his success, he's kind of holding it down as a pass blocker. And then there wasn't struggles this year as a run blocker, but he just wasn't as strong as a run blocker as he's been in recent years. It's a little bit strange, but it's great to see as a development that we're getting a guy that's at a 72 level of play. Imagine Lucas going out there and providing 280 pops for you on the outside. You got Lewis coming in next year at a 72 pop, and then you can legitimize these other 2 positions on that line. Now you're on your way to building a top 5 type unit. Certainly Phil Haynes and Gabe Jackson are not going to be a part, I don't think, of that process going forward. Maybe Phil Haynes is a backup because he's a swing guard that could provide some value as that, especially at a 57 kind of performance level if you have a guy go down for some injuries or whatnot. But you didn't see him necessarily step hugely ahead. He's another guy, too. I've wondered if not his best position is really left guard rather than right guard. So when you see him struggling a little bit at right guard, the same things that I just said about Damian Lewis moving from right to left, inverse that with Phil Haynes moving from left to right, and it explains a little bit more to me of why he hasn't been as good. Wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't a team out there that maybe signs Phil Haynes to be a left guard, seeing him as that best position for him moving into the future. But 57 just all right, and Gabe Jackson really holding on, I think, on kind of a broken knee there for his dear life there a bit. At a 55, not putrid, not horrible, but just kind of not a good year either from the guard play on the right side. Over defensive ends, whatever you want to call this on this, probably edge would have been a better term for this, but Uchenna Nwosu, 72.6. No surprise here to our eyes. We saw him. I thought he had a really elite season out there from the edge. I think his grade got dinged a little bit down to a degree because of the fact he played too many snaps. And he played too many snaps because of necessity, not because, they kind of had to. They just weren't getting good enough play from the other guys at times in this year, especially prior to Bruce Irvin arriving on the team. And that caused him to have to kind of step forward and be the guy in that respect and really have to really shoulder, I think, a little bit too much of the burden where you're going to get wore down. You're not going to be able to put up your high effort. That's really what he's kind of trademarked for. If you watch Uchenna, he's putting high effort out every down. He's giving it his all every down. And that kind of guy you want on a rotation. You don't want him playing that many snaps. But even playing all those snaps, he still had a 72-6 year. I'd say really this is one of those grades, though, that you really look at like he should be more up to be like a 76, 77 type year, really, for how he played overall this season. Boye Mafe, what a great talk to me about what you will about me as far as him as a pass rusher and needing to develop in that aspect of things. But as a run stuffer already right now, he's emerging as one of maybe the better edges in the league as a run stuffer. 65.8 grade on the year as he was mixed into action. This is a rookie. This is a guy that's fairly new to football. And he really does still have a lot of top end available ahead of him. If he takes some big steps forward next year, folks, if he comes out like a demon on wheels next year, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. He's got the talent inside him to do it. This isn't a try hard, overachiever, high motor, whatever kind of guy. This is a guy with a lot of natural tools that are hard to find in the draft. I'll be probably referencing Boye Mafe and some of his measurements at times this year, some of his 10 split, some of his 40, some of his short area burst when we're comparing up against some of these edges in this draft. And I think it'll stand out even more so, some of the special nature of his dimensions to him and how he is put together as a player that should give you optimism for him into the future of being a really outstanding potential player. I'm not saying star, but a guy that really could end up developing, I mentioned last year, like Cliff Averill kind of player. I think that's well within reason. Bruce Irvin came back in and held it down, as I said, when things were getting a little bit dark, as you weren't having anything from Alton Robinson. Darrell Taylor was really still struggling in the running game. You needed somebody coming off the bench. Guy came off his couch, no training camp, no offseason OTAs, maybe not even lifted a weight in maybe 2 months, and came in and had a 60.2 grade. And he put a great all-time highlight out there as well. We're always going to remember, I think, him taking Daniel Jones and throwing him at Saquon Barkley in order to get the tackle. One of the moments that will stand out to me from this year, which was just awesome. Darrell Taylor, a 58 grade overall. Boy, 10 sacks on the year. You must be asking, how do you end up with the 58 grade? I'll tell you how. I'll tell you exactly how. You have a complete inability to play the run, and then you also tandem that with an inability to tackle. Those two things kind of end up making it hard for you to have a lot of success, even if you have 10 sacks on the year. Luckily, I think the team found a minimum bottom floor level for Darrell Taylor this year, where you ask him to essentially be your rotational pass rusher, take him out of the positions of having to stop the run more often than not, and then you can still salvage some value out of a guy like that. There's a role for a guy like that in the NFL, as we saw the past year. And maybe a little bit of the light bulb started to get a little bit brighter above him as the year went along, as his development went along, right? And certainly this was really, in a lot of respects, what is just pure second season, because he missed that whole first year with the rod in his leg and all of that stuff that was going on. So 58 grade, of course, is not going to get it done for a guy that we put a second round pick on, that we gave up a third round pick from, but he does give you some pass rush acumen. And another guy too, if we're looking at a guy that maybe the Hawks could use as a trade piece this offseason, if somebody else out there saw the value in him in a respect, might be a guy that we were able to move for something if the Hawks were thinking a little outside the box on that one. Defensive linemen. Let's take a look at these guys here. We've got Shelby Harris, Al Woods, Miles Adams, Poona Ford, Quentin Jefferson, and LJ Collier. Shelby Harris, 73.2 grade. Didn't do a whole lot of great stuff. Injured a lot of the year, but when he was in there, he was pretty solid. Al Woods, boy, he was having to play a heavy rotation amount of the snaps. Understandable, because the guy's 35 years old. He's played a lot of football. I can only wonder what those knees feel like in the morning. But 72.6 grade was good for him for what he brought into there for you. This would be okay with what Harris and Woods gave you if you could just stack that up around the rest of the guys behind him. The problem comes into play as the rest of the guys fell woefully short in their contributions. Miles Adams, the rookie, or not rookie, but young player, did what he kind of could out there at times. I thought he flashed. I thought he showed some of his youth and his green, and that he still needs some time kind of to fully develop out his game. But boy, he's got something to me that's a little bit exciting moving into the future. 57.6 ain't gonna light the world on fire, but I thought that was okay for what he was doing. Especially, again, look at what these other guys are doing. Poona Ford, 56.2. Quentin Jefferson, 48.9. LJ Collier eventually ended up getting a fairly significant amount of snaps by the end of the year. 39.1 grade. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. So, I think we can firmly say now, as LJ Collier did not have his fifth year option activated by the Seahawks, he will now be a free agent after this year. I don't know if he's going to remain in the NFL. And I think we can come to a pretty firm conclusion about who LJ is, what LJ was, and what LJ wasn't. But yeah, they gave him a chance this year. He had his final chance to shine. 4 years, live in a weight room for 4 years. Just be out there be just on it, like Rocky training in Russia, just out there working on every move, getting in your best shape. 39-1 after 4 years. Middle linebackers, we got three guys that rocked it this year. Starting off the top here, How about Tanner Muse? 69.3 this year, coming in strong, handling business. Handling business was Tanner Muse, and especially in coverage. It stands out of what he was doing from the linebacker position in that respect. He's going to get it at times swallowed whole in the run game. But hey, guess what? So did Cody Barton. So did Jordan Brooks. It's one of the reasons I was pushing as much to say, hey, how about maybe we look to Tanner Muse before the Jordan Brooks injury? Because, okay, yes, he's got some weakness to what he brings, but he also has a real true strength he's bringing on the field, as opposed to these other two guys who have their little flash moments at points, but aren't bringing necessarily a true strength to the football field. Cody Barton ended up rounding out his year nicely. I got to give him credit in that respect. This grade at 63.7, it's Prometheus rolling the stone to the top of the hill type performance for him to get to that spot, considering when he started the year out, he was probably at one point or another in the 45 realm as far as his grade deep into the year. So he definitely took some big steps forward along the year and got a little bit more consistent, which, helps. And certainly we've got to give these linebackers a little bit of rope, even if you're the biggest anti-linebacker guy on this team, and I'm not the biggest, but if you are, you got to acknowledge the fact that these guys at times were having offensive linemen getting down into the second level. And that was occurring a lot of the times because the defensive linemen weren't doing their job to take up blockers because they weren't enough of a threat to get penetration on offenses, so that offenses felt like they had to dedicate the two blockers to one defensive lineman. And so that does cause some of the linebackers at the second level to be made to look worse than they should be. And even from a score standpoint, like we're looking at here, because PFF will still ding him. PFF will still go, well, he should have got around his block. And this is one of the little holes that probably is there within PFF scoring range on this kind of thing with linebackers. Nonetheless, two things can be, as I often say, two things can be both true at the same time. That little hole can be existent in this PFF scoring. And then also what can be existent is the fact that these guys aren't getting off blocks at the second level. They've got no way to dip or get around them. They're just taking them on and getting driven back off the ball, or they're late to react. And this stands out to us so especially because of the fact that we watched in a guy like Bobby Wagner go out and he would have that ability to go and slip those blocks. It was something I remember Michael Robinson noting about him right as a rookie. It's just, man, he is so slippery around blocks and getting around them, not just taking them on flat-footed all the time. But 63.7 from Cody. Jordan Brooks, 52.8. Really seemed to even struggle more as the year went along. Jordan Brooks' liabilities in coverage are still there. They are still wide display there. They're not going away anytime soon, even once he comes back from the ACL injury. This is one of the reasons when you look at this grade, when you consider the injury, when you consider what he has as far as struggles in coverage, you go, you really can't activate that fifth-year option. $12 million on a guaranteed deal after this year for Jordan Brooks just makes no sense at all. All right, cornerbacks, Tariq Woolen, 71.6 grade. I would have thought it would have been a little bit higher myself on this one, but I guess he had to have a couple catches here and there. He did give up. Still a tremendous season from the kid at 71.6. I thought he should have been at least a second-team All-Pro, in my opinion. Wasn't. Should have been a Defensive Player of the Year. Wasn't. Whatever. Or Defensive Rookie of the Year. Wasn't. But maybe he'll show him next year. Maybe he'll just give him some fuel to his fire. Mike Jackson came out, and I thought he played pretty solidly. And you got to give Michael Jackson some credit here. Because you got through about halfway into this year where quarterbacks realized, oh, yeah, that Tariq Woolen guy, I don't want to throw at him anymore. I don't want to do that no more. And then they started to attack Mike Jackson incessantly. And I thought he remained competitive. He didn't give up. He was fighting. He'd give as good as he got. If you gave up a catch, he'd come right back after it. He had a whole game with Devontae Adams on him, basically aligned to his side of the field for the whole entire game. That's a huge tough draw. And I'm sure the Seahawks gave him some help in that respect. There's only so much help you can kind of give within the way their defense plays their coverages. And he did all right, 60.2. Kobe Bryant, I think the 58.9 doesn't even really reflect how good of a year he had in the slot, because this is a guy who's never played a slot in his life. He's 6'1". Those 6'1" guys don't tend to be guys that do as well in the slot, because you got to be a little bit more able to change direction and flip your hips a little bit quicker, like some of the bit smaller guys can. But he really held up well over there, and he got better as the year went along. He didn't just come out and play good. And yes, some of the turnovers didn't come as much. That can be a little bit random at times. But the fact that he was there in coverage and I thought got better as the year went along, his tackling I thought got better, which is absolutely vital for the slot. They got to be able to tackle. They got to act like a linebacker sometimes coming down in the run game. I'm very excited for this kid's future. I do think eventually his best put out on the outside, though he did have his struggles in preseason on the outside, especially Pickens really gave it to him, it felt like, early on in that game. Trey Brown, I think, shows you with the 40.5 coverage why he was unable this year to unseat Mike Jackson on the outside, even after he came back from his injury. I don't know if I would tack this up to him still having, just some stuff he's working through from his rehab standpoint, to just maybe not being at his strongest like he will be after another offseason, another year removed from the injury. But I think that this is why the coaching staff probably kept him on the sidelines and just give him another year to get right, and then we'll get him back into next year and see where he is there. But he definitely got picked on a little bit the second he came back as well. And he was close on his coverage. He didn't get beat bad, but just a step, just a shy slow. Free safety position, or I should just say safety, by the way, not free safety here. But at the top of the mark here at the safety position is Ryan Neal at 85.6. That is your highest rated Seahawk player this year by PFF. 85.6. Ryan Neal was marvelous in coverage, marvelous as a tackler. Great all-around season for this kid. And it's so good to see. He's been very much to me one of those guys that feels a little bit like a not fully self-made player. He's got a little bit of juice. He's got a little bit of quicks to him. But boy, he does seem like a guy that's just continued to work on his game and develop. And it really did show off this season, I felt like, in a big way after Adams went down. Quandre Diggs, 73.4 grade for him. Boy, did his season get better as the year went along, right in tandem with maybe that foot getting a little bit better as the year went along. I don't think that those things are two coincidences. I feel like he was really kind of struggling to trust that foot early on in the year. Once the trust came, he started to kind of round back into more of, I think, what we have more better understood we were going to see from him. Well, the guy's never going to be a great tackler. He's not. But if he can be a guy that give you maybe 5, 6, 7 interceptions a year from the free safety position, and if he didn't drop half his picks this year, he would have led the league in interceptions. He's in the right place at the right time. And if he could just make those catches, which in the past he's not had as much a problem making those catches, then he does provide a valuable asset to you out there in that secondary. Taking the ball away on defense in this day and age is more important than ever before. And he has been one of the better free safeties in Seahawks history at taking the ball away. Even if you just go game by game, his per game interceptions to games played as a Seahawk is right there with Earl Thomas, as far as how often those guys get picked. So I know he's a guy that some people looked as like, should we trade him? Should we do this? 73.4 is still a pretty good year at the end of the day. And keep in mind with PFF, they don't like Quandre Diggs. In years past, they've been quite hard on Quandre Diggs, and they've kept his grade pretty well low, right around league average as far as where they've had it. So they liked his year quite a bit. Tease Tabor came in as a kind of coverage-only guy. Him and Jonathan Abram, once Ryan Neal went down, sort of tandemed off each other. And, Tease comes in if it's a passing down. Jonathan comes in if it's a running down, or likely to be one of those two. Tease held up okay, 58.5, and Abram at 49.7. Abram, you saw at times, he just gets attacked in coverage all over the place because he can't cover. He's good in the run game. He's good as a blitzer. He can do some other things as a football player really well, but he cannot cover. And this is the same thing that you have with Jordan Brooks, where no matter what you have as far as the good that you bring at that point, in this day and age, to completely have a black hole inability to cover is something that just topples the whole rest of the whole rest of your player profile down to the ground. It's unfortunate, but it just does. You need to be able to cover to some at least marginal degree. This is going to be a little bit small on your guys' screen. I'm going to try to maybe get a little bit bigger here so it stands out to you guys so you can see this. This is your pass rush grades on the year. So I'll put over my face on this one. You can see, as aforementioned about Jonathan Abram here, you do have him with an 83.6 pass rush grade. Keep in mind, as you can see on the column, I believe it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth column over that says PR rush. That's pass rush. So that's the number of snaps they've had as a pass rusher. So, he only was pass rushing 4% of the time. So that's why he's up so high. That's a sample size of data. Darrell Taylor below him is not a sample size of data. 73.6 pass rush grade. That's his bread and butter. That's what he does. That's what he does well. In fact, let me bring it like this. We'll get this a little bit bigger this way that you guys can maybe even see a bit better here. It's a little more clear. Uchenna Nwosu right behind him at a 72.3 grade. I'd call him the second best pass rusher on the team. And then Kobe Bryant. How about this? 15 snaps as a pass rusher this year, but a 71.9 grade as that pass rusher coming off the edges of blitzing slot guy. If he remains in the slot, I sure would like, with this kind of data on into the future, to maybe utilize him a little bit more as a blitzing slot, because he seems to have some success with it. Miles Adams here at number 5. Again, a guy that I was really excited with coming out of this preseason. I'm not surprised to see that on the 100 snaps he has. So again, the PR rush here, you got their number listed, you got POS, you got the number G pass, and then pass rush. That's the one you want to look at. That's the 100 snaps. So that's not just sample size for Miles Adams. That's over 100 snaps with a 68.6 grade as a pass rusher. That's really good. This is why I'm a little excited about him going on into the future. Ignore Alexander Johnson because that's only one snap that he's had on that. That's not something you want to pay much attention to. Next down would be Al Woods, 66.3, did really well. Jordan Brooks was a pretty good pass rusher at 66. Asked only to do it 37 times, so they didn't have him blitz a high amount. But when he was asked to blitz, he did well. Don't ignore Josh Jones, Sidney Jones. Those guys didn't blitz enough for it to matter. Cody Barton was okay as a blitzer, 62.3. Shelby Harris struggled this year as a pass rusher, 61.2. Not quite what you'd like to be seeing there. That's especially with 360 snaps coming out as a pass rusher at 61.2 grade. We expected to get better from him coming up out of Denver. Brian Monet, 60.9, again shows you why I continue to be flummoxed by that contract we gave him. Diggs wasn't asked to do it very much. Poona Ford, 340 snaps, 60.1 grade. The guy's just not a pass rusher. Seahawks thought he was when they paid him that contract last. That was the point of paying him the contract, was we'll move him to 3-tech and see what he can do from that standpoint of things. He's just not a pass rusher. LJ Collier coming in at 56.7, Quentin Jefferson at 55.6, Bruce at 54.7. Bruce was actually better this year as a run stuffer than a pass rusher, if you can believe it. Goodness there. Boye Mafe certainly needs to take steps forward as a pass rusher at only a 53 grade. This is also evident why I was saying earlier, he was so good at stopping the run, but notable there nonetheless. And none of these other guys matter on this list because they don't, because they have margin. They have only a small number of sample size snaps there more than anything. And we'll be getting over to you guys in the chat here in just a second here. This is your pass blocking stats. I think I gotta open this up here a little bit. There we go. So these will be your pass blocking stats here for the year. Nick Ballore with 3 pass block attempts. Again, that's the sample size. So the PBLK column is the number of snaps that they had as a pass blocker. So the PB percentage is their pass block percentage. So how often are they in pass block percentage on those snaps? So Damian Lewis, or I don't think that's what that means actually, but ignore the middle column. It doesn't really matter. So we got Damian Lewis, 679 snaps. This is what I was talking about with his grade that was kind of crazy. Is he's got the 73.1 pass block grade when it used to be he was supposed to be a run blocker extraordinaire once before. Derek Young doing some work with his little three snaps at a fullback basically. Colby Parkinson, he's another guy taking steps forward. College tape, he was a guy that was really a pass catcher only, but here he shows off the pass blocking grade, 71.3, really nice there. Lucas, 69, we know he could pass block, right? No surprise there. Austin Blythe, 66.2, that was his bread and butter, was he was supposed to be able to pass block. He did give you that. He gave you a little bit better than average grade as a pass blocker this year, but of course this then goes in tandem with his run blocking grade, which would be like 40 or something, not good. Disley, 65.6, not bad there as well. Charles Cross, 64.8, right around league average as a pass blocker. Again, like Abraham Lucas, that's his. We knew coming in that's the built-in thing that they're really good at. They're maybe not as good in run blocking, and that did prove to be fairly true in that respect of things. Phil Haynes, 60.2. That's supposed to be his bread and butter. Again, I think some of his struggles come from being on the right side against some of those power guys, because that's not as much Phil Haynes' game, I would say. But he didn't do as well either, I think, from that standpoint of things. Noah Fant, 54.9, the worst of our tight ends in the pass blocking grade of things. And then Gabe Jackson at 52.5. That old knee just can't move no more. That's all I'm going to say with that one. The old knee just can't move anymore. So Gabe is a guy I think I believe we have to still release him, but I would expect that to occur this offseason. Let's see here. We got the coverage grades here for you next. Quandre Diggs was your best man in coverage this year with a 75 grade. Well done by Quandre. Like I said, he can give you that. And especially when you play so much single high like we do, you need to have the safety back there that can get that job done. Tariq Woolen had the 74.2 grade as well right behind him. Great job by Tariq. Mike Jackson, 56.8. So not as well with him in the grade, but Mike Jackson's a little bit better as a tackler. Gives you a little bit of that ruggedness from the position. Jordan Brooks at 40.7 in his coverage grade. And that's not good. That's not good. You can see why he gives up nearly 1,000 yards a year. If he played a full year this year, he would have been right around there like he was last year in coverage from the linebacking position, which is hard to do. 40.7. Kobe Bryant, 52.2 grade for him in the slot. He definitely struggled early on in the year, which was the big impact, I think, on that grade as much as anything. Cody Barton, 49.6. This is a surprise one for me. I was told for years from a lot of the Hawk folks within the building and from people that would watch the practice field that supposedly Cody Barton's big, great strength was his ability in coverage. That's what he did. That's what he was good at. But nonetheless, 49.6 grade in coverage from Cody. Ryan Neal, 84.4 in coverage grade. He obviously did fantastic in everything this year. He was Mr. Wonderful for us. Can't argue with anything from him in his performance and what he brought, which was just outstanding. Josh Jones, 53.4. This is one like the Cody Barton one that's a little dismaying because Josh Jones wasn't a good tackler. You're hoping he can bring it up in coverage at least, but he didn't do that. And so that's a little bit one that's like Barton, where it's confounding, where that's what you're supposed to be bringing as a player, but you're not. The Abram grade makes sense, right? 45 grade, I said, just can't cover. There's a reason why, like I mentioned, he's just like Jordan Brooks, and both those guys you have on this list is your only guys in the 40 range, right? You know, Jordan Brooks at 40.7 and Abram at 45.1. The guys just can't cover. You got to be able to cover in this sport. You just got to do it. How about Uchenna Nwosu coming in with a 65 grade? Coverage grade. And that's in that spot. That's a coverage grade that he garners when those moments when he's dropping in the flat, right? Or dropping to a spot back into coverage. It doesn't do it often, but he did have 100 snaps, as you can see here on this column. So he did do a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. Tease Tabor, 62.4. That's his bread and butter. And then how about Tanner Muse? Tanner Muse at an 84.7 coverage grade from the linebacker position. Woo! Yeah, that would do. Can you see the difference on this? Folks, can you see the difference on this? I walk up here and I go, Jordan Brooks, 543 snaps in coverage, 40.7 grade. And then I come down to the guy that filled in for him when he went down to injury, who admittedly only had 55 snaps, but posted an 84.7 grade on those snaps. Doubled Jordan Brooks' grade. What is our value on Brooks? Where do we look at Brooks? And I'm not saying I know it. I'm not saying that I understand what his value is. I'm saying, but I think these things tell us certain things about where we got to look at in value on Brooks and what he is really as a player in this league. I mean, Tanner Muse isn't some, A-star guy coming in here, 5-star guy coming in, right? You got the Raiders basically gave him away to us. And Boye Mafe, also like Nwosu, encouraging to see with Nwosu and Mafe. This is kind of a low-key encouraging thing to see, that both of these two guys are doing great work when you're having them operate out of outside linebacker position, the wide 9 technique, dropping into their coverage. 64.7 grade from him as well. And that's just tremendous to see in that respect of things. So those are your grades. Those are your scores. I thought that hopefully some interesting information in there in it. Again, we're not going to take end all be all from this sort of stuff, but you do take some little bits, little pieces away from what you're seeing on that kind of stuff, don't you? And just kind of go, okay, that's a little bit more food for thought, so to speak. And again, will be interesting. I think if you hear Seahawks not pick up the 5th-year option on Jordan Brooks, I think you'll understand as to why, because that's them indicating, I think, a little bit there of, this coverage stuff is bad enough. Yes, you're a tackler. Yes, you can hit. Yes, you can run sideline to sideline, hopefully as well after this ACL injury. But can you cover? We still don't. A lot of reason to think maybe we don't think you can do that. All right, I'm going to be playing some soundbite here of the new Arizona coach here. Not a soundbite. I'm going to show you guys some video. You're going to get some good video here of this Arizona coach, and I'm going to make you guys laugh. So if you guys are looking for a laugh this afternoon, strap in. And not only do you get to laugh, but you get to enjoy it on a couple of other levels we're going to talk about in a second. Let me get to a couple of my donations I know I'm a bit behind on here. Randall McDaniel in the house with the $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. Sorry, slow. I wanted to get through my whole kind of opening spiel here on the channel with the opening beginning here. Thank you for the $20 donation, though, brother. I really, really do appreciate it. And I hope you're doing well. I got to check in with you offline. I can see where you're at with your... got the baby on the way there. So he says, happy to catch the show. Well, I'm happy you're able to catch it as well, man. I got the schedule posted too, folks. So if you didn't have a chance to check it out, look at your community post for the Hawks Nest. Look at my community post. I posted out my schedule this last week for the next month and a half, the shows and when we'll be going live and at what time and on what dates. So that schedule's locked in now. We're going to be going live on those dates. So please do check that schedule out to get kind of synchronized, so to speak, on it. So that hopefully makes it easier on folks to kind of catch the show. So I'm not so like random, because I'm like really random with it sometimes. But Randall, thank you for the $20 donation, brother. I hope you're doing well out there tonight. Nothing but love. Randall with a $5 dono as well says, how did the rookie tackles grade comp to the left tackle for the Hawks in previous years? From eye test, they're an upgrade. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. Let's take a look. Let's take a little peek here about this, shall we? So we had Dwayne Brown, PFF. So Dwayne Brown in 2021, his final year in Seattle, he was a 71.5. In 2020, he was an 87.3. Wow. Dwayne Brown had a crazy year in 2020. So certainly Dwayne Brown gave you a better performance level, even at the last year where he was struggling, than what you got from Charles Cross. But the other guy, which was Brandon Shell... So Brandon Shell in 2021 was, they had 67 grade, but I think he only played a couple games. And then he had a 72 game. He had a 72 in 2020. And then in 2021, where he played, they have him at 550 snaps. He was a 67 grade. So Lucas would be technically a little better than Shell, but then Shell, I believe in both of those years, was injured at one point. Boogie. Because remember Cedric Obugihi came in there? I never learned his name. He wasn't good enough to learn the name. Let's see what Cedric did. So one of the things Cedric came in and it wasn't good. Oh, they had him at 68. Wow. His grades are way better than I remember on this, Randall, to be honest with you. So that's a good question on that one. Another one I think was Jamarco Jones. See what he did. Marco didn't play this year. 56.9 on 163 snaps. So, yeah, a little bit better, I guess. I think it was just more stabilized because there wasn't as much injuries there, but certainly Dwayne Brown was playing a lot better, in that respect, Randall. I can't deny that. Dwayne definitely, 2021, 87 grades, pretty incredible. But I think that right tackle, it felt like Shell was definitely having those injury things popping up all the time. Megan with a $10 donation. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. Says, I know it's PFF who gives these grades, but how are the grades determined? Some of it just doesn't make sense to me. But then again, I don't get a lot of this stuff. Well, I appreciate the $10 donation, Megan. Thank you so much. The way that they determine it is that they have former ball players who've actually played in the NFL, as I understand it, who are looking at their position that they had played and they're grading it in that way. So they've got guys kind of looking to certain positions and locking in those positions, Megan. And, even if I had a guy that had played a couple of years of a couple of years of high school football, and I gave him all 22 tape, Megan. And remember, they're not looking at the telecast tape. They're looking at all 22 tape when they're analyzing this stuff. But if I even give a kid with just a rudimentary understanding of football, the assignment of, I want you to watch this player with the all 22 snaps and just watch him giving out, snap in and snap out. There are people that can tell me all day about how, well, you don't know what the play is, and you don't know what his responsibility is. And you don't know. You can get a pretty good understanding if you're charting play after play after play as to what that player is doing over the course of the game. And as I always say, let's face it, none you or I are doing that, right? None you or I are looking at each individual player in every individual game we play in this season and somehow trying to grade them out to some degree. knowing it's being done not by, though, somebody with a rudimentary understanding of the sport, but actually by somebody that actually has played and has an understanding and familiarity of what they're looking at, who can understand better some of the plays that are happening, where they don't need to know the plays. They can pick up on some of the things that the players are doing. That's the thing that doesn't get me to the people who say, you don't know the play. You don't know the play. Yeah, but you know technique. And guys across the board are playing different techniques on a given play. And the technique that they're showing is really going to inform you about what they're supposed to be doing on that play a lot of the time. So people get a little obscure with this, Megan, where they'll say, you can't know, you don't, but I think it's a work in progress, but I still think it's a very useful tool, even with it being a work in progress. And I think casting it away wholly, as I say, is sort of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. It's going, it's sort of almost like these people have to expect that you got to look at it as a tool that's an end all be all, or it's worth nothing. How about it's just worth something, but it's not having to be worth everything, But that's the main thing that they do with it, Megan, is it's that locking it on a player, a former player doing it, watching every single snap of every single game and giving them a certain grade play in and play out versus what they had as an expectation on a play of where they thought they could go. It certainly is definitely arbitrary, but as we've seen with baseball and basketball and analytics taking over those sports, it's harder to implement in football, but it will be implemented and it will get better and it will become more refined. So it's one that probably we should start to use even as a metric now, rather than waiting for it to become perfect, Let perfect not be the enemy of good. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate the $10 donation. And it is complicated, especially when it comes to how they grade, because you have a player grading, okay, he got onto this block, he should have gotten off this block, or, he blocked this guy to open up this hole, or this wide receiver got open on this route, even though the ball wasn't thrown his way, he created separation in his route. So therefore he got a win on that rep, and then he's going to get a plus grade on that play. And then you get the totality of those plays added up where they're all being measured equally. And again, it's not perfect, but it gives you a good snapshot. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, how much faith should we put in these grades? So yeah, as I say, I think that nothing should be leaned on wholly. I think that it's why I say I don't think the eye test of just watching the players should be leaned on wholly, that you should be using some statistical backing to what you see on the field, because sometimes your eyes can lie a little. You get caught up on a couple of plays in football and forget about these other plays that occurred. But yeah, I think that there's a measure of weight into them, Megan. I certainly wouldn't do I wouldn't do a show around these if I didn't think that there was some value to be had within them. And not just a tiny amount of value at that. As I say about it, people can poo-poo it all they want and have opinions on the players that they have opinions on. Nobody is grading every individual player playing and play out. No fans doing that. Or if there is fans doing it, it's a very small segment that is doing it. And it's going to get better. It's not perfect, but it's going to get better. Appreciate you though, Megan, lady from Danenda. Hope you're doing well out there. All right, I swore I told you guys I was going to show you this video. And Megan, Randall, thank you for the double donations. I really, really do appreciate it from both y'all. So Mr. Gannon was introduced to his players for the first time here. And of course, Mr. Gannon, we saw him unveiled to us a couple of days ago as the new Cardinal head coach with his lips chapped up to the nines, right? He had his lips were all just like, dude, just get that guy some chapstick. And you go, got a weird, maybe a little weird feeling about this guy. Don't know what it might be. Don't know what it could possibly be here that's going down here with this one. So we've got him being introduced to the players, and it's a minute and 28 seconds, and I'm just gonna let this play. I'm not gonna try to preload it. I'm not gonna try to. I'll let you guys just come to your own conclusions on this in the chat and what you think and feel. Let's let it roll.
All right. Let's go, man.
Let's go. How you doing?
Can't wait, man. Can't wait.
I'm ready to
I was talking about you, bro. Everything I said. Let's go. Oh, man. They said, why do you want to take this job? Well, not many open jobs have a franchise quarterback. That's why. Huge football character guy. So the high football character guys have to lead the other guys.
Right.
Like, it's going to come from me. It's got to come from you.
That's how the message get passed along.
That's right.
That's how it get
That's
passed
right.
along.
You know what I mean? Daily actions, man. That's what it's about.
That's it.
You know? What's up, Zach? How you doing, Pat? Long time no see, huh?
Good to see you, man. Good?
What do you think, man?
I'm excited for you.
Yeah, I know.
It's gonna be great.
I know. It's going to be good. What's up? Hey! What's up, man? How you doing? Good. Good. Shoo, 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 shoo. Shots. Explosives. You can run. Hey, Calvin, how you doing, man? Good to meet you. Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. Good player.
Nice crew, man.
Good player. I know it. Yeah. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man.
Sir, good to see you.
How you doing? Good.
Will, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Will, right?
Yeah.
Hernandez. Yeah, big old guard. That's right. I like it. Good. What's up?
That's from Wesley.
Nice to meet you. Yeah. What's up, James?
See you,
Good to
man.
meet you, man. Good to meet you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you for the shout, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I know it.
I don't know why. Maybe it's just being funny. The pew 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 got me. When he started doing the pew pew pews, to me, I go, this is a leader of men on the football field.
Hey, what's up, man?
This is the guy that's going to take you to the Super Bowl.
Good.
Pew 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 shots. Pew 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 shots.
What's up, man? How you
Pew pew
doing?
pew.
Good.
Pew pew pew. Yeah. So, and maybe I'm alone on this one. Maybe cringe is the way to put it. I still think it's interesting. If, like I said, I thought you guys would find it interesting. So maybe I was off on that one. I do think it would not give me a lot of confidence in him as a head coach. That would not give me a lot of confidence. If I have an organization in a bit of peril with already a quarterback that's gone down, that needs a lot of direction, I got a team pretty empty. This would not be the guy that I'm calling upon up to Custer's Hill to save the day. That's all I'm going to say. You know, maybe I'm off on, but boy, when he was in the pew, 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 shots, and the guy's looking at him like, what? What? He's like, all over the field. Like, I go, I would be feeling, if I was a Cardinal fan right now, guys, if that was just announced as your Seahawks fan, how we feeling? How's our confidence level going into the future? Seattle Seahawks, this is your new head coach, Coach Gannon. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew. I don't know. It got me a little bit. I was like, oh my God. They're in for some dark times ahead. I'm sorry. I'll be the one to say it. I'll be there. Like, I'm sorry. Like, that guy ain't gonna get it done. No. He seems like a nice guy. It ain't to besmirch him. But boy, I can't see it. I can't see it. Maybe this is the new wave of coaches, you know? Maybe it's the new wave. I don't see that. I don't see a locker. I don't see that guy giving me a locker room speech to like go out there and play for that guy. Like, yeah, let's go get it. I just clicked off the top of my chat there, so I might have missed the guys at the top as far as saying hellos. So I appreciate everybody in the chat. If I missed your comment on there, I was skipping down the bottom. I wanted to see what you guys had to say on the video a little bit. So hope everybody's having a good night tonight, or evening, I should say. Do me a favor, please, and hit that like button if you do like what you're listening to here on the Hawks Nest. Appreciate everybody that newly subscribed up, man. We've gone over 11,000 subscribers. So thank you to everybody helping us break over that mark. We're already rounding through, and it's only the off season. Cliffic, what's up, man? Hope you're doing well. Says no kidding over there. Love you. Sorry, having some conversations in the chat there. And if I missed your question at the top, please do repost it there. I lost the chat only lets me go back sometimes so far if I skip to the bottom, which sucks. Which does suck. Kelly says, "Hey B, got my dad Joe listening in Delaware. What's up, Joe? Thanks for tuning in. Thank you for Kelly for getting him to tune in. I do appreciate it." John Hines says, "Can you believe the NFL wants to drug test DK after his performance in the NBA Celebrity All-Star Game and the unbelievable catch video he posted?" They do this. They've been known for doing this for a while. If somebody shows some athletic feet off in the offseason, like they come in and I don't know why, but the NFL has done that type of stuff before. It's stupid. I don't think it's right, but there is like a weird, like, it feels punitive in certain respects. Yeah, the DK thing was hilarious. Especially because I think that's on a green screen he shot. People are still like, is this real? It's like, that's on a green screen. If you look at his foot, you can see the slight tinge of the green screen in the background. I'm not trying to destroy the illusion of it for anybody. But the dunks in the Celebrity Game were cool. We got the Sea Dragons are debuting against the Washington team in XFL. Nice. Herbicide, I think Kobe's going to take a big step forward next year too. I do. Slot or on the outside. I think he's going to be... Some people have been asking me about him going to free safety. I don't know if I can see that, but... Brian Koski, is Josh Gordon playing for the Sea Dragons? He is. He is, indeed. Kevin Mullen with the $2 donation. Thank you, Kevin. It says, where's the episode of you and Brendan as Pete Carroll and John Schneider? What? Where's the episode of you and Brendan as Pete Carroll and John Schneider? We should do an episode of that. I'd have to play Pete though, and he'd have to do Schneider, I think, to match the energy levels. I think we'd have to do that with it. I'll be Pete, just like, give me this guy. That's too high, Pete. Can't go that high. It's just Brendan just telling me no. That's how I picture it with Schneider and Pete right now, especially if Schneider's got the control. You know, I want this second round guy in the first. We just got to get him. No, Pete. No, we don't. If he's there in the second, then we'll take him in the second. He won't be there. I'm telling you. We'll see. Big Country says PFF is really good, but eye test over anything. I would put the most value on eye test. I would indeed. Just, it's there to help. It's there to help. Kevin, thank you for the $2 donation though, man. Appreciate it. Will Valdez says the Seahawks use analytics when drafting players already. At least that was mentioned in the radio. Indeed, they do. Organizations, even if it's begrudgingly, have started to take this stuff on and understand the value of it. And if it's put in the right perspective and it's considered through the lens of, again, not being the end all be all, but that something is, you have all this other data you utilize and comb through and you're trying to come conclusions on. And then you have this extra piece of data that can help you, this extra layer to add on top that can give you that final, kind of qualitative lens to things where, okay, that puts everything into the proper ending perspective on this where I can feel more assured. If I was already feeling a certain way and then I see this in addition to the data that I've got over here, that confirms it. If it goes in difference to the data that I have over here, maybe I need to relook back at this data. And maybe that number's off and wrong on it, but it should never be the end all be all, but man, it is definitely a useful tool. Herbicide, is that the next year's Let's Ride? Pew, pew, pew. I will be taking it. I'll guarantee you that. I'll be using it for future use. You better believe it. It's the Real Cheese says, should we keep Godwin Igabuiki? He did good on returns and we could use that. We absolutely should. It's the Real Cheese. He provided he provided something that we haven't had on kick returns since Tyler Lockett was young and fast and free back there a little bit and what he could do. So, we saw last year, you get a guy that could put you at the 40, 45 yard line and do it with somewhat some consistency back there. That is definitely helpful. I would love to have it, especially for a team that's decided it's going to value special teams. It's going to pay its punter. It's going to pay its kicker. Well, if you're going to decide the special teams are that important and I'm okay with it, then go the whole way with it. Right. And you're not going to have to pay this guy like a lot of money. So, you just bring him back. I think he's still like on a restricted, low end deal with it. But yeah, absolutely. You bring him back. Nagasa, have you guys watched Snyder at Seattle Sports? Snyder's going to be on that. I'm going to be watching every week. I didn't have a chance to check out his last episode there, Nagasa, but I'm planning on definitely checking it out into the future, 100%. Joe Z with a $10 donation. Thank you, Joe. I really do appreciate it, man. It says, Delaware Joe here, Brandon. Thanks for the shout out and great job breaking down, going through the PFF grades. We need to upgrade the defense. Hey, thank you so much for the donation. I really do appreciate it. And Kelly, shout out to you for putting your dad on. You're awesome for doing so. And yeah, it's I'm hope I was able to kind of go through those in the way that I was trying to kind of blend them together versus what we'd see in the field a little bit, so that they're not just taken sort of from a clinical kind of viewpoint on it. But the bottom line does come down, Joe, is that the defense does need to get upgraded this. And this tells certainly what our eye test told us with getting run on as often as we were, losing the battle at the line of scrimmage as often as we did. But in addition to that, you see those grades on those defensive line scores. You see the pass rush grades and the lack of it in those defensive line scores. And you go, okay, this is definitely a beginning core issue point where the defense is going wrong, where it's not connecting together. And this is where we've got to make it connect. And you're going to do that. That is where, when those people say out there, we need more talent at the forefront of this, I agree with them. I do say I don't think it's the only thing that needs to be brought forward here, but a massive increase in talent is definitely needed. And both with free agency and the draft, Joe, we've got to do it. It's got to be not just one or the other. They're going to need to address both to substantially address it. Because I think if you're just expecting rookies across the line here defensively to fix things, that's quite a big request now for 2 draft classes to sort of turn everything around on a dime a little bit. I think we need a little more of a veteran presence in there. But it was my pleasure, man. I love going through these scores, and it definitely better informed me. I hope better informed everybody out there too as well. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. It says, what I like about Miles Adams is that he reminds me of Ryan Neal when he was coming up through the ranks. Wow, that's a great comparison, Fat Daddy, because I can see it with it being, it's different positions, but it's very much in the same way of there's initially something about the player you see that steps out to you that you kind of like about him. In Ryan Neal's case, it was his nose for the ball, just being in the right place at the right time and then just sort of building from there as a tackler and in coverage. Miles Adams, you could see in the preseason the way that he could use his hands and the pass rush moves that he could go to, that he wasn't your typical ordinary back end defensive lineman on the roster type, right? There was something a little bit maybe more to this kid in that respect of things. So hopefully he can take those steps forward, Fat Daddy, that we saw Ryan Neal take. And it's in his game. Miles Adams was that preseason video I did back just the start of the year. That was something that I wasn't expecting to do a video on Miles Adams. I just did it because that Dallas Cowboy game, he was a wrecking force. I mean, he was just destroying it. And it stands out so significantly. You go, wait, the guy doesn't just do this. It was a little bit reminding me of like the Michael Bennett back in the day when he first came to the Hawks in preseason, and he had like 4 sacks in the preseason, and then Jim Moore released him and let him go to Tampa Bay. But he was the same kind of thing where you're like, this guy's just, even in preseason, guys shouldn't be doing it like this. They shouldn't be dominating kind of in this way. But him and Shelby Harris are kind of the only 2 guys going into the future that I'm like, well, these guys are at least part of that base that we're putting together now on the defensive line. The rest probably are going to have to go. But thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks, for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, brother. Megan with another $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, I think you have successfully confused me more about the grades, B. Not hard, but there you go. Well, sorry. Wouldn't try to. I'm definitely trying to explain the way, but look, it is confusing. I think the way to make it the least confusing is to go with this, Megan, and this is why I kind of try to lean on this above all else. If, before we get to a point of having a problem with the way they score or way they grade, let's just say we have a human being out there who's played the game, who understands the game, who's played at a high level, watching individual tape on a single person, watching what that person is doing on every snap, with the greatest camera angle that they can be given to make their assessment. And that in itself is of value. Is it of the ultimate value? No. Is it weighted more than anything else? No, but it is valuable. Because like I said, none of us are doing it, But it's a confusing thing, these analytics. And I think it's hard. It's made confusing a little bit too, Megan, because it has to be, because it's not like baseball or basketball where it's very easy to measure some of this stuff. Football's harder to measure it, because there are different plays and different schemes and different things going on. And so it makes it more challenging, but they're going to get there with it. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Wonder if Sean Payton greeted Russ with the pew, pew, pew. Can you imagine just the difference if Sean Payton had gotten that job in Arizona and how that would go if he was meeting the players versus this guy? I go. Snow Tiger, hey, hello, Brandon. Do you think Tyree Wilson is a first-round pick, and is he fit for the Seahawks? His tape shows he's too slow for any defensive end in this 1-2 round and no burst, but a good run defender. Yeah, I do have him as a first-round pick, Snow Tiger. I wouldn't put him as necessarily a tier 1 guy or where he would be picked by us at 5 and thinking that that's where I think he should be going, or if he went in any other draft in recent years, that would be where he's going. I don't think that would be the case. But for this draft and the level of talent in it, which is all we can really view this through, is this draft and this talent that we have to deal with. We can't really think about last year's or the future years or whatever else. Is this one we got the 5th pick in? He's a first round pick. The guy's legitimately 6'5", 6'6". So when you talk about burst, I mean, usually the big guys like that don't tend to be burst guys. They tend to be more guys that are going to, win with their length and their strength and overpowering tackles off the edge. To me, I think he's he's 20 pounds less than what Julius Peppers was coming off the edge. I think he's a very similar kind of cat with that thing. Now, Peppers was a Hall of Fame level of talent. This guy's not that. I'm not saying that level, but he's got some of the same kind of stuff in his bag to win in the way that Peppers won. And I think that in the flashes he shows you with the level of production he's had over the last couple of years, if you can get him to tap into that, and it's still a lot of rough edges to him, certainly, again, I would acknowledge more rough edges than you would like to see on a guy, Snow Tiger, that you're picking at number 5. So again, as I think the thing I've tried to maintain with this draft that's going to be hard for some folks to deal with a bit, but that is, I think, the reality is that you're picking at 5 and you have an expectation of a level of guy you should be getting, because understandably so, you're looking at recent years and past years and how the players they've gotten out at number 5. You're going, I want a guy like that or that or that. The problem comes into play, though, is that this year's draft is weak. It was weak, and then the NIL took an already weakened draft, and it sort of like kneecapped it even more further. And so now you are left a little bit in like, okay, we got to make do here. And it does make it better. But I do think Tyree's got a good upside to him. Not tier 1. I do think he's a first-round talent. I think the burst is understandable when the guy is kind of as big as he is. But when he flashes and shows it, it's very impressive. And I think that there's a reason to believe that he can continue to kind of show it into the future and get better into the future in that respect of things. I was trying to see what we had his size of. Always like, yeah, so 6'6", 275. You got to, if you start to comp up Snow Tiger, Tyree Wilson at 6'6", 275 to, Will Anderson at 6'4" and 245. Will Anderson's got 30 less pounds on him. He's going to look a lot quicker, a lot more sudden, but then it becomes, can Tyree Wilson win more with the strength and the power and all of that and I think he could. I do think he could. Is he a fit for our scheme? Yeah, he's a fit for our scheme. I think Snow Tiger, he can do some inside-outside stuff. They had him stand up at Texas Tech oftentimes as a stand-up wide 9 outside linebacker. So if you wanted to make him your strong side outside linebacker, he would, at the very least to me, hold up as a minimum early down good run defender for you and then develop a pass rush from there beyond it. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, thanks for the clip, B. Needed the laugh and show my cards-loving brother. You'll hear the cursing from Seattle for sure. Nothing you can say. I got to give my chat credit. You guys were a lot more kinder about it than I was. Like, people were like, no, he just seems like a good guy. Just seems like, I'm like, man, you make me feel like an a-hole for laughing at it a little bit now. I was like, am I being a little too rough on the guy? Have I become too jaded? Has the world jaded me just too hard where I don't know. I think about that guy stand up and, gentlemen, hear me. Hear us roar as cardinals do atop our dusty mountain down in the valley. Oh, shoot. I love that you get to share that with your brother too, Megan. He's probably like, I already saw it. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall, for another donation, brother. It says, tell me about the guard from Florida. Worthy of number 20. If we trade it back a bit, is he still there? Does he fit the scheme or more of a mauler? Thank you for the donation. Again, Randall, all the donos, man. Appreciate you. Osiris Torrance is the man that you're speaking of. And he is indeed a very large human being at the guard position. He would give you the traditional measurements and sizes that you would love to have from the position. And certainly at the front end of what he does, probably first and foremost, Randall, is he mauls. He gets a hat on a hat, and he tries to take his man for a ride with his huge amount of mass and strength and power and force. And he does a pretty good job of that. He's got a good feel, natural feel for playing the position. He gets himself in the right position, even though he doesn't have the fastest feet or moves the best in space. He just kind of understands how to get his body to the right spot. And also understanding, because he's such a big body guy, Randall, a lot of what he can do, especially pass protection, is just getting himself in front of guys and making it hard to get around him. But when it comes to Randall, from my standpoint with him, I do look, and maybe I look at this a little bit too hard, to be honest with you. I think about this a lot, and I wonder if maybe I press down a bit too much and leaning too much on needing the mobile lineman and keeping that at the forefront. But I just can't help but feel like you've been held back in recent years by having the mauling, plotting kind of guys, and we need a little bit more of the movers and shakers in space. And this guy's not that. And when I do see him in pass protection, especially at the Senior Bowl, he would really struggle in pass protection in the Senior Bowl at times, from some of the reports and watching some of the tape as I did with it, where just wanting to get his head out over onto things, where he just wants to lock up on the guy. And so he gets his head over his skis, which then gets him in a position where the defensive end can throw him around and really get him off balance at that point, rather than being able to stay balanced and mirrored and keep his feet moving. It's just because he's so big, it's hard to keep those feet moving. So I'm a little reticent with him at number 20, Randall. If you could move back, yes, you could probably get him back into the depths, I think, of 25 and onward. Somewhere in there, you could probably still get him. I do think he maybe slides into the first round, because there's a part of me that's going to want to put in my final mock draft both Schmitz and Osiris Torrance in the first round, because this is going to be the definition of a draft where players who are second round players are going to be taken in the first round, because teams are just going to go, I don't like going on the wing and the prayer guy who I don't know what I'm getting. I'll just take the guard that can come in here and do given A, B, C, and we'll be fine with that. So, he's going to get drafted there, but is he the right scheme fit for us, Randall? Do I like taking him in the first round at that point? Not really. I don't think he's so substantially more better than the other guards in this draft that he's worthy of being a late first round pick guy. He will go in my first round, but should he? No, I don't think he should. He should be a second round guy, and just not quite. Just not a fit. We need those guys that can move in space. We really do. Appreciate you, Randall. Megan with another $2 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, Jaded B? You? Never. I know, right? I couldn't be jaded. Not me. Not me. What are you going to do? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Cool Breeze. I kind of don't see Sean plus Russ being very successful, but maybe that's just me reading into Sean's press conferences and interviews too much. No, you're not. I think that things are done with there's certainly a purpose being applied here by Sean Payton. He's not approached this thing, and remember, it wasn't some quick, they wooed him in and got him in overnight. He had weeks and weeks to kind of turn over this. There was negotiations that went back and forth between Denver's camp and Sean Payton to get him in there. And I don't think that it was over money. I think the Walmart family was right from the jump willing to pay the price it would cost to bring Sean Payton to Denver. The issue comes down to Russell. And Sean Payton very well understands that this is probably going to be my last ride as a head coach. No pun intended. And so I don't want to be married to this guy who's going to be going into the same. And remember this with Peyton on this. Peyton had to go through Drew Brees through the last few years of Brees' career. And I don't mean that like this would be something Peyton would probably ever say. He would probably be fully supportive of Brees' time there at the end and everything else. But anybody that watched the New Orleans Saints play over Drew Brees' probably last 4 years, could see that Drew couldn't push the ball up the field anymore. And Sean was having to coalesce around this a little bit. And then he had to do it with Jameis Winston when he brought it in for different reasons, because Jameis Winston was a turnover machine. And so now he's having to try to pull the reins back on Winston to keep him in the right place, in the right spot. And so now he's going to go to a third quarterback now who's got to do the same damn thing on. I just think that he looks at it and goes, no, I'll come in and I'll do what I can with it. But if it ain't working, if it's going to be not right, then you need me to let me go in my direction to get this done in the right way. And I think that's what Peyton's done. He said that he didn't come to Denver for Russell. That wasn't why he took the job on. I think he looks at the Walmarts with their money. He looks at the solid fan base that's there as far as there's certainly a love of that team there. And it's certainly a vibrant fan base that he likes that together. And then he got enough of the control aspect to think he can make it successful. But he's not there thinking, I'm going to be the miracle man with Russell. He'll make him better. But I guarantee you, Sean's already looking to the future of what next quarterback he potentially brings in. And they may even draft a quarterback this year. That wouldn't shock me as well with it. The writing's on the wall here with Russ. You do not have years and years and years to sort of kind of find your way on this one. You better find it fast. You better find it quick, or you're going to find your way out of town. Sean Payton don't mess around. Megan says, you as the silver-headed coaching god B, would pay to see that. I've been looking for an Amazon wig, Megan, so I can do some skits eventually as Pete. I gotta get the right gray hair. It's got to be kind of unkempt. Herbicide, Peyton and Russ are going to be great next year if Russ listens. That's a big mother effing what if. You know what I mean, Herbicide? It's a big what if. Nick, I wonder how many times Pete was telling John to draft Woolen after that second round. Yeah. Now, John, no, not now. We're getting a tackle right now. A tackle? This kid's 4'2", 4'2". We can get him in the fifth. The fifth! Cool Breeze says, Brandon head coach, Brendan GM, been moving for a couple of years now. When is the Step Brothers style interview happening? I got to bring it up and see if I can talk Brendan into it. I gotta play the role. He's gonna have to give me a little facial hair though. John's got the facial hair, so we got to get Brendan rocking a little bit of the like 3-day unshave. Thank you for all the donations, folks. Appreciate you. Greg Kemp says DK looked uncomfortable dribbling, but he didn't look uncoordinated at all. No. DK looked good out in that court. Those were legit dunks. Like, he was taking off from spots. But the dribbling was definitely not his strong suit. And let's face it, we know anybody who's seen DK with his hands knows, he can sometimes be all elbows. You know what I mean? Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Appreciate you, brother, for the double dono. Says, a huge fan of your option B on the previous video. What I like most was the contracts that can bring trade value if the replacement is there. What I liked most of them was the contracts that can bring trade value if the replacement is there. Yes. And I think when I'm an option B guy too, obviously Fat Daddy Stacks on this as well when we get to that price. And I did choose certain names that I thought would be applicable and would fit for what we look for in free agency. But because I had some people, of course, Fat Daddy goes, well, I like option B except for the Drew Lock, or I like option B except for this. And I would just say it isn't really about just those exact guys. I think it's like how you're probably considering it. It's really about this is the collection of the type of talent that you could add. I was talking to my brother about this the other night, and they have, like in baseball, they have WAR, right? And WAR is a stat that's meant in baseball to take the cumulative total of a player's stats, what he does in the field, what he does as a hitter, what he does on the base paths as a runner, right? Takes all of those down to like a bottom line WAR. And this gives you a bottom line numbered grade based off of all those stats on the bottom end of that. And if you had a WAR for Geno Smith, let's say last year, it's at 8. But if I took that list together like I provided there, Fat Daddy, of all those people that you get into addition, none of those guys are 8s. But Daron Payne might be a 4, right? Greg Gaines might be a 3, 2, right? Get to a couple of Edmonds probably a 3. You end up, and then you have the draft picks in addition. You end up looking at the total WAR of what those guys would provide season in and season out versus, let's say, that 8 WAR of Geno. It's probably something like 13, 14 versus the 8 WAR of Geno. And to me, it's such an interesting discussion too. I really am fascinated by it because it does really get to the real base of team building and the proper way of team building and how you could have this or you could have that, in this, or you could door A or door B. And that's why I wanted to try to bring it to that kind of option. I'm glad it did. It does seem to have resonated with folks on kind of putting it that way. And it's good to hear that people are so open-minded to the option B, as I thought I was going to get a lot of pushback from certain folks on that, going, oh, this is Candyland stuff. But I do think that this isn't just hot stove league top. This is stuff that you could tangibly do. I mean, $30 million is a lot of money in the NFL. That's a lot of contracts that you can fit into that $30 million. I give the Rams $30 million in cap space. They're gonna field the Pro Bowl team. You know, I just think you can really get some real good work done on it with it, Fat Daddy. And I like you would more lean to that option B more than ever before. And for all the reasons mentioned in that video. But I'm glad you liked it, man. I had fun putting that one together. I'm working on one right now, which is going to be a little bit about the Hawks. General manager and Coach Carroll avoiding all the minefield of quarterbacks that they did last season. It's going to be a little 10-minute video I'll be having up by hopefully this week. So I was working hard on it last night. I got a little bit that I'm putting together where John Schneider's talking to Russell Wilson's agent, Mark Rodgers, and I've turned Mark Rodgers into Gollum. So I've got Gollum's face over the top. Hopefully it'll be as funny as the last thing didn't land. I thought it was going to be funny with the coaching tape with you guys. I don't know. I might be off on that one, but that one will be out this week too, for sure, guys. Fat Daddy with another $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donos. Says Sean Payton, I take one short quarterback to the Super Bowl, and now I'm the short quarterback whisperer. Yeah, now he's the guy in the field with all the little short quarterbacks coming to his ankles, tugging on his pants. Hey, can you help me too? Hey, Sean, Coach Payton. And he's like, what is that? What is tugging on me? Is that a troll? No, you're starting quarterback. Hi. You do me what you did for Drew, please. Drew's a one-off. I can't do that for you. Please, John. They're trying to retire me. Okay. 1 year. Just 1 year. I promise. It'll be good. Okay. Don't say let's ride. Okay, I won't. Snow Tiger says, I think the realistic option of 5 and 20 are Anthony Richardson and Will McDonald, Kalijah Cansey. I think you're right on that, Snow Tiger. I think those are very realistic options. I've long thought that I think Richardson's going to go in the top 10. So if he were to land at 5 with us, I know it would be for some huge, it wouldn't be hugely shocking to me. I would go, okay, I can get it. I can understand. Herbicide says, I see Miles Adams making progress next year also. Me too, man. I think he's a developing guy, and I love that Ryan Neal comp, different positions and all that, but guys coming at it from that similar background, not highly drafted guys, guys that are having to work and get better and better. And you see the moves Adams was pulling off. If you go back and watch that preseason tape I put together of him with the Cowboys last season and the moves that he's working, he's not just going to one move over and over and beating them. He's setting things up, coming back to this as a counter, coming back to a third counter, high effort, active, instinctual player, awareness on the field. There was a lot that he showed off, and it's just a preseason game, admittedly, but for a guy that was trying to earn a job, he was showing you that sense of urgency that you'd love to see, in addition to there being some development there. Donnie Pearson says, at the Hawks Nest, hello, Brandon and all. Hope everyone is well this evening. I'm doing great. Chat seems to be doing good tonight too, which is great to see. Chat's always doing good though. Cool Breeze says, you're not jaded. That coach is big corny, competing with Russ level corny. Thanks. That's just what I got from it. And I just feel like players see right through that type of stuff, and it's not going to resonate with them. Like, you motivate men by being able. Here's my main issue with that tape. Can I say at the top? If I was announced it as a head coach of any team in the NFL, I'm going to be calling and reaching out to every single player right from the jump. I got the feeling that was his first conversation with Kyler Murray in that moment. That was his first conversation with all these guys. He didn't even kind of, like, you're Jim, right? You're Bill. You're the big guy. Pew, 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 pew. You're running those routes, right? Real fast. Woohoo. You go. You're that guy. You're the guy. Isn't that the guy you do? Isn't that what you do? You do the that's what I feel like a little bit. And I just go, man, grown men are going to watch that in a locker room and it's going to they're going to look right through it. Sam the Great, I'm calling that head coach Pew LePew. Coach LePew. His name forevermore is no longer Gannon. It's Coach LePew. Pew. If you want to do the full, give him his full titles. Corsos D. Gutierrez. I just woke up from the future where we drafted Will Anderson at number 5 and Brian Breezy at 20. Well, that would be an awesome first round if we come out of that, Corsos. You're going to feel a lot better about that defense if we're walking on the other end of that. Kubrick says, my pops from New Orleans has been a half-hearted who day for 2 decades. I know Sean Payton. The fit does not make sense to me. Well, it makes sense if you think he's going to try to have Russ out in a year. And I think it makes sense if you go, well, he walks in there and he goes, I don't want to be married to Russ with this situation. And initially Denver's like, no, we really want to bring in a coach who's going to try to reclimate this, not be looking towards the future of already turning that Wilson page over and making us eat all this money. And then they waited a couple weeks and they couldn't get anybody else in there to really be interested in the job. And then they came back around and went, well, we'll just give Sean Payton what he wants. And then they gave him what he wants because you never heard anything about it being about money. It wasn't about Sean wanting an extra 5 or 10 in his pocket a year. It was, to me, about he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get stuck with Russ, which would be if I was the coach going in, if I was a coach going into that job, I think any of you would feel the same way. Even if you're very pro Russ, you would still will go, if I go take this job, I don't want this job and my future into this position to be held and married to Wilson and me somehow reclamating, rehabbing, and reinvigorating this career back up to some high water mark it once was before as he's about to turn 35 years old. Like, come on, nobody in their right mind would want to have that happen. So it makes a lot of sense that he's looking at this more and I'm here for a couple years. I'm going to get to turn this thing over in the right way. I think he's even shown you a little bit of his hand as Payton with his defensive coaching hiring. He's flirting right now with Rex Ryan, right? So think about this. Denver's been one of the best defenses over the last few years running the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. They had Fangio running it pure and he ran it well. And then Evero ran it last year and still kept it at a high water mark and incredible, one of the best defenses in the league, even with a miserable offense. And they held on. And now he's going to change out to a Rex Ryan defense, which is not Vic Fangio defense, folks. That's going to be a blitz heavy, bring the house every other play. That in itself shows you, again, Sean Payton's giving you a little bit of a view of, I ain't looking for this right now, because if he's going to instill Rex Ryan's defense, then he's going to need the personnel to fit his defense, right? But they don't have any draft picks and they don't have any money to spend to get that done. So is he showing you more of, I'm trying to short-term future get this renewed, or I'm looking a little bit into the long term here with this situation? And that's where it makes sense to me at that point, Cool Breeze. That's where the Payton going to Denver makes complete sense if it's a matter of, I'm going to have all that Walmart money. I'm going to clear Russell Wilson's money off the book after next year. Once we'll just take the full pain of it. And by year 3 here, I've got this thing humming and whistling Dixie. I don't know. That's just how I kind of see him doing it. Wheeler says, after the stream, you should check out our comment on your video on re-signing Geno. I will for sure, Wheeler. I'll take a look. I just checked the comments before I went live, so you must have just posted it after I went live. So I didn't see anything on there. I didn't see anything on there that was posted, but I'll look. I'll definitely check. Space says, hey, Hawks Nest, what does pew pew mean? We were laughing. The Arizona coach was meeting with all of the players. The new head coach for the Cardinals was meeting with all the players, and he was being kind of silly and doing this weird thing where he was like, I closed it off, I think, so can't even bring it back up now. Where he was just being kind of funny about it. And we were laughing at him because he was being a little bit awkward with it. So he went up to a player at one point and he was like, he walks up to the players and he's like, hey, it's you. Pew, 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 pew. Shots, 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 shots. It's like, that's you, right? Shots all over the field. And so I was just laughing at the coach, laughing at their hire. Jeffrey Nicholson, Hawks Nest salute to you, brother. It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well. New Blacks, too many Seahawks fans are hung up on retaining Geno no matter what the cost. There was a little bit of why I wanted a New Blacks try to post that video this past week and bring that a little bit more to the forefront of the discussion. You know, that your own general manager tells you 2 weeks ago that there's a line in all negotiations and that you can't ever walk in any negotiations saying, you know, we just have to bring him back in here. This is a key core thing. You just can't let go. I mean, you're very hesitant to me to apply that to almost any player. And especially in this given situation where you're coming off a player with just 1 year of really good production, but who's now going to want top end money. Is that the right place to be in? And it's a really tough conversation because it's one that, again, like we're talking about the option A, option B of you can have this or you can have that. What's better? But yeah, there's a segment that just says, look, it's not blank check. Maybe as I put it in the video, maybe they're not to a point of blank check, but they certainly would, even at 40 million, go, well, look, he's earned it. That's the market. And then they'll say things like, well, the cap's only going to go up, so that money will just feel. And I don't really like that as much. Of the cap going up thing I'll use from time to time, but when it comes to a quarterback contract, we start saying that. It's a little bit less applicable to me because the numbers are a lot more funny numbers. You know, if it's talking about like the DK Metcalf deal from last year, you know, at that low $20 million range, that's one thing. When you talk about 40 million and doubling that, well, you know, the cap going up you're still going to feel the pain of that. That's still going to sting. Yeah. Cooper says, I hope Pete and John re-sign Geno at decent 2 to 3 year. I really doubt Pete wants to go through 2 to 3 more quarterbacks in his tenure. The team will be sold soon. Sign Geno, draft around him, and hopefully spend in free agency. Yeah, I could see Pete being a big pusher of this deal getting done because of the fact that he might not look at it like I'm going to be here for a long period of time and this is my chance to make the run here with Geno. It's possible. Jeffrey Nicholson says XFL isn't too shabby this year. It's good to hear. I haven't had a chance to check out some stuff, but I will be watching some of it for sure. I hope the league can get better. We need another league. I think we do. Even if just on the bottom level of providing a little bit of a developmental league for the NFL. Joe buys Mega-Wish. Sean Payton's going to be the next Willy Wonka. He's going to send Russ down the chocolate river. Empower Code, Brando, I'm finally catching a stream. Been muddled with schoolwork, but I'm ready to dive into the off season. Let's go. Hey, let's go, brother. I love that energy. Come on in with that energy and power. Good to see you, brother. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. A little late on acknowledging. Sorry about that. Says, you know how much I love Gollum. Gollum. Did you have to ruin him by making him Mark Rogers? Really? I did. It's a nice scene. I got Rogers he's in his office and Gollum's head's on his thing. And I'm animating Gollum's mouth. So I've got Gollum on one end and John Schneider on the other. And in my skit, Rogers is calling Schneider to try to get him to negotiate a new deal last year. So it's like I'm redoing the scene from last year where he calls him and says, want a new contract. And Schneider's like, we just paid you. And he's like, you pay the precious again. Hopefully it's funny. It'll be coming out this week though, Megan. So I don't think it'll ruin it. It'll make you laugh maybe more than anything. And it's a little quick bit within the course of the video. So it's not like the whole video. It's just a little It's a little slice. It's my reenactment of how I saw the conversation go between Schneider and Rodgers last year when Rodgers called him and said, hey, big guy, how about $50 million? What do you say? Schneider going, are you high? No. I'm still trying to eat this bonus money off the last deal. What are you talking about? But Rodgers' Gollum felt right to me. He's got his precious, right? My precious. Yeah. Down in his little dungeon, just looking at his little precious. It's just how I pictured it, Megan, in my mind. Adrian X A with the $5 donation. Adrian X, thank you so much. Appreciate you as ever. Says Geno played well, but D's adjusted to him in the second half of the season. Now with an entire season of film, I don't think the money's worth it. Option B for me too. Well said, Adrian X. Well said. And look, you had 12 good to great performances by Geno Smith through the first 12 games of the season. Every single one of them. But to your point on that, Adrian X, when you got passed into game 13 onwards, it was very much a mixed bag as far as his level of performance goes. The other thing to keep in mind with this is it was brought up, I think, last week, and I'm probably not citing the stat correctly exactly to the bar, but I think you guys get the gist, which is that Geno had, I think, the second most turnover-worthy throws in the entire NFL last year, just behind Josh Allen, but he had the least amount of those turnover-worthy plays actually picked off and intercepted. And that would be a stat that you would think there would be a regression to the mean. Eventually, that will stabilize out down the road a little bit more to what it is. But when we start talking about, for me, Adrian X, $32, $33, $35, $40 million, you're going into a different stratosphere for me as far as the way I'm going to view that quarterback and what my expectation level is going to be from that quarterback. And I need a guy that's truly going to tilt the room. I need a guy that's truly going to be able to, at that point, carry the team on his shoulders. He's being asked to be paid double that of the next most paid player on the roster. I don't want to hear about what the standard is in the NFL about, well, if you have a quarterback, you have to pay a quarterback. Well, no, there's a lot of people out there that are paying quarterbacks that are looking at those deals going, God, why do we pay our quarterback? Just simply the fact that people do it in mass doesn't make it the right choice to me when I look at it. In fact, I think if anything, that should raise people's hankles up because there's a big herd mentality in the NFL. Well, they did it, so I guess we got to do it. Well, they did it and they did it, so I guess we got to do it too. No. Is it the smart move or not? Is it smart to pay any one player on your roster double that of the next highest paid player on your roster? DK's at $23 million. You're going to double that on up to Geno. Is that the best way? And as you mentioned, Adrian X, that option B, that B option I posted in my video, you look at $30 million and what you could do with that money, especially if you want to be really hyper aggressive with that money and move numbers around, because now you have a couple of different contracts to move numbers around. If you want to try to move the Geno deal, you got one contract to move the numbers around. Not a multitude on multi-year deals in multiple different places. You got one place. It just restricts you. Right? It binds you up into this corner now, or now you have this one pathway to getting to success. And a big part of it is going to be reliant now upon Geno Smith carrying the day at times and all of your young players developing, because you're not going to be able to get it done in free agency. I'm with you, man. I think it's a smarter option when we're talking about the money getting up this tangibly high as the numbers are being talked about, which is too much. Randall McDaniel with another $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donos. Says, think we'll be aggressive in free agency or continue to bargain shop? If aggressive, give me a few names we would target. Nwosu types. Profile, not position. Okay. I think that the answer to your first question, Randall, is going to be completely hinged upon what happens with the Geno Smith deal. Because if you sign Geno Smith to a $35 million on average per year deal, then that means that probably his first year cap hit is going to be in the neighborhood of about $21 million, maybe a million less, maybe $1 million more. And if that's going to be that much, then that takes pretty much all of the remaining portion of your cap space, Randall. Between Jason Myers' deal and Geno Smith's deal, you're going to be left with not very much cap space, which would lead me to believe at that point they probably are not going to be very active in free agency. You might see one signing brought in at that point, or one trade to bring on salary at that point from another angle, like a DeForest Buckner move. So one's going to be very, very much based on the other. If they don't get the deal done with Geno, then I'm going to expect them to be, yes, Brandel, very aggressive. I think the thing that I provided in the video with Brandel on the Geno Smith video I dropped this last week, where you're going to look for two different things, whether you're getting these, I think, in the draft or not. Even three things really, but you need a guy that can come off from a 3-4 defensive end point, because you're talking about profile types. You need a 3-4 end who can pass rush and stop the run. You need a 3-4 end that can probably be just maybe more of a run stuffing specialist type. Maybe he can do some zero tech stuff too, bounce a little bit between those two things. Like I thought, like a guy like a Greg Gaines, Brandel with the Rams could do maybe a little bit of that stuff. So you need a couple of bodies to me out there in free agency. Obviously, you need to get a zero tech in here as well. I don't think Al Woods is going to keep playing. Maybe he keeps going at 36 years old, but I would think that they're going to try to go out there and find another big body zero tech that can eat up space. Monet's got the torn ACL, so you got to address that. Athletic, rangy linebacker that can cover. Pratt with Cincinnati, who's going to be a free agent for them, Randall, would be a player profile type that you could take a look at that's needed on this team. I showed the PFF scores at the top of the gate here. None of our linebackers were good in coverage. Even the guys outside of Tanner Muse, being Brooks and Barton, they struggled in coverage. This guy wouldn't. He'd be a pretty good addition, I think, and help you out there. So I think that'd be another spot to go. And then finding between center or guard, either position, Randall, finding a guy that can move in space and still be a good player. Not just be Austin Blythe guy that he can move in space, but then he doesn't give you very much as far as really truly a blocker. He's kind of he holds up as a pass blocker okay, and that's all he gives you, along with being really good as a movement guy. But finding more linemen that can move a little bit prior to the draft, so you then aren't driven after then, Randall, drive to grab that in the draft, especially like with your last question. You're talking about Osiris Torrance or Steve Avila from TCU. These are good linemen, but they're not necessarily good moving linemen. They're not mobile linemen. They might fit the type as far as being talented, but do they fit the scheme? And that's the thing that on these points, Randall, I would love it if they could address a little bit more of that into free agency, if they can be aggressive with that, so that then you're not driven to drafting to need, which you would then be driven to do so if you're not able to get this in free agency. It's part of why I'm a little bit anti the Geno Smith deal here, right? Walking through this logically, because you signed Geno and Jason Myers. You don't have a lot of other money to spend. Now you have to get your work done in the draft, right? Because you weren't able to do it in free agency. Why? Because you spent the money on your quarterback. So now you're driven to have to get that work done in the draft. And now we're in troubleville. Why? Because when you have to go get your work done roster-wise in the draft, when you have to fill all these holes in the draft, you tend to do what? Reach for need. You don't pick for a best player available now. You're saying, well, no, we need our zero tech. And, we need a defensive end that can rush the passer and do this. And boy, we really need a center right now. I mean, I know this is like a round and a half early, but man, we just got to get this guy too in here. So that's, again, a little bit of the perils of going option A to Geno at $35 million a year would be that. And why I'm a little bit hopeful they don't, because it could eventually, the Geno signing could downstream drive the Seahawks to be, picking for need rather than picking for the best player. And this is where we've had many different drafts go sideways on us, because they were driven in that same kind of fashion. And why were they driven in the same kind of fashion at that time in those prior drafts? Because you had the Russell Wilson contract leaning on you. So this is why I'm very much in the avoid this kind of realm at all costs. Avoid going down that road, down that back alley at that hour at all costs if we can. Because I don't think it's the one that leads you to a Lombardi trophy. Adrian X8 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X, for the double dono. Says, if we don't sign Geno, do we draft Levis at number 5? I'm going to get some more coffee. I'm going to answer that right when I'm back for some more coffee here. One sec. Yes, I think if Levis is sitting there at number 5, Adrian X, I think if you've not re-signed Geno and you're sitting at 5 and CJ Stroud and Bryce Young have gone ahead of you and Carter and Anderson at that point would have been off the board at that point. Hell, even if Carter's probably sitting there at 5 and Levis is there at 5, there's going to be a big draw by, I think, the Seahawks front office to then take Levis. He's a guy that strikes me as a guy Schneider would fall in love with, number one. I think that he just has some of the same stuff that drove Schneider towards a Mahomes and drove him towards a Josh Allen. Two guys that had some rough tape in college at times. Two guys that weren't perfect on tape in college, right? But they all were supremely gifted from a physical standpoint. And if he flashed a 5, I think that would already get them Adrian X to start to lean in his direction. I think the kicker would be the fact that you've had Levis playing literally within your offense. He's literally been running your playbook for the last couple of years at Kentucky. He's running the Rams playbook. And if we want to talk about being a guy in Carroll that doesn't want to move on to a new quarterback, which I think is a valid point to say, he might push this Geno deal to get done just by himself because he recognizes the writing on the wall. He knows a new owner is going to come in. He knows he's getting older. He knows he doesn't have as much time to continue forward. So he's going to go to Geno, the safe option, the option of what he knows, rather than going from a rookie that he's got to develop over time. But with a guy like Levis, you do have a guy that's 24 years old. You do have a guy that's played a couple of years in the same offense using the same playbook you use. So then there would be more of a theory then at that point that maybe he'd be a little bit more able to hit the ground running. This was the guy, by the way, that was accepted, I believe, into Harvard. This is not some dumb guy that's like just some dumb, he chews off the heads of bananas and drinks mayonnaise coffee and he's just a big dumb idiot athlete type. He ain't. He's not. He ain't that. He not dumb. He real smart. He smart, not like me. So, I think Adrian X, they absolutely would be willing to pull the trigger there if there was no Geno here. If there's no Geno, you're going to want to then go and draft a quarterback higher than you probably would if you took Geno. You took Geno, you probably take a quarterback maybe even in the 3rd round, 4th round. You don't take Geno, then you're definitely driven to probably look at that number 5 a lot more closely at just grabbing the guy at that point. Be it Levis, be it maybe even not crazily, Anthony Richardson. I think both of those are definitely in view of one thing sort of begats the other, and it all does move off of that Geno deal. Geno's everything this offseason. He's sort of, whatever happens with him is going to determine what we do with free agency. Whatever happens with him determines a lot of what we do with that number 5 overall pick. But it's the thing that sort of is hanging in the balance right now into this offseason as to which way our Seahawks go, which direction. Appreciate you, Adrian X, though. Thank you for the donos. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Appreciate you as well. Thank you, Fat Daddy, for all the donations, brother. Damn, good. Appreciate you. Says, based on the level of talent that will be entering the NFL from the upcoming drafts, is it inevitable that the quarterback market declines? I'm not sure if it's inevitable, Fat Daddy. I mean, you're certainly touching on something that's one of my, and you know me with this stuff, I've got my pet theories that I sort of get into my head and they start rattling around in there and I start thinking about them a little bit. And one of my pet theories at this moment is, the fact that the quarterback market has become overinflated and that these guys have gotten overvalued by teams and that teams are paying for things that are more of a figment in their imagination rather than tangibly what the player is actually when he reaches the football field and gets to play on Sundays. And my feeling on it is that the smart teams that are looking ahead on this, Fat Daddy, are going to recognize that and where this is going. And I don't know if that's as much driven by just necessarily great upper level quarterback talent entering into the league at a high rate, which is I think a little bit of what you're inferring. I think it's as much just driven by the fact that teams realize it's, rather than trying to get the quarterback I pay all this money to, and then I've got all these parts that are secondhand parts and below average players across the board because I can't afford to pay people because I got it I got to find some place where I'm saving. I've got to find some place where I'm not spending as much money. And rather than operating that, but operating from the standpoint of I'll make everything else strong and that will raise a rising tide lifts all boats, right? All the rest of the parameters offensively were strong. That will raise the level of my quarterback play, almost regardless of who that quarterback is. He can be a 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant quarterback, and he's going to go out there and look like the reinvention of Joe Montana because I've stacked such a great team around him. And I think that is certainly something to me where I lean that direction, Fat Daddy, and say that is somewhere where the league's going to start to smarten up to this stuff and they're going to lean a little bit more in that direction of things. And it's going to go a little bit away from now the quarterbacks having to be the guys winning and saving the day at every turn, where it's reached this point at one point here where you're hearing, and it still gets spoken on a lot, like, well, games always come down to the final drive, so it's really, that's why you need to have a quarterback, because it's like, well, really? So the whole rest of the game doesn't matter at that point, like whatever you did in those 3.5, like, well, if he got you for the final drive, that's all that really matters, no. It's the rest of the whole game, right? I dominate the whole rest of the game. There ain't a final drive I got to have my quarterback take me down to. It's deconstructing the position, I think, a little bit for me, Fat Daddy Stacks. I think it's going this way. I think you're going to get more talented quarterbacks going into the future than we've ever had before, capable of managing offenses at, let's call it just a base level, right? At just a game manager level, but still making a lot of good throws within that are not just a dink and dunk, Jalen Hurts 5 yards, or I'm throwing the 9 route. Like, they can actually throw some stuff in between. And that's going to be born out of, Fat Daddy, the fact that you do have kids now throwing the ball at younger ages. You do have offenses in even Pee-wee leagues throwing the ball. Let's say nothing of high school. I came from an era where you were still seeing wishbone offenses ran, and they throw the ball 3-4 times an entire game. Now you have spread offenses being implemented in high schools. I do think that the upshot of that is that you do get better quarterback play. You get guys that just are more understanding of what they're seeing out there, and they can just spin it and let it rip, versus some of the prior generations in that respect of things. So I'm hoping it's the case, Fat Daddy. I am. I'm over this quarterback diva era. I'm over them making this kind of money and hindering rosters in the way they do, and then sort of shrugging. They're like, what? What do you mean it? What do you mean it holds you guys back that I'm doing this? What 55? Me making $55 million on a $220 million cap is restricting you? What do you 52 men? What do you mean 52 other guys on the roster? I mean, I don't know what you're even saying to me right now. What are you even saying to me? I'm gonna go on a retreat right now, 4 days of darkness. Okay, just because you said that to me, because now you've offended me. I'm well over this one. I'm like, let's get back to them. I liked it back when the quarterbacks aspired to be like the guys. Like that was the whole thing with, like, just back in the old days, it was like you were a special breed quarterback if you could become one of the, he's a true gamer guy. Like, he gets in there, he gets muddied up in there. He ain't like, I cannot get my shoes dirty. Don't touch me. Looking for a flag every 2-second types that we get in the modern age. No, I'm talking about the hard guys back in the era that would, take a hit, get up and go, good hit. Let's go. I'm going to get you on the next play. Kevin Mullen with another $2 donation. Appreciate you, Kevin. I hope you're doing well tonight. Says, if we draft Will Anderson at number 5, do we flip Nwosu? Fantastic question. Absolutely fantastic question. My inclination would be that you would be moving one of 2 guys. I think you keep Mafe regardless at that point, Kevin. But I do think that Nwosu or Taylor would be the 2 guys that you would look at and go, maybe here. In Nwosu's situation, you could be looking at, like, he got one more year left on his deal. You move him for a team that's willing to maybe give him a contract extension, and you could get a pretty good pick for him at that point. I don't know if you could get a second rounder, but maybe. And if not a second rounder, then definitely a third rounder for him. I feel a little bit like Darrell Taylor is going to get you about the same. Maybe with Darrell Taylor be more affixed to being a third rounder than a second, but it's coming off a 10-sack season. So, you never know. But yes, I would expect, Kevin, that you would then move one of those 2 guys. You'd have a little bit of a log jam. There's only so many snaps. Even if you move one of them, you still have a 3-man triumvirate of guys that can rotate through over on off the edge. And we still have, let's face it, Alton Robinson coming back. You got the kid from Ohio State coming back next year. I think that they would be probably trying to do something like that at that point, Kevin. Yeah. Great thought on your part, because I do believe they're going to go in tandem. So Nwosu or Taylor, one of the 2. Dakota Russer, WWE Monday Night Raw tomorrow, Monday. Cool. Sam the Great says, that joke about Arizona's coach was inspired by the skunk from the Looney Tunes. Donnie says, I'm watching the Sea Dragons versus Defenders on ESPN. Don't worry, I always avoid spoilers unless otherwise. Oh, no worries, man. Sam the Great, but man, that coach is certified cornball. Yeah, he is. That is certified is right. Megan, the Hawks Nest, got to teach Ollie the pew pew thing to annoy my brother. Oh, you do. You do. Show him the cartoon. Like somebody said, if you give him the Looney Tune cartoon, it'll really embed, right? And just pew, pew, pew. And then when he's saying it, you have it on your phone prepped, and then you just walk by with it on your phone playing, and you don't even look at your brother. You just walk by with the face of your phone to your brother as the coach is doing the pew pew while his son's doing the pew pew. That would definitely set it off in the right way. So Tiger says, love this channel. Keep up the good work, Brandon. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for the great conversation and chat. Keeping us thinking. Love do what I do here. Sam the Great says, did a mock draft yesterday and ended up with Anderson and Carter. Carter dropped all the way to 20. Oof. He'd need to have one of those Laramie Tunsil gas mask. You know. It's pretty hilarious, by the way, playing Warzone. There's this video game, Warzone. And when you have to get a gas mask in the game, and we're playing some different people online and on the chat. And they say, you got some, I think what they were saying, you got some tonsils? And I was like, why do they keep saying tonsils? Why do they keep calling it tonsil? What do you mean tonsils? And they're like, the gas mask, man. Did you get the gas mask out of the box? Like, I bet Laramie loves that. Oh, he's literally known as a meme in a game on the gas mask video that came out of him when he was drafted out of the deal. But that would take Carter doing that. You'd have like, you know, hitting the bong, a line on the table, all in. Riverside says, the NBA is so boring to watch for me now. No D and shoot threes all day. Boring. It's valid, man. I've had the same problem when watching it at times. The level of intensity is really cool. Like those guys at times are just kind of you know, everybody's just sort of free and easy. Don't get too much contact, you know. They really, NBA should try to bring back defense. They think everything's about the offense, but they would be surprised, I think, if they got back, if they could bring that back a little bit more. Megan says, John Snyder's reaction and never having to talk to Rodgers again was priceless. Apparently, he walked into Pete's office and said, thanks, F. I never have to deal with that a-hole ever again. And just John Snyder doesn't curse. That sounds about right. That's going to be the tenor of my video too, Megan, and what he says when the call is hung up. Yeah, Herbicide, I was huge into the NBA, 80s and 90s too. It's just such a different sport now. You can talk a lot about how football has changed and the violent collisions and stuff, but the game still, for the most part, at the end of the day, plays physical and tough, and weak men ain't going to survive in the NFL. I don't know, and I don't know if I can say that about the NBA, and I couldn't say that about the NBA in the 80s and 90s, where you had to have a level of toughness that it was with that lack of D, calling those soft fouls, letting the players basically walk 15 steps on every play. Sometimes, like, come on. Jack says, I'm fine extending Gino as long as there isn't any guaranteed money beyond the first 2 years of the deal. Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Sam the Great says, shout out to Ray Allen on NBA Live 05 and the PS2. He's a beast with the threes. I think I played that one too, and he was a beast. Ray Allen had one of the most perfect forms ever. Akshay says, if Jalen and Will aren't available and Will Levis at 5, what do? You take Will Levis, man. I think even if you sign Geno Smith, it doesn't preclude you from taking Levis. It doesn't. I would say this, though, Akshay. If you re-sign Geno and you're looking at Levis there at 5, you're going to have a cavalcade of teams calling you to try to trade up to go get Levis at that point. So the likelihood at that point is John moves back. If that is even it. Now, if Geno doesn't, this is why I say this is that hinge point of Geno. If Geno doesn't re-sign, now you just pull the trigger on Levis at 5. But with Geno here, I think there'll be a team that would move up. And if there isn't a team that moves up, then you just take him. Because even if Geno signs a new deal, it's as somebody else said above there, it's really a deal you're looking at with 2 years that you could get out by the third year if you wanted to. It's not going to be a 4 or 5 year deal. Fat Daddy Sacks with a $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. I do appreciate you, brother, on all the donations, man. You are awesome. I mean, always awesome in the chat. He says, my point exactly in regards to, we were just, of course, Fat Daddy talking about the quarterback value and looking forward ahead. He says, I am a numbers guy, and I believe in not over money and thinking longevity over building a one and done. I'm with that as well. I'm definitely not a one and done guy. I do think, Fat Daddy, I am in favor of doing moves that go with a little bit extra aggressiveness when you are in that pocket of being an elite team that's truly a Super Bowl contender, and now is a little bit of your time as you're in this window. But if you're not in that window especially, then it should be more than ever, like you're thinking about here, which is being more towards the numbers and proper team building and get more aspiring to that state. It's why I've often said, Fat Daddy, and I'm going to do a video about this eventually, where I'm a believer in there being 4 states to a football team in the NFL. 4 different states they have, right? Like they say, how water can be, water, and it can be vapor, and it can be, ice, it can be in different states. I think teams can be in 4 different states. I think you have your first state, which is a rebuilding. Your second state is ascent. You're on your rise. The third state is the bad state to be in. That's the in-between. That's where you could be on your rise and suddenly you get caught in the in-between stage. And that's hell. That's purgatory. That's the whirlpool in the center of a river. The fourth one, though, is the elite stage. And to me, Fat Dad, if you're in the elite stage, now you can start talking about doing a little bit more of the going forward, approach to things. But if you're talking about where we are at right now, we're 2 stages away from that, sort of. We're just trying to get to the ascent part of it, which is not a move then to make for the go for now. And to me, the reason I thought of this, that there being these 4 stages, is because teams don't often recognize where they're at. They get confused. You get a team that's like Dallas that thinks they're elite when they're actually in between, And you don't want to be that kind of team like that, because then that's just that much more time you got to spend in purgatory until you finally realize, we need to go back to rebuilding. That's where we got to get back to. We've been stuck up over here in this purgatory. We spent years out here in purgatory. We got to get back to rebuild. Let's go from scratch. So I'm really big on it, and especially team building, and especially with these quarterback numbers, Fat Daddy. I mean, you take four players at $6-7 million a year, you're getting better than average league players at the position, starters. You're adding to your team, or you get the one quarterback. What's the better? And I think quarterbacks can make a difference, and I can think they can have an impact. But I think you, like me, are a little bit left in, I don't know if wonderment or a little bit pessimistic, that they're carrying the day so largely that they deserve to be paid at this mark, that they are all so individually better than their own peers, that they get to be deserving of being paid at this top end point of things. That's the spot where I go, no, I wouldn't mind paying them the most. They can make the most on the team, but double the next guy behind you? No. Marshall Fostick with a $2 donation. And Fat Daddy, again, thank you for all your donos, brother. Appreciate you on that. I love this discussion. This is such beautiful places to dive into, because this is really this is the place you start from in building your team to me. And this is the beginning spot, so to speak, in so many ways. Marshall Fostick, though, thank you for your $2 donation. I appreciate you. He says, would you take Justin Herbert next offseason? 100%, Marshall. Justin Herbert is a guy that's a little bit of a tough evaluation at times in looking at his situation there with the Chargers. First off, from an offensive perspective, he's not at an offensive mind there that's really helping to take advantage of all of his skill sets. It is absolutely ridiculous how often, for a guy that's got his arm and his ability to throw with anticipation, his ability to throw a 30-yard, pin on a needlehead down the field, and that you have him making so many throws, Marshall, that are at the line of scrimmage or even behind the line of scrimmage, which is what that Charger offense has been doing with him, is really silly and dumb in so many respects. He's an awesome quarterback. You put him with the right coordinator, you put him with the right offense, and he's going to shine. And the defense has not been as good for them over the course of these last couple of years necessarily. In addition to that, Keenan Allen's struggling to stay healthy. Mike Williams is struggling to stay healthy. He doesn't have as much as far as tight ends to throw to, really. I mean, Gerald Everett was over there this year, and he's doing his dropsy stuff, right? Gerald Everett's good for like 12, 15 drops a year. Give him a little bit more of a supporting cast, and Herbert's deserves to me to be right there, talked about right there with the I think Mahomes and Burrow are definitely in their own category, but Herbert's probably number 3 right in behind there, or he's in that next group of guys, if there's a next group of guys, I guess. And if you bring him in, I think he is, to me, Marshall, one of, as I said, I'm willing to pay a quarterback in that rarefied air. He better be rarefied. The problem is all these guys want to trick you into thinking they're rarefied. You got Minnesota getting tricked by Kirk Cousins into thinking he's something, super special, when he's really not all that much more special. He really isn't at the end of the day for the money that they have to end up paying. For me, there's like 3 quarterbacks in this sport right now that I would probably sit at that spot and say they're worth that area. That, okay, I'll pay you double. And that's obviously Mahomes. It's obviously Burrow. And I think Herbert would be the 3rd guy for me on that list. I don't think that there would be a 4th guy. Marshall, I don't think there's a 4th quarterback I look across this sport and I go, yeah, I would be willing to go with him. I can't think of anybody. I mean, Josh Allen's definitely kind of coming back to earth now that Dable's gone, and he starts to look a little bit more like the product of Dable in retrospect. That's it. It's like kind of those 3. Maybe one more 4th I'm forgetting here, but that would be the only ones that I would go. Maybe Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence would be another guy in there. Marshall, that'd be a 4th guy I would add into that mix. Past that, none others. But yeah, sign me up for Herbert, man. Sign me up. He's great. He's all ball too. There's no diva in Herbert. There's no where are the cameras? Who's managing my Instagram today? No catchphrases. Just goes out there and plays. Goes about his business. I like that. I like that in my quarterbacks. Thank you though, Marshall. Appreciate you. Marshall also asked Marshall, another $2 donation. Thank you, Marshall, for the double dono. He says, do we have the money to afford Herbert next year? 100% you do. You're sitting on right now, Marshall, with the 8th most amount, I believe, of cap space as it stands right now for next offseason. So among all the teams in the NFL, you got the 8th most amount of space as it stands right now, number 1. Number 2, you're going to have as much flexibility as any of those teams in the top 10 of cap space as far as the pure guaranteed money that you have on the books. You could theoretically by next year get out from the Jamal Adams deal and start to save money. Get out from the Quandre Diggs deal and start to save money. Get out from the Will Disley deal and start to save money. You can kind of move off any of the big money deals that you have on your books as it's established at that point if they wanted to go that realm to create, Marshall, even more cap space. They could make themselves a top 5 team in the NFL next offseason in cap space if they wanted to aggressively go for it like that. And what would cause you to ever go aggressively in that nature to really go get that quarterback? It would be a quarterback. It'd be one of those guys you consider to be truly one of the best in the sport, truly worthy of going and making that kind of move for. So yeah, you would absolutely have the money to be able to pull that off if you want to do it. He's going to probably cost 55, 60 million by that point. The cap will be up around 250 by that point. So it's going to certainly be substantial, but worth it. These guys don't come off, falling off the apple cart every other year. They don't. They're hard to find. There ain't going to be one in this draft. None of the quarterbacks in this draft to me hit that mark. So I would do it, Marshall. You got the money to do it. It just takes the Chargers' willingness, of course, to then let him go, which I don't think they're going to be willing to do that part of that. That part of the equation, I think, is the part where we see them say, no, we're not letting this go. They know what they got. Nick Guzman says, Levis is Zach Wilson who didn't produce in college. I really don't like the idea of using number 5 on him. I've definitely heard the Zach Wilson comparison pushed out there, Nick, in a couple places. I can't quite see it myself. I can't. When you look at Zach Wilson, he's playing a level of competition that plays at BYU. The level of competition Zach Wilson went up against versus the level of competition that Will Levis went up against, we're talking about almost 2 different effing sports here. The other part that you have to keep in mind with is that Zach Wilson, through the last year in his college time there, Nick, didn't get touched. He had a clean pocket every single time he dropped back to throw. And so he put up a lot of numbers in that final year and looked good. But he had 25-year-old guys that had been on missions through the young part of their after 18, 19 years old that are much older than the guys that are playing across from him in much of a lesser competition conference than Levis, who's playing in the toughest conference in the entire college football. I mean, you can definitely see that there's like, there's a difference there at that point on that basis alone, especially when you consider Levis wasn't not getting touched. He was getting the hell beat out of him. That's a big difference between two players and the situations they're coming from and what they had up against them at the college level. I can get it on their respective, well, this guy's got a big arm, this guy's got a big arm, but Levis has got every bit bigger, if not more of an arm than Wilson, and he's way more mobile than Wilson. That's the other part that you're missing here. He's going to run a 40. He's going to be a lot more in short area quickness standpoint of things, a way better player than Wilson was in that respect. So I can understand having some hesitancies about taking Levis at number 5. I can get that. But the comparisons made to Wilson to me just don't feel apropos. I think that there's too many differences between these guys. It's too vague of a comparison to make based on essentially just one trait, which seems to be arm strength. That seems to be kind of it. So I can't go that route with it myself on it. I can get the hesitancies at number 5 at it, but and again, too, Wilson comes out of a college offense. Levis has been coming out of a pro-style offense. Pro-style offenses at a college level being run by a kid are going to look a lot rougher than the kid running the kitschy college offense that has the spread concepts where he's just throwing the ball out of his hands every 2 seconds, in my opinion. But I know we're going to have some people definitely ready to revolt if Levis is the pick. So you're not alone. You're not alone. Sam the Great says, I still think Stroud, Young, and Levis go in the top 5. We won't even get Levis. I agree. You know, that's been one of my takes for a while. Mark Taylor, Anthony Richardson to the Seahawks. Could happen. Could happen. Jack says that Wheeler scouts have soured on Levis. B is so far with his take. He's not going top 5. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. Wheeler says, did you guys actually watch any Kentucky games last year? Because I watched 2 of their games. Levis was all right, but not spectacular. I'm much higher on quarterbacks like DTR and Max Duggan than Levis. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I think I've watched all of Levis's games at this point over the last couple of years myself. And I've definitely would establish I don't expect everybody to agree with my take on it. I can only have my kind of perspective that I come from it. You know, we all look at the tape and see different things. I tend to feel like I think people that are really hard on Levis, the one thing that I see that seems to be a very common denominator with the folks that feel this way is there seems to be no rope given for 2 different things. Number 1, playing in the toughest conference. And number 2, having maybe the worst supporting cast of any of these top quarterbacks that we're looking at in this draft. And I think that those things don't get given much credit to him for that. On top of, like I said, the third point with this being that he's running a pro-style offense. You know, he's running literally our playbook right now. And to run an NFL-style offense in college is very demanding of a college quarterback. It's not easy to do. It's a lot of going through progression reads and being perfect pre-snap. And when you have stuff very imperfect post-snap with your offensive line, with your skill position players, with your tight ends, with your defense being crap, it's going to make it even harder. But again, I understand I'm not going to convert folks over to looking at my perspective on this with Levis because this has been a battle that's going on for probably about a year now. We'll see, though. As I've said with this, knowing that I've been calling this out for a year in top 5, I hope the folks poo-pooing me on this saying I'm completely in sort of crazy town almost for thinking that Levis will go top 5 or back in here saying, okay, you saw that one coming in. You're right on that one. I haven't, Jack, heard any scouts souring on Levis. Quite the opposite at this point in the research I'm doing on the draft right now. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you. Says, did you hear the John Schneider show on 710? Actually pretty good. I like John Schneider. Wonder why he's being more public 12 years in. Transition to him being the face. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, Randall. You're kind for all the donos, man, as you always are. It's on my list right now, and I'd hope to actually have a chance to watch it or listen to it, I should say, before I did the show today, Randall. But I just didn't get a chance to pop in there and hear it. But I'm going to be listening to every episode and just like listening for little nuggets that he's dropping maybe here and there that we can kind of pick up on. So I love the fact that he is being more open. He's always been a guy that's been usually very close in the amount of times that he actually presents himself out to the public for questioning and whatnot. And so I think this will definitely help us, and it certainly will give us a better understanding of their approach and why they do this or why they do that. I think even if he's speaking in broad strokes at times, and he can't get necessarily specific, really to it. Transition to him being the face. I will give you this, Randall. It's certainly odd, the timing of it. So you're right there. When it comes to the one thing with the whole transition that I would wonder though here with this, Randall, is that you're potentially selling the team in a year. Would you want to be laying that groundwork, not knowing if the next owner is even going to take and keep and hold on to your general manager going forward if they come in here? Would it make sense to even start to act like that's going to be the case when more often than not, new owner comes in, he's going to want his new people brought in and kind of, really run the ship from the start to front on that. So I don't know. It does make a little bit of sense at first, but then I would go, but how much confidence would you have in that second thing? That other part is going to have to it. No matter what though, with it, Randall, it's only a good thing. It's only the more that we can hear a little bit more from the perspective of the team, especially because this is a team that's great about really keeping the doors closed and not giving you very much as far as those peeks behind the curtain. Carroll's a master at saying everything and saying nothing. And Schneider barely comes out to give any interviews. So you really at times are left sort of trying to make this guess and really just read their actions and sort of take it from there a little bit. So it's great to see, Randall. It's going to be, I'll definitely be tuning into all of them. And I think I saw a snippet that was really, really well done. And I think they can definitely ask him a lot of questions that don't just have to be stuff with him where he has to do away with the cloak and dagger or something that he's showing the team's hand. There's so many different questions you can ask a general manager that goes outside of just anything pertinent to what's going on in the moment right now necessarily. Just basic, why do you guys do this way? Why do you guys run things in that manner of it? Thank you though, Randall. Appreciate the $5 donation, brother. All the donos. Fat Daddy Stack with another $5 donation as well. Thank you, Fat Daddy. I appreciate you too, brother. He says, for sure, draft, top player, sign multi-year contracts for draft capital or trade value, and just always continue to build with your vet presence. Bingo. That's where I align with this a little bit too on that. It's and again, informed by what I've seen be successful here in Seattle. I've seen be successful in Seattle with the very same coach and the very same general manager running it this way. I look at that prior team, as I've often said with this Fat Daddy, and say, Russell was in a lot of ways the final piece coming in there. He was sort of that final last part that brought everything together. You already had Marshawn here. You already had the defense in place. You were spending more on the offensive line than any other team in the NFL the year that he walked in the door. That you had laid that groundwork, and now the quarterback comes in as that finishing part. And that just, to me, Fat Daddy, proves more of, from an evidentiary standpoint, of what we're talking about. That it isn't just, first get the quarterback, and then I got to build around him, and I got to give him this and give him that, and then I'll eventually get to the defense. Eventually I'll get over onto this other side of the ball. No, get everything else built first, and then go from that. So yeah, and I think a team that's showing you a little bit too, Fat Daddy, that I was thinking about this the other night, talking to a couple friends on just it'd be interesting if the Eagles potentially get very proactive this offseason. And it would be very surprising to see them do this, but you have Jalen Hurts now up for a contract extension, right? And it would be very interesting if the Eagles, and I don't think they'll do it, but this is one that you would wonder, as 55 million for Jalen Hurts. That's tough. It's tough, isn't it? You can make a big argument if you're the Eagles right now and you're looking at their team going, Hurts played really well for us this year. He was a good quarterback for us, but he is limited. Do we want to pay $50 million for limited? Good, but with some limitations. Do we want to pay $55 million a year for that? I wouldn't. At the very same time, you have the Eagles right now sitting on 2 picks in the first round right now in this draft, sitting with one of those picks being, I think, the 12th overall selection. Could they get aggressive, trying to stay out ahead of having to pay Jalen Hurts, keeping their quarterback contract low because they're trying to fit to these designs, Fat Daddy, that we're exactly talking about, right? Where you're making sure you can still keep your quarterback position talented, but always keeping at the forefront of it. We don't want to get back into that Carson Wentz-like contract we got into. Because remember, this could educate the Hurts situation with the Eagles. You have the same general manager in Howie Roseman in the same situation that he had there theoretically with Carson Wentz, where Wentz is through his third year. He's had an MVP-like season. I got to pay him. I got to get out ahead of this, or the cost is going to get so substantial down the road that it's going to be too much. Is he going to make that same decision this offseason with Hurts, or make that same decision with Hurts in general? It's interesting to me. It's interesting to me because this is where I think a little bit of the transition of the league may be starting to go. Ravens don't sign Lamar. They move him instead. They're trying to go in this new form, this new wave, this new manner and approach of front offices looking at the quarterback position. I could be wrong on it, but it feels like that's a little bit of what's being pondered on here a little bit. Actually, it says, Brando, how did the Seahawks draft class rank compared to 31 other teams in 2022? Any idea? We had the number one draft class. Nobody got the kind of value out of our draft class that we did. Nobody had the amount of people starting. Nobody had the amount of people starting having the measurable impact that we had. 2 starting tackles that played almost every single game, a running back that was was the best rookie running back in the sport, a cornerback playing at a second team all-pro level. Nobody else is going to touch that. The Jets would probably be number 2, Akshay behind us, but we would be number 1. And I think the clear number 1 at that. Nick Guzman says, my ideal draft is trading down from number 5 to 7 to 11 and adding an extra first rounder for next year if we want to make a move for a quarterback prospect, it's next year. I like that idea, man. That'd be great. New Black says, why everyone compare Levis to Wilson? Last time I checked, Levis played against SEC teams with no talent around him compared to playing against the WCC like Wilson. That was exactly the point I was just bringing up, New Blacks. The SEC is a different league than the rest of college football. It has become that way. You could deny it, but look at what happens in these national title games. Look at what happens when Georgia takes on TCU in the national title game, or when Cincinnati tries to, it's just different. It's different. And a guy like Wilson playing at BYU with a bunch of guys on his offensive line that all went on missions, that have all had an extra 2 years of growth and development to get some of that grown man strength going, who doesn't get touched in the pocket through his whole final year, versus Levis, who is under an avalanche on every single play, just about every single play. He's got not just pressure, early pressure, and not just pressure from one place. Usually a lot of times multiple pressures and early pressures from multiple places. It's hard. It's not the end all be all. I'm not saying that Levis doesn't have question marks to his game that certainly are valid to say, look, he's wild. His decision making is definitely needs to improve. All those things are completely valid, I think, criticisms of it. But I don't think those are enough at the end of the all be all to say he's not an upper level prospect or upper level talent. Megan says, Hawksnest teaching Ollie the pew pew to show his father isn't evil much, right? Not much, it's a soft brand of evil, Megan, like a little white lie, a little soft bit of evil, it's just a little tiny. And dad will end up loving it at the end of the day. Eventually he'll become a Seahawks fan. It's just a slow transition for your bro on that one. Snow Tiger AR ceiling is higher than Levis. I probably would agree with that, Snow Tiger. I think Anthony Richardson probably has the highest ceiling, pure ceiling, of any quarterback in this class. Nick Guzman, we should have a Seahawks fans Warzone session. We should. We'll get one of those going at some point. I got a Twitch channel going, so we'll get something like that happen at some point down the line. Amari, we need to draft Anthony Richardson or CJ Stroud, and Will Levis is trash. I know he's got people don't like him. I get it. Space Hawks Nest had a sweet mask for COVID. I did have a cool mask for COVID. Justin Wilmer, name your wide receiver. What do you mean on that, Justin? Amari says, but I do have a weird feeling we will be high on Will Levis because I remember Brandon Seahawks scouts went to a lot of Kentucky games this season. He fits to a type I think Schneider is going to gravitate towards, a prerequisite size, a guy with mobility, a guy that can throw the ball. I mean, this is stuff that you were getting from Brett Favre back in the day, Aaron Rodgers back in the day, which is of course apropos because Schneider was in those organizations, I believe, when both of those two guys were being picked. You look, I know with Russell Wilson, he's a little undersized guy, but certainly a guy with a strong arm coming out who could move and mobility. He favors those things. He was, Schneider, I think, just talked about recently being, in on the pro days for Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. He likes he's got a certain type, like every guy, he's got a type. And so Levis definitely would fit into, I think, what Schneider would look for in a player. And it's going to draw him, Amari, the fact that he has been literally operating out of the same playbook that we have right now. That's going to give the Hawks a lot of confidence to believe that he could come in here and not need as much time to figure out the scheme because he'll know the playbook already and theoretically be a little bit more further along. But again, I don't expect, by the way, to convert folks over to Levis. I get the folks that have their hesitancies on him. I ain't pushing back on that. I disagree, but I get where folks are coming from with it in that respect too. Fat Daddy Stacks says $5 draft multi-year. Fat Daddy Bill with a vet presence. Fat Daddy with a $5 donation says, for sure, draft top player, sign a multi-year contracts for draft capital or trade value, and just always continue to build with youth and vet presence. I think I read that already. My bad, man. I went a little crossed on that one for a second there. Marshall Fosdick says, seems like if Herbert can't win a bowl, he isn't going to re-sign with the Chargers. Yeah, I could see that potentially there. I mean, look, that's why they haven't done him favors there for my Marshall. That's my problem with it a little bit there is that they've tried to do some things like you get Rashawn Slater in there, you go draft Zion Johnson last year from I think Boston College. You're trying to build up that offensive line. You signed Corey Linsley. They've taken good steps there, but not having enough receiving targets for him this year past Keenan Allen and Michael Williams doesn't work. Going out there and getting Gerald Everett as sort of a secondhand tight end and being like, well, here you go. Like, no, give him a top end tight end. Give him guys to work with that he can, flourish with a little bit. Doesn't have to be stacked, but too often last year it was like he had Austin Eckler and that was just about it. That should never be the case when you got a franchise quarterback, but it is with him right now. And if they're willing to move him, I'm definitely picking that phone up and saying, hey. Snow Tiger, yes, there is a chance we take Levis, but if we I trust Levis will have a better career than he would if he goes to any other team. Well, he'll be put into a very good situation to succeed, right? I mean, that's the big thing with it there. You got your two tackles coming back in their second years. He's got his pillar tackles. He'll have Damian Lewis on left guard. If they go and get a better center like Schmitz in there, now maybe only your right guard's the only problematic area. You got Lockett and DK on the outside. He's got 3 tight ends to throw to. Walker already in his backfield. Yeah, he's going to be put in a position to succeed, but that's a little bit of my whole point with the quarterback value thing is if I give a quarterback even like Levis, who looked kind of as poor at times as he might have looked in college with the supporting cast he has, and I give him the complete 180-degree difference from that at the pro level, is that guy going to look like a different player? Is he going to be substantially better as a player? I think it's really a big part of what this show and this chat right now is kind of on. How much is that impact? How much can that take that player forward? It's a great discussion. I guess we'll see if we take him. Sam the Great says, I say the NBA ended when the flopping started. Just about. I think as much as anything is the hand checking. Hand checking kept defense as part of the game a little bit. And I know people, you want a guy, they can't touch a player thing at all. Just is, I don't know. Yeah, Marshall will have a lot of money next year. And that's $130 million, Marshall, with more money you can clear on top of that. Nick says, can any team really throw $35 million at Geno anyways? We really might not have to pay him the big money if nobody else will. Fantastic point, Nick. I don't know for sure of an answer on this one, to be honest with you, because there's a part of me that says, no, we're competing against ourselves. But then there's another part of me that says, well, the musical chairs that exist right now in this sport are like this. There's like 12 quarterback open chairs. And between the quarterbacks that are going to be picked let's say the 4 quarterbacks picked in the first round and your Derek Carrs, right? Your couple of guys out there that exist out in the open market, maybe you've only got like 8 guys in total between the draft picks and all of that, but you got like 12 or 13 chairs. Well, now usually scarcity is going to draw more now people to try to go get those finite assets. And so theoretically there would be a team out there to give that money. But I do wonder the same thing, Nick, like who's giving him that money on after that 1 year, especially with all of these contracts that are blowing up in the faces of these teams. Who's lining up to do that? But I don't know. Brian says, LA never lets Herbert leave, largest quarterback contract. I can't see it either, Brian. I think he stays. Fat Daddy Stacks, another $5 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy. All the donos, brother. You're awesome. He says, eventually teams will figure this out and we will see a multitude of free agent quarterbacks because of this cost structure. I'm glad to hear you're on the same place I am and that this is where that you look to the horizon. This is where the horizon line's taking us, which is that there's less of this quarterback's got to be the end all be all and more of no, it's where this is a team sport at the end of the day. This isn't just a team sport like the 12 roster basketball teams are, 13 player rosters they've got there, or Major League Baseball with its 25, 27 man roster. You got 55 guys on a roster. And much of those guys you need help for on any given Sunday. Not 53 guys, but only these guys are playing. And none of these guys, you need all hands on deck more often than not, especially with the injury situation in the NFL. And now you've added a 17th game to the season, which is, if anything, is made even more important to me, the non-quarterback players in this sport in a lot of respects. Because there's less guys that are going to hold up a little bit longer because that one extra game is going to be more injuries. Like the extra Thursday night games have been more injuries. So it is going that way to me too, Fat Daddy. And I think teams are going to figure this out. It's already the light bulb starting to go on. You could see the beginning of that this offseason. If Lamar Jackson moves, this could be kind of the canary in the coal mine for this situation a little bit, where you have a player who's still just heading into his prime with a team where he's had an MVP with them and they don't pay him. And they try to get as much of that rookie value out of it as they can. They get as much value out of him without having a future commitment to him as they can. And then they move him for the most possible returns that they can on the other side of that. That would, to me, be a little bit of a harbinger of this going in this direction. And I do hope it does, because it'll be better for the sport. It's not good that we see teams torn apart every year because this one team has got to pay its quarterback. So you have fans now following a team that are only driven to the quarterback, and all the rest of the players you can't be invested in because we got to get rid of them to pay for this guy. That's infuriating to me. And it goes a little bit counterintuitive to how the sport should be going with, like I said, how big rosters there are, Fat Daddy. Fat Daddy with another $5 donation. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. He says, this is why it is a bad idea to sign a quarterback to a high contract. Agreed. I have yet to be completely convinced or understood as to why folks that want to pay the quarterback or willing to pay the quarterback high money, what is the proof and reasoning process behind why it does work? There's a lot of evidence to show this doesn't work. There's a lot of evidence to show this can really go bad for you and south for you in a way that you don't want to see happen. And it's one that teams are going to start to adjust for, but it is strange that still, even through last year, look at the Cardinal situation, Fat Daddy. They didn't want to pay Kyler Murray. They're like, man, we really don't want to pay this guy. I mean, we really don't want to pay this guy. And he's like, you pay me. And he wipes his social media account. Then they're like, oh my God, you wiped your social media account. I guess we have to pay you now. And they pay him. And then they look back at that deal and they're like, oh, why did we do that? And maybe the Browns deal with Watson will turn out okay down the road here, but that $250 million of guaranteed money, if they could get a redo on that right now, I bet they'd be redoing the hell out of that. They're redoing that 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. Some point these teams are going to start waking up to this. Some points teams are going to start to go, we know like everybody else is doing this, but is it the right thing? Because I think so much of what's happening here is it's the lemming attitude of the NFL, where pay your quarterback, pay your quarterback, pay your quarterback. I got to be my quarterback. I got to be my. Let's keep running. Let's run off this cliff. Let's run off this cliff into cap hell. Okay, I'll go with you. You go with me. I'll go with you. You can go with me. I'm going to go with you. You can go with me. I'm going to go with you. And all the lemmings go over the top of the hill as their failed quarterback contracts blow up in their faces. You know? Is it any wonder we see teams like the Rams who get into one of those quarterback hellacious points with Jared Goff? Do they sit there? No, they transition and pivot. The Eagles, if they get into a hellacious and win a Super Bowl off their pivot, by the way, not being married. I know they brought in Stafford and ended up giving him some money, but they got their Super Bowl before they paid him. Then you get Carson Wentz with the Eagles after they pay him. They move off from him. They're back to a Super Bowl within a couple of years, working from these same base fundamentals that we're talking about, Fat Daddy. These same base fundamentals. They drove away from that old ideology onto where the horizon line is. And it's gotten them to a Super Bowl. It's where this is where the winds are blowing, in my opinion. Thank you for all the donations, though, brother. You're awesome. But you know that. Yeah, you're right, Nick. LA would not let Herbert walk for nothing. You'd have to trade him. You'd have to give up probably 3 first-round picks minimum, if not more, to get Herbert at that point. But still worth it. Cool Breeze says, Cali sucks. Washington's cool, but Oregon's the answer. There's some spots in Oregon, I've heard. I've heard some good places in Oregon. Nick Guzman, I'm thinking Geno gets around 25 to 27.5 million a year for 3 years. Give him 40 to 45 million guaranteed and add a team option after 2 years just in case he doesn't produce. That should be where his value's at, Nick. But I think that reportedly he's turned down 30 million a year already. I do think, though, like Brett Mueller says below, I know with what I've said on not wanting to see Seattle spend the 35 million, but I think he eventually gets a deal done for like 32.5 million per year on average here in Seattle. That ends up being the deal that gets done, in my opinion. Marshall says, I hope we draft some D-line and off-ball linebacker help and maybe Quentin Jefferson, then bank on Herbert going to free agency. That'd be beautiful if that happened, man. I'd love to see it. Actually, a lot of folks said we ran a very simple offense with day one installations. If that's true, I think we should be careful of what Geno did with us. Yeah, we're definitely not running the most complex system out there compared to some of the other, really forward thinkers out there in the sport. But it certainly is a big step forward from where it's been over the last 10 years with some of the rudimentary offenses that we were running before. I mean, it's not a 1980 style offense. We could implement a little bit more pre-snap motion. We could implement some more of the fly sweep game, a little bit more of attacking horizontally as well as trying to attack vertically. But it was a big step forward to me this year, actually, in a lot of respects, especially the 3 tight end usage and whatnot. Marshall says Kirk Cousins worse than Geno Smith. There's an argument to be made for that, I think. Brett Mueller says you can't get a better quarterback for the money than Geno right now. That's probably a true statement there, Brett. I think I would ask the question being, though, is for us to get to a Super Bowl within the next couple of years, is he the right quarterback for that? Are we going to be in a position to get to the Super Bowl then while he's here in this next year or two? Does signing him to a contract inhibit you from building a Super Bowl roster? Or does then signing him to a contract put you into a place where you can build a good team, you can build a playoff team, but you're going to build a one and done team? That's to me where a little bit of that question comes into play on that one, where it's more than just a matter of, is there a better quarterback you're going to go out there and get? It's a little bit more, well, the question's a little more complex than that, I think, in its depth. Actually, it says, because for a 30 million quarterback, you need to make plays when a play breaks down. I don't remember Geno doing that a lot. Also, he was very mediocre in the second half of the season. He had some plays, but it's definitely not his bread and butter, I'd say, actually playing off script necessarily. His best points are when he is on script, and that's probably his strength, which is a good thing to have within this offense. Marshall says, Josh Allen isn't bad, just hasn't ever shown up in the postseason. Then again, neither has Herbert. And I don't think Allen's bad. I thought for a while there he might be up in that same territory of a Burrow, Mahomes. I don't think he's quite up there, but he's still a very good quarterback. New Black says, Vikings winning on Kirk when they were number 1 D and lost with the Case Keenum in NFC Championship game. They did. It drove him to Kirk, but that's again a situation where it doesn't end out bearing out right for the Vikings, right? They're going to come through this Kirk Cousins era, having paid him hundreds of millions of dollars and having no real deep postseason run to speak of for it. As you just said in your post there, Case Keenum took the Vikings further than Kirk Cousins did. And why? Well, were you able to build a more solid team than what you can build with giving Kirk Cousins all the money as you've been driven to do? And did they go get Kirk Cousins because they love Kirk Cousins so much, because they were so blown away by the talent of Kirk Cousins? Or was it they just wanted to find an improvement over Case Keenum and they were just looking for any old thing that was going to do, but then they were paying top of the market prices for a real moderate improvement over what they had? And at the end of the day, when it all boils down, and that's what they did. And that's another Nubalox. You present a really good, another good example, like Fat Daddy's talking about, of, there are other routes to go. But so many of these teams are driven to this other route because of the desperation. We need to get a quarterback. We need to get a quarterback. We need to get a quarterback. And we need to get a quarterback becomes any quarterback will do almost, right? Any just somewhat legitimate quarterback will be that quarterback that we need. And I offer no. It's that you then start to it's like reaching in the draft. We need this position that causes you to reach. We desperately need the quarterback. So now it's reaching for a guy who's really not the guy that's going to get the job done for you as far as taking you to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls. And in the case of Kirk, that was what was happening and what happens with a lot of these teams, I think, in their approach. I'll be right back here, folks, here just a second for. Bear with me, please. You bear with me there, folks. Sorry about that. Riverside says, I respect Lamar, but I never pay him. Same. Exactly the same. I have a high level of respect for Lamar. He's a phenomenal player, but the money that he's going to want, the guaranteed money he's going to want to be paid, and my lack of faith in his ability to stay upright into the future would cause me to be a no on that one. Mark Garbercorn, what's up, man? So sorry I'm late. He tends to come on while I'm cooking. Like and sub for this hard-working man. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. Jack says, B, how would you rank the wide receivers in this class? My top guy is JSN. Jackson Smith Jigba. Let me see how I've got my ranking right now set up for them here, Jack. I've got, for my receivers, I have Quentin Johnson as still my number one. I've got Jordan Addison as my number two. And then I have Smith Njigba as my number three. I will say this though, Jack, I have all three of these guys really, really, really closely together. It's like, it's not that I've got Quentin Johnson as a tier one guy and these other guys as tier two. I consider them all tier two guys. It would not surprise me in the least if Smith Jigba would become the best of the lot. The thing that just with getting, and I'm still just starting to come aboard on this one, Jack, like this is the one that's like I'm a slow kind of embracing this one. And that is the taking the slot receiver in the first round, right? Taking a slot receiver at 20th overall. That just, you know what I mean? Like it does sting a little bit with it, but he is the type of slot player who's worthy of that first round grade. And those are my only three first round receivers I've got. Everybody else is second round onwards in this draft. So if, you could very well on my board, if we were doing like a ranking, Jack, of like, just a pure player board of where they ranked, just this guy's number, Bijan Robinson 1, however you do it. They very well could end up where you had like Quentin Johnson 17, Jordan Addison 19, 20 Jackson Smith-Jigba, right? It could very well on my board kind of go just like that. They're all right together with each other. But just I don't like taking a receiver in the first round that I know I'm only going to be having operate really within the slot as his only really given deal. And who knows, maybe he can do like, we thought that a little bit like with Justin Jefferson. So maybe, like I thought Justin Jefferson was going to be that guy, and he's been so much more than just a slot guy at the next level. Maybe that could be the case with Smith-Jigba too. So I love him. He is a really good player. One of the better slot receivers I think that's come out. I think he's better than as a slot. Olave could do stuff on the outside that I don't think Smith-Jigba could do. But Olave's got a lot of what he does obviously can be done from the slot. But definitely one of the more impressive guys that have come out. I mean, he's going to give you an Amon St. Brown like impact. I think that's my player comp for him. I like him. Greg Kemp says, Herbert and DK are my dream combo. I wanted DK to go to the Chargers when people were saying, don't pay DK. He's not worth the money, and Seahawks should trade him. That would have been a great match between those two, man. Can you imagine how far Herbert can throw it and DK getting open deep? I would love to get Herbert. He is a real fascination with the guy. As you guys have heard about me here bitching and moaning about these diva quarterbacks, you have a guy in this type that is the complete opposite of that. Also very smart guy, and a guy, like I said, that I feel like has been, put in a situation there with the Chargers where they just haven't really built in the way you need to build around these guys when you get one of these special cats. I'm advocating for not necessarily building around a quarterback because I think it's hard to find these special guys. I just don't think you're going to land a Herbert, a Burrow, a Lawrence, or next year a Caleb Williams. We're not going to have a chance at Caleb Williams. We're not going to be the worst team in the league next year. And whoever is the worst team in the league next year, sure as hell isn't going to be passing up on Caleb Williams. So you just don't get your opportunities at these guys very often. But when you do, you definitely want to take advantage of them. And the Chargers, their situation, they've kind of half tried. But taking a defensive coach a couple of years ago, when you had Herbert at that time, was absolutely silly. And then bringing in that defensive coach as they have and not quite building the defensive personnel out in the way he needs because you're still trying to build the offense. They're trying to split the difference a little bit in how they're trying to put that team together. And they just need to kind of go whole hog more to Herbert, in my opinion, in so many ways and lean a little bit off of trying to do as much as they're trying to do and being just really balanced. And, their balance is making them weak in the place they don't want to be weak. Jack says, you're going to hate this, but my Levis player comp is Carson Wentz with a stronger arm. No, I'm okay with that. A much smoother delivery, of course, right? Wentz can be really clunky with the delivery on the top end, but Wentz was very mobile. Mobility is going to be very equivalent between the two. Wentz has a pretty strong arm too. And decision-making is a big question with the two of them. So, I can get that as well. There's a reason Carson Wentz was the number 2 overall pick in the draft, and he didn't develop out of that. And I think that Wentz is probably, Jack, to your point, that is the Levis go wrong. That is the Levis potential bust aspect that exists with him. Not all players have, I think, as tangible and clear a bust route that they go to. Some guys have the high floor and you just know that they're going to at least be decent players. You don't have that with Levis. I'll give you that. There is a risk here involved with him. There is a bigger bust factor than you would probably like to have by picking him number 5 overall. And Wentz, as the player Wentz has become, would be your feasible outcome for Levis if he goes wrong. I think he's not going to go that route, but certainly is valid to say that's a potential pathway that this could go with Levis, with the wildness that he has displayed at the college level. Maybe he's just never able to unkink that hose. Pun intended. Jason Duder says, Levis is also very smart, came from a pro system, and tough as F. He is. It's a little bit of where I'd say there'd be a difference, Jack, in the comparison between the two guys is I think that though they both play wild, the reasons they play the wild and what drives them to do so is, I think, different in their respective things. And Wentz has never struck me as a real thinker out there on the field, but we'll see. He's tough, though, that's for sure. Man took a beating this year. Thank you, Snow Tire. Says Brandon, spot on Herbert. I love me Herbert. Jeffrey, if we had somebody's going to be giving me somebody in the chat. I'm blaming you for now getting me to dream of Justin Herbert when there was not that before. Now I'm dreaming of Herbert here. And he does have a howitzer arm. And again, dude, that stat that jumped out to me, I just saw today as I was looking through Twitter a little bit today. Somebody was posting up about just he's like the only quarterback to throw for 5,000 yards when so many of his passes were at or behind the line of scrimmage. Just like, come on, like the opposite thing you'd want to do with a guy with a howitzer, right? That's what you want to do for powder puff arms, not guys with howitzers. Adrian X says, I'm excited for our 5th overall pick. Me too. I've been this stoked for a draft in years. Oh, I'm a little behind the dono. Sorry. Justin Rockstar with a $10 donation. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you, man. He says, how about let Geno go use Locke for a year and further build? How about let Geno go, use Locke for a year and further build our offensive line and defense in free agency, trade away our 5th pick overall for more picks next year, and wait for our quarterback next year. Any thoughts? Your thoughts? Well, thank you first, Justin, for the $10 donation. Sorry, it took me about 10 minutes to figure out, see the dono was in there. This would be aligned under Justin with the video I did this last week with Geno on option A, option B, option A being signed Geno on a multi-year deal, $35 million a year. Option B, you can go this other route. And the other route was at the head of it. You signed Locke for essentially the deal that you signed Geno Smith for this past year. 1 year, $5 million, 1 year, $6 million deal. And then, like you said, you try to build out the other aspects of the team. So on the first part of your comment on that, yeah, I'm with going that route instead. I'm very much in favor of that. I think if I bring any quarterback in here and I give him all you've got to work with on this team from a skill position standpoint and a tight end standpoint, and then I give him a top 5 offensive line in the sport, and then I build up my defense to get it to a legitimate place where it's at least, let's say, top 15. I'm going to trust going that route and finding a quarterback that can work within that system and take that team very, very far versus putting all of the eggs into the one quarterback basket and saying, this has got to be the guy to drive this forward now almost. And then we've got to be perfect in all of the rest of our decision making. We have to spend our money smartly on every person that we bring in here and we sign. It's putting a camel through the eye of a needle at times to me. And I would like to avoid that if I could. Trading the number 5 overall pick for more picks next year. Justin, my 1-2 punch in this draft, if I was a general manager, which I'm not, but just it's fun to act like we are, right? If I was general manager and I'm coming into this draft, my option 1 would be give me one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. If those 2 guys are off the board, if my option 1 now is gone as I approach this draft, and now I'm on to the draft's option 2, that would be for me to do what you're talking about doing, which is to move back in the draft. Go back 5, 6, 7 spaces to one of these quarterback hungry teams. Let them move up. Let them give you a couple of picks in return. Specifically, Justin, at least getting one more extra first round pick into next year's draft with some other picks you'd get in addition to that, maybe even a second first round pick. And then, like you say, Justin, then you have an ability then next year to then trade for the quarterback. Part of what I've advocated for, Justin, is remaining and staying on the blueprint of 2012. And like what I was saying earlier with this, you brought Wilson in as the last aspect. You brought the rookie quarterback on a rookie deal as the last sort of addition onto the team to then allow that team to then make its run for the Super Bowls, right? That was the final thing. So let's replicate that. How would we replicate that? Well, if you let Geno Smith walk, you sign Locke, you do the things that you're advocating for, which is building to the offensive lines, building a stronger overall team. You move back in this first round, but you still end up with 2 first-round picks in this draft. You still end up with 2 second-round picks in this draft. You're going to get future first-round picks then by moving back to get that quarterback in the future. But then you get through this next year of development. Now you get to year 3 of this sort of rebuild process, and now we're ready to be an elite team. And now you get that quarterback in there on that rookie deal, making minuscule amounts of money. You've built the super team up around him, and you've replicated the blueprint that you installed and instilled in 2012 that got you to back-to-back Super Bowls and helped this team raise the Lombardi for the one time that it has in its entire franchise history. That would be my route to go as well with this, if they could do it. Takes a team that's willing to trade up, Justin. Takes a team willing to trade up that's going to offer the right assets to do so. But that would be option 2 for me. That would be number 2. No quarterback. And then option 3 is you just take your best quarterback. And option 4 is you just take the best defender. But yeah, I love where your head's at with it, Justin. And I certainly would be very much in favor of it. I just don't find myself, when we're talking about Geno at 25 million, that was one thing. When we're talking about Geno at 35, 40 million, that's a whole nother ball of wax. And not one that I'm really wanting to engage with because I think it's going to hinder us and hold us back. Justin, I appreciate the $10 donation though, man. Thank you so much. Kevin Mullen with a $10 donation. Thank you, Kevin, for all the donos as well, brother. He says, draft scenario. The Los Angeles, Los Angeles. Oh, Las Vegas. God, I was trying to do Los Angeles out of that, Kevin. Sorry, it's taking me a second. He says, the Raiders offer number 7, number 70, and in the 2024 third. You have Carter, CJ Stroud available at number 7. Geno and Locke signed elsewhere. You have no quarterback depth. What are you doing? Love the show, by the way. Well, thank you, Kevin. I appreciate the donations. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And thank you, man, for all the support on the show, on the channel. It is very much appreciated. If I am at 5 and then LA is offering to move back to 7, I'm only getting 70 to my moving back 2 spaces. 70 being a third rounder in this year's draft, a high for third rounder, but that would be a third rounder nonetheless. So I'm picking up essentially 2 third rounders to move back 2 spaces in this draft. I wouldn't want to do that for myself, Kevin, especially because I kind of wouldn't want to do it even absent the thing that you talk about, which is that you say Geno and Locke are signed elsewhere. Even if you had signed Geno or even if you had signed Locke, I still probably wouldn't want to do it. Because if you have Carter and available they're available at number 5, and the Raiders are trading up to 5 at that point, you're moving back to 7. That means the Raiders are going to take Stroud, but then that means that the Lions at number 6 are going to take Jalen Carter. So now that I'm at 7, I've lost out on Stroud or Carter. I've got now Miles Murphy or Tyreek Wilson as my fallback, and all I've picked up for it is 2 third-round picks. You know? That's to me not enough of a significant move back enough, or not enough of a significant assets they're giving us. We're giving them their quarterback of the future, Kevin. You know, we're giving them the fix for their Derek Carr situation. You know, they're the kid that's throwing up all over themselves, and we're handing them napkins. And if we're going to do that, then they need to pay the price for those napkins, top price. So even if it's only a couple spaces, you're going to offer me 1 first-round pick next year. A lot, Vegas. And maybe that's too high for you, but not 2 third rounders, man. Especially in this draft, Kevin, where that number 70 is going to be, you're into potentially tier 3 by that point. Tier 3 of this draft as far as the talent goes, which just, you're not getting that good of a player at that point. No, I'd probably just pull the trigger on CJ Stroud if we're sitting there at that spot, and that's the reality of our situation, I would imagine. Marshall Vosnick says, if we walk away with Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, it's a W. Quarterback this draft isn't reasonable. Build that line of scrimmage and get someone at quarterback who is tried and true. I agree, man. That's a win for me, Marshall. That's why I say it's my number 1 top of the pops. If I can pull this off, I'm going to feel really good about this draft, whatever we're doing going forward with those guys. I like them. I think they're 2 of the best players in this draft. If you're walking out of the draft with 2 of the best players, one of the 2 best players in the draft, that's a hell of a start. PTHV says it's a proven fact that you could definitely get great picks in later rounds. For example, Cam Chancellor, 5th round, Richard Sherman, 5th round, Bobby Wagner, 2nd round, KJ Wright, 4th round, Russ in the 3rd. You absolutely can. You absolutely can. Akathosaurus says, if Anderson or Carter are not there, I always take a quarterback, and it's usually Levis. It's a pretty solid way of going. Jeffrey Nicholson, yeah, Tyler and DK with Justin Herbert would be... Look out now. Megan says, any Coach Sell today, B? Would love to hear what he thinks of Coach Pew Pew. I'll give you a little bit of there, Megan. Here we go. We'll give you a little Howard Cosell discussing the hiring of Gannon. Ladies and gentlemen, today we were taken behind the curtain of the Arizona Cardinal, that pitiful organization holding on by their fingertips, wondering how they're going to get through the next couple of years with that Keebler elf of a contract Kyler Murphy has caused them to be born unto. Their coach today came out to the players for a meet and greet that can only be described as a corny disaster of mythical proportions. He pew-pewed his way into trying to charm and charismatically bring his team to bear, and one could only get caught up in the dazed looks of confusion as they tried to understand first, who the hell is this man talking to me? And why the hell is he making pew pew noises with his fingers? Q Barber says the inability to draft in the recent years at the front office has costed that team. You're talking about Allen. Allen was great in the playoffs last year. As much as you want to say he has a supporting cast, he really doesn't. No, I don't think Josh Allen's been stacked up with as much as some of the other players out in the league have. He's been given a good, but I wouldn't say it's a great supporting cast. He's not being given what Hurts has been given with Philadelphia, that's for sure. And their lack of ability to address the running game, especially for the Bill standpoint, and to take years to do so, really is kind of inexcusable. That you got to put it on that guy's arm to throw and run it, 50 times a game is not right. Jonathan Magana says defense, focus on defense. That's right. That'd be a good way to go, man. Then that's what needs the help. Space A Flowers. I got Flowers as just at the top end of my second round space. He's a fringe first round guy, but I got him. I just can't quite get him into first round range. Can't quite get there, but he's a very exciting prospect. Jose Rodriguez says it comes off as hypocrisy, in my opinion, if we pay Geno past $33 million a year. I wouldn't like it. Jose, I'm glad to hear you're in the same place as I am with it. I don't know. Just too much, isn't it? Starts to get just too costly. Nick Guzman says, I'm curious if Arizona considers trading Kyler because they could realistically get Levis or Richardson. I absolutely think it's in play at this point, Nick. There's been no indication yet that they're 100% in on Kyler at this spot, and I believe they can get out from under the contract with only like a $16 million dead money hit if they make a trade before, I think, June 1st. So I think it's an open situation for them right now, and it's definitely on the table. Herbicide, should we bring Clowney back? I'd like to do it. I don't think he's going to cost a lot. I think that this team for years, Herbicide, is really short-sold their pass rush in a way that we really need to address more than just adding to this team and this defense, which is necessary here. We've got to acknowledge the fact that Coach Carroll doesn't want to blitz. He wants to be a team that blitzes almost the least amount in the entire league. And if you're going to be that type of team, then you need a front four that can get the pressure. You need the front four that can generate it all on their own. And a guy like Clowney in there as a rotational guy and with the rest could be very helpful. He's not going to cost a lot. I think a little bit of his issues that he had with Cleveland there stem from the fact he was being asked to do a lot of inside stuff and, essentially rush like a spinner roll from the 3-tech. And he wasn't really feeling that. And I don't blame him. I've long thought Clowney gets moved all over the place, and really his best spot is let him rush from the blind side. That's where he needs to be coming off of. And, he's just coming off remembering too, that even though he had a down year this year, he's coming off the best year of his career the year before that. So still a very good player and still with, I think, something to offer. Space, are we keeping Barton? Unsure. He's an unrestricted free agent. I don't know what the cost is going to be for him, but it's hard for you to see Seattle spending $4 or $5 million a year on him, isn't it? I think he probably ends up walking. John Robinson, I agree with you on the Levis thing, man. Can we get some pumpkin love, says Cool Breeze? Oh, sure we can. Let's see. Boy, she's sleeping deep right now. She usually yells at me if I pet her like this. She must be really tired. I promise she's breathing. She's just she's very tired. Oh, well, I had to do it. They made me do it. Yeah. E. Gibson says, this is the highest pick we've had under Carroll. I need an elite level talent like a Carter or Anderson, which addresses a need, or I'm trading down. That's my approach as well. Bingo. I think King Bomber, if you go for Anderson, you're going to be doing so with making a move of Nwosu or Taylor on the other side of it, which at that point then becomes a need, But there'll be a secondary move. I don't think it just happens one and not the other. Megan says, I can't understand paying one player on a team huge contracts. Russell Wilson contract in Denver is the entire cap for the New Zealand All Blacks in rugby, the current world champions. I don't get it either, Megan. I don't think it's a smart approach. It's one that the NFL's just sort of accepted as the proper pathway to go, and I just don't agree. I think that it's a lazy a bit of an approach, right? It's so easy to just take and go to one guy and go like, well, everything's on you to get this done kind of, and we'll do what we can in the background here, but at the end of the day, we can always blame you if it goes wrong versus build up the team and then if that team fails as a whole, that's just solely on you. You don't get to just blame it on some quarterback. I think a little bit of that's like the human nature that's drawn to do that a little bit. On top of the lemming mentality that's applied a little bit here. John, I could see Gino going to the Bucs. That would be the number one team I'd see making a play for him, John, especially with Dave Canales going there as an offensive coordinator now. The one thing is the Bucs have got to figure out their cap situation. They're like $33 million in the hole or something like that as it stands right now. Drew Lock could also go to Tampa, Sean. There's the familiarity with Dave Canales there too. John says, Jonathan Magana, Lock was in the rush trade for a reason. Let's keep him as a backup. I'm down. Yeah, John, I don't think Schneider passes on any of these quarterbacks either. Maybe Young. I could see him having some hesitancy there. But as Brian Meyer says, I think all those guys are going to be gone by the time we do pick. Space says, do you think we should go for Lamar Jackson? No, Space. He's going to cost too much. On top of the fact you got to give up draft capital on top of it, it's just no. Can't do it. Nick Guzman, Dawson Knox is a Pro Bowl tight end. They have Gabe Davis, who's a solid wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. Deion Doxson's a Pro Bowl tackle, and Hines is a good receiving back. He has help. Yeah, that's where I say it's like, people want to paint sometimes broad with this, Nick, right? Where it's got to be all or one or another, where it's like, well, he's got elite help or he's got no help. He's got some help. I think the big problem with the Buffalo's offense, in my standpoint, is that they've not built a good running game. And so he has got no balance offensively to speak of. And so it makes it hard to be elite offensively if you're only going to be that one-dimensional at all times, especially getting into the playoffs when you need some kind of semblance of a running game to be successful. John says, I think Gino has priced himself out, but we might sign him if he hits a soft market and he finds that Seattle is the best place for him. I wouldn't be opposed to getting him for 25-year, pushing this year's cap down to 17. Or even lower. You might be able to get down to like 14, 13 if you really want to, John, but I'm with you. He might have at this point, especially talking about 35, 40 million a year. Cool Breeze says, I don't like any of the quarterbacks for this draft, and I do like Gino. Y'all crazy for saying he's just a one and done ceiling. He's just a one and done ceiling. I let him work for 2 years and draft a quarterback next year. I think he'd be good still going forward, Cool Breeze. To me, it's just a matter of is he worth the amount? Is he worth the price there at that point? Is really the question. Definitely adds value. Yeah, King Bomber's with me on the run game stuff with Buffalo. Cooper says, okay, bet ride Drew Lock till ownership changes and Pete is gone, and then try to draft a mid quarterback prospect this year with the 5th pick. Sounds like the best plan. Brian Myers says, if Stroud is there at 5, auction that pick for a big haul. You'd think, wouldn't you, Brian? I mean, almost any of those quarterbacks still remaining there at 5. Some team's going to give up the sun, moon, and stars to come up there and get that guy. one team will be in love with him, you know. Nick Guzman says, Wentz before the injury wasn't bad. It has completely changed his game. Maybe a little bit with that. I haven't actually seen anything with it about him still working through stuff that he hasn't recovered from, but he certainly had some real major injuries, Nick, so it certainly is a possibility. I'd love to hear more from him directly horse's mouth that he was affected in that way. Part of what I thought a little bit of what changed in his game with that was that the Eagles went from having that stacked offensive line when he walked in the door and having a lot of position players and having a good run game to the supporting cast started to take a step back. And it's a little bit more of the proof of the pudding, like what I talk about, where supporting cast affects these guys. And once Wentz to a place to it, the supporting cast wasn't as good at that point, he started to erode a little bit. But you may be right with that. Maybe he's, the back injury made it funky for him and he can't train as hard or something like that. But I think also not having the supporting cast he had at the start helped him look a lot better too, in certain respects. For the same reason that you had a guy like Nick Foles came on off the bench for that same team and actually lit the world on fire, because that was a really stacked Eagles team. Lance says, just think if Schneider picks Levis or Stroud, they could potentially be the last starter he ever has in a long GM career. It's true, man. Very true. Boy, if those guys went on and had a great careers after Wilson's career too, you definitely say, man, he knew how to, especially if he was a part of the Favre and Rodgers kind of part of those guys being picked. How much of an influence? He was a younger guy at that time. He certainly wasn't at the top of the front office, but just the fact that he had any kind of hand in all four of those kind of potential picks would be pretty huge. Historically speaking, in viewing Schneider, of course. Jonathan says, even if we didn't see Geno being the comeback player of the year, let's not overpay him. Whatever John does, I'll be content and focus on defense. I will as well. Deal with whatever it is. Cliffix says the Carson Wentz experiment was a failure. That's why it's Carson Wentz. Pun intended. John says, I hate to wait to draft a quarterback next year, though. You have no idea where your picks are going to be and where those quarterbacks will go. A bird in the hand is always worth more than two in the bush. It's a good point, John. I mean, for those that, even if you're a little out on these quarterbacks in this class, you're not likely to be up this high, picking this high into the future. And, it's going to only get harder going into the future to find a young quarterback in the future if you want to get one that's a really upper talented guy. Now, maybe we're not needing to get that because the team will be so good. We can get a Russell Wilson type who in his first couple of years can be simply a game manager with some secondary plus skills to him to help you then get to a Super Bowl. That could be the pathway to go on that. But you won't be at 5 again this high in the future. You're not going to be as much in this position to get a guy that is this well heralded as we will in this draft. And maybe there is a thinking here, as John says. I'll use another one for you there, John. Strike while the iron's hot. The iron's not bound to be very hot into the future on that. Megan says, B, you said the naughty Jalen Carter words, damn it. It's coming around at some point. LFG says, Hawks well positioned for next season, only need a quarterback of the future. Well said, man. Seahawks Blue and Green, why would we pay Geno big if we weren't going to do that for us? Well, that's a little bit like what Jose Rodriguez was saying about being a little bit hypocritical. The thing that pushed you over with Russ more than anything, the thing that closed it down, the thing that got the trade to happen was not Russ insisting he wanted out of town. The team might have been very well willing to just keep him here no matter kind of what. What closed it down was his representatives calling up and saying, hey, how about a contract extension when he still had 2 years remaining? And then when they bristled at that, they said, okay, we'll understand it's going to be $60 million next year. The cost will go up significantly if you wait. And now you're going to go back with Geno and have him being paid just a little bit less of a significant deal on his side than you were going to be paying Russ. Well, why? And maybe they thought Russ was so reduced at that point. I guess the argument would be they knew Russ was so reduced at that point, they weren't getting the performative level to match the salary, but they would believe that Geno Smith's performative level would match his salary because he wouldn't be following from such a precipitous drop as far as his career is concerned. That would be probably their counter if they spent that money. But I agree with you with Seahawks Blue and Green and Jose on this one, where it's like, yeah, but it doesn't make sense when you already lean so hard away from this direction of things. And that was the final thing to kind of push you through. John says, I think all of what Brandon's saying is a moot point if they don't re-sign Geno Smith. Jeez, kitty. Oh, my goodness. Cliffix, I mean, Purdy was the last pick. He wasn't a good quarterback at the start until he played more games. Drew could do that too. If Geno leaves, I say we stick with Locke, although Purdy was on a stacked team. I'm with you on it. I think Locke could do a lot of what Geno did. I don't think he's the same player necessarily Geno is, but I think he's got the same kind of potential inside him. And I still don't think that the story is written on Locke, no more than I thought the story was written on Geno Smith at the start of the season when everybody was telling me we know what he is. I still have a lot of hope for a guy like Locke. And again, this is built on my belief that if you build the strong team and you bring in a quarterback with some good talent, doesn't have to be the top end level talent, but with some good talent, a guy like Locke that can move a little bit, that can make every throw, he can be successful in that type of team. That team can go far. But again, this is where we've got a lot of different disagreement that exists in the Seahawks fandom, right? Just the same kind of disagreement about these rookie quarterbacks in this class, same kind of disagreement about the way a lot of people view these different quarterbacks we had here, even over the last couple of years, last year being Geno Smith and Locke. Sam the Graces did another mock yesterday, and the Raiders traded their second round pick in 2024 first and second. I hope that really happens. I would take that deal now. For 2 moves back on that, I would do that, Sam. Sign me up. Sign me up on that one. Jonathan is hoping Boye Mafe really improves this year. Pro Bowl probably will have Tyree Wilson at 5. That's probably a likely pick to look at the moment, maybe. Sean Lee, how do you see Carter or Anderson still available for us at 5 when Chicago and Arizona have their franchise quarterbacks already? I'm anticipating, Sean, that there's going to be a quarterback-hungry team because there are going to be so many teams that need a quarterback at that point. By the time you get to the draft, I think there's going to be easily 3, 4, 5 teams in there that are like, we don't have our quarterback here and we need to go get our guy. And there's nobody out in free agency. There's nobody to trade for that we like. We want one of these guys at the top of the draft. I'm anticipating, Sean, that one of these 2 teams is going to move out of their spot. And it's built upon, let's look at these teams with it, Sean. Are they both in a position where either Arizona, even though you're right, they have their quarterbacks technically, are either Arizona and Chicago one player away from even simply just getting to the playoffs, not being a contender, getting to the playoffs? Are they one guy away? Are they a Jalen Carter or a Will Anderson away? I think very easily and very quickly will you come to the answer and say no on that one. And I think that their front office is going to view it in the same kind of fashion where they say, no, we're not. We need more players. We need more picks. So let's move back 5 or 6 spots, pick up future first round picks, only go back a little bit in this draft, still get a very good player at that point, not losing out really on anything in the grand scheme of things, and call it a day. And I think one of those 2 teams is going to make that kind of move. I do. Actually, I've got some hope for Tyreek Smith as well. I think that they kind of had him on insurance this year, let him have a year to kind of sit in the weight room and get developed, and we'll see what he can do. But he's he is a physically talented guy. Never quite tapped into it at Ohio State, but is definitely a very physically talented guy. Snow Tiger says, I don't understand why we were signing a quarterback for a 1-year deal. What's the point of teaching a quarterback your playbook, even if he's a backup, and then letting him walk to free agency and scrambling to figure out? I think you would be doing it, Snow Tiger, in conjunction with drafting a guy. So if, let's say you took Will Levis, but then you signed Locke here on a 1-year deal. Locke goes out next year and you don't have to then feel forced to put Levis on the field if he's not ready. You give him a year to develop, which to me, Snow Tiger, is kind of ideal when you draft a quarterback, is to give him at least that 1 year of learning what's going on around them rather than just throwing their feet into the fire. So you have a guy that can, while you're still having your Levis guy waiting, or your CJ Stroud guy waiting, or your Anthony Richardson guy waiting, you have a quarterback out there that can still make you functional as a team and still gives you some top end for that year, because you're going to put a pretty talented team out on the football field. And if you still get good quarterback play out there, who's to say you can't still compete while you're developing that young quarterback? And it's an unusual approach, but it's an approach that absolutely they could apply here. And it's not going to cost you a lot on that 1-year deal too. Remember, that's a 1-year, $5 million deal. So it's a very low end contract you're giving at that point. Sean says, I would rather draft a quarterback and sign or trade for Daron Payne. That's the move. I'd like to do that too, man. I can't see anybody giving Derek Carr $40 million, Jonathan Mangana. I don't know who's paying him $40 million. He'll get a contract, but I can't see it being that much. I might be off on that, but John says, if you hit on a quarterback, you can rocket your franchise into relevancy for a decade. If you hit on a defensive player at 5, what effect does that have? It depends, John, on the defensive player, doesn't it? So, I mean, it's very hard to kind of parse that down. If I get the best defensive player out of this draft, well, John, what did Nick Bosa do for the 2019 San Francisco 49ers as just a defensive player that they added? What did he do to help take that defense over the top in the way that he did? He wasn't all on his own. They had a lot of other good players on that defense, but he was that part that then took you to the stratosphere from where you were. Worst team in the NFL the year before, with all of the same other components on that defensive line, all of the Eric Armsteads and DeForest Buckners on that line, but it was him coming aboard that then got you on a Super Bowl run. So I would offer that a defensive player can have a very big impact on a team and helping push them forward with that. I think to your point, certainly a quarterback is going to tend to have more, I guess, of an impact with it. But if I can have the best of it, when we start talking about being the difference, John, of having a quarterback who, is an average first round type level of quarterback that you're looking at picking over, or getting the best defensive player in a given draft, and those are the two selection points that I have to go off of, I'll go with the best defensive player at that point. But that's always my BPA. Best player available drives a lot of my drafting approach. Nick says, Carr's previous seasons don't really impress me. When was Carr a top 7 quarterback? I don't know. He's gotten into that category for me too, Nick, where it's an overrated player. And Cliffick, I agree. Geno was better than Carr this year. Carr going to New Orleans? I could see that. Greg says, any chance the Bucs give us 19 for Geno? Yeah, it's a chance. I've thought that you'd get maybe a second, third round pick for him in a trade, but you might be able to get a first. It's very tough for them, though. They're $33 million in dead money right now as it stands. They would then have to sign Geno to a new deal on top of that, not just clear that money out, but then sign Geno on top. Can they create $45 million, $50 million this offseason to make that happen? And do they feel like they're in a place to make a run with their roster in the state that is going to be moving into the future? I could see it being possible, but I don't see it being a real anywhere likely kind of deal. You're in the right place. You're in the right place as far as value goes, but that their cap situation just puts them in a hellacious state. Actually, it says no one would even give a third for Geno. Hot take. No one other than folks in Seattle actually care about Geno. I don't know on that one, man. Go look at what Matt Ryan got last year. Go look at what Carson Wentz got from the Colts going to Washington last year as far as trade returns go. Wentz wasn't exactly at a high water mark as far as his level of play after that year in the Colts, right? They were just wanting to get rid of him, and they still, I think, got back a second and third rounder on that deal, or 2 seconds, something like that. So the cost tends to be pretty high for quarterbacks if you trade for them. That's one of the upshots of moving a quarterback, is that you tend to get pretty good assets for them. Philly Dan, thank you for subscribing, Philly Dan. Appreciate you. Space, is $30 million too much for Geno? Yeah, it's higher than I would go. 25 would be my top mark. That's it for me. I wouldn't go past that. 27, I think, would be my top. Megan says, wow, B, just sprayed a mouthful of water over the new table, but thanks, Mr. Cosell. Wondered how you felt. It will be years of misery and suffering for this Arizona franchise as they try to rise above those tiny little toes of Kyler Murray. John says, if you guys have 30 million much at the start of the last year, you guys would have flipped your lids. Yeah, if we said Geno for 30, people went, no. Brian says, if he asks for more than 30, let him walk. Yeah, I'm the same. Daniel, a part of the reason this year is a weak draft class is that many players are staying in college, right? Trading back for the 2024 picks is a lot more appealing to me when I think of that. Yes, because I think what you're saying within that, Daniel, is a little bit of, it's going to eventually we'll get to more of a stabilized point, right? What you've had happen with the impact of the NIL this year is it's really took hold this year in the college level where the money is really flowing now with these players at the college level. And therefore there's so many less that are willing to come out than ever before. It was a little bit, it was starting to kind of get there last year where the NIL was there, but a lot of players were kind of still passing on the NIL and going, no, I just got it. They're still approaching it with the same old thought process, which if you're a college player, it's always just get into the draft as quick as possible. Get yourself to being into a draftable stage as possible. Get your clock ticking on your rookie deal as quick as possible so you can get to that next contract where you're really going to earn your money. I think now they're making the money at the level, and this year the impacts come in at that point where it's really drawn back. My theory on this, Daniel, is it's been a 1-2. I think already with draft classes, you have your ups and down years where there's some good years and some bad years. If you go back, for instance, and look at the Aaron Curry year that we drafted, it sucks. The last time we were up this high as well, the last time we were picking this high in a given draft, it was also a very crappy draft. So that's I don't know what it is, but whenever we're picking the top 5, we're always in one of these just weak classes. But that was also a weak class naturally. I would offer for you, even if you had every one of the players of the NIL that went back to college entered this draft, you really wouldn't be necessarily saying that this is like even an average draft from a class strength standpoint. So I go, it's already naturally weak. And then the NIL comes along on top of it. It's the 1-2 punch. It's the jab first, and then here comes the hook. The jab is first the weak class, and then the NIL just comes in with the hook, which just really kneecaps the whole thing out from under itself. So I think it's a 1-2 with it. John says, Geno still a one-year wonder, journeyman backup in the league who plays in a QB-friendly system. Geno will regress as his tape has passed around the league and his turnover-worthy plays regress to the mean. That's a good point. Nick says, like I was saying earlier, I don't think we can get him slightly under 30 million because I can't see another team paying him over 30 million. I certainly want to see who the team is going to pay him that contract, Nick. We're talking about 32, 33, 30. Would love to see which team is it that we're talking about here that's going to get that done. I'm a little skeptical too with you as well on that one. And Daniel, yeah, getting multiple first next year would be nice. That's why you can see with me, I go first priority is give me one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. Second priority is if I can't get that, my next priority is to trade back with the intention of picking up a first round pick in next year's draft minimum that then is going to help me to go get that quarterback next year or just in a deeper class. John says, how are Young and Stroud plug and play guys? They both play on a spread offense, had superior offense weapons, never played under pressure. We'll see with those guys. I don't know how ready they're going to be. We'll see. They definitely have to do some things. I do think they'll start immediately, though. Both of them will. All Pro Seahawks says Seattle will franchise tag Geno at 32. Might as well if we're talking about the numbers getting up this high. But will they trade him? That's the question at that point. Space, are you back in Seattle B? Nope. I'm out in Spokane right now, Space. Trying to figure out where I want to go next. I think I might stay here for a while, though, still. Too much traffic in Seattle. I just can't, I can't have a 15-minute drive taking me an hour and a half every day. Can't do it. Nick, my worry with Young is he's taking his hits from guys twice his size on a regular basis. Yeah, that's my big worry with him too, man. I don't think he physically can hold up. I think it's a very big question to be brought into play. And people are kind of overlooking it like, oh, it's no big deal. To me, it's a big deal. Brian Meyer says, moving Kobe to the outside cornerback. Trey plays nickel. MJ fourth. I'd be okay with going that route, Brian. I certainly would like to just see what Kobe could do on the outside. I'm kind of interested in that. Cool Breeze says, I'd love to get a first and a second for the 5th pick. Me too, man. You get an extra second round pick in this draft. You go back, let's say 4 spots to the Panthers at 9. You pick up an extra first round pick next year. Now you've got 3 second round picks in this draft, 2 first round picks. That would be phenomenal. Daniel says, talking about the Bills run game makes me realize how impactful the 2020 Hawks versus Bills game was. The game where Pete and Russ friction hit new heights and when Bills decided run game not necessary. That's a great point, Daniel. That might have been kind of the start with the Bills of a little bit of what's doomed them recently, and they're, topping out every given season as they kind of are right now, because they certainly just leaned in. I remember Carroll talking about after that game that they anticipated the Bills trying to run the ball a lot more in that game than they did, and that they had built their whole defensive strategy that game to stop the run, and Bills just came out and dunked them to death. But that was definitely a game that's exactly what we're talking about, where it was just all on Allen's arm, but he was getting it done that day. He was definitely getting it done that day. That's funny though, man. I hadn't thought of that, but that might have been the start of where things started to go a little sideways, that Bills offense, because they just got too pass heavy dependent. Nick says trading down with Oakland and getting their first rounder next year definitely gives us a chance to pick top 5 next year. 100%. I'd be in favor of that. John says that Russell Wilson pick was such a lottery win, and he only lasted that long because of his size. If Russ was 6'3", he probably would have went right after Luck. Correct. Because that was at a time, John, where the size issues were, teams really looked at the guys that were the undersized guys as you just, no way, it can't get done. Nobody. No way. And we benefited on that one. Actually, I just went back today to see who PFF drafted in the top 32 last year and compared with the real draft. They got 2 right in the first 32. Wow, really? I did good last year. I got 26 of the 32 players. I think I nailed like 14, 15 of the picks, something like that. Seahawks blue and green. What's going on with Carr? Did Vegas just release him? They did release him. They had to release him because of the fact that he had a bonus that was going to count against their cap if they didn't, and no team was going to trade for him knowing they were going to release him eventually anyway. So now he gets to be the belle of the ball and go do his little, American tour where he gets flirt, let people flirt with him and, woo him. And we'll see where he goes. I do think that the Saints make a lot of sense as a place that he possibly goes to. That seems to be like the number one team that's going to try to make it happen. And if not them, there's some other teams that are being talked about, but I don't know if I kind of buy into it quite yet with them. I think the Jets could be a team that comes in for Carr out of left field. If they can't get Rodgers to roll, they might go Carr as a backup. And I wouldn't expect him to feel like he has to sign fast either. He might let the market kind of play out a little bit. Actually, it says, I also think Drew's a good human. I actually value that as an important trait. I do too. He seems like a good guy. Space, how many years does Carr have in the league? 7? Something like that. Yeah. What has Lamar done in the past? What has Lamar done in postseason? He's good, but I think his MVP year is driving his expectation. Can you imagine what Russ would ask if he was MVP? Oh, Russ would have wanted all the money. He would have definitely have insisted on that whole 20% of the salary cap stuff every year as a sliding scale. Lamar struggled in the playoffs. Daniel definitely has not played at his best at that time when, you got to make some throws at given moments where you can't just trust your legs all the time to go. And especially after a long season where maybe your legs have been worn down a little bit to get yourself there. You're not at 100% by the time you get to the playoffs. You're a little reduced in capacity. I think what's really hurting him on top of what you talked about being the MVP is that he's got his mom basically operating as an agent. And then the Deshaun Watson deal came in last year and threw a whole monkey wrench in the negotiations because the Ravens were reportedly offering $135 million a year. He wants the full guarantee at $250, and nobody's going to really be willing to give him that, I wouldn't think. So he's got to come down off kind of where he's at on his numbers. But that's why I think he'll eventually get traded, and some team will probably give him $180 million. Find the happy medium there, and call it a day with it. Glevick says, plus Locke would be much like a $1 million contract as well. It allows us to sign Payne. Bingo. You take Locke, it's a 1-year, $5 million deal. That's versus $35 million to Geno. That's $30 million savings, and you have your quarterback in starting. Now, is he going to give you what Geno gave you? No. Can he give you 84% of what Geno gave you? Maybe. New Blacks, who do you think the Hawks pick if it's between Anderson or Carter? Carter. But I don't know that it would be driven necessarily because that Carter's the guy they think's the better player. They might look at it and say, we've got 3 legitimate edge guys already out the gate. We've got backups to them. we desperately need this interior guy. So it doesn't mean necessarily new blocks that they pick because it's the best guy, but that would be a little bit to need, but they're so close probably from their projection standpoint from the Seahawks, 1-2 on their board maybe, that it's not of enough of a difference between the guys to not move for Carter at that point. Lance says, many of you need to remember Herbert had questions too. That was picked in front of him. Another ex Alabama quarterback with 5 stars all around him. Herbert was a question because execs wondered if he was a leader. Yeah, it's hard to evaluate these quarterbacks coming out of college sometimes because so much of it is impacted by what they have going on around them. In Levis's case, I'd offer Lance, it's a question of the surrounding talent. In Herbert's case, to your point on that, it's a little bit of the coaching staff he had with Mario Cristobal and the way that they look at what Cristobal's done with Van Dyke in Miami. Van Dyke's almost now not even a pro prospect, going from being a guy, if he had a good year this year, could have been a fringe first round guy. These stuff impacts these young kids a lot, and it's got to be brought into play, and not just brought into play when you're trying to give them a benefit of the doubt in certain respects, but like you said, when you're talking about looking at a Bama quarterback or a Ohio State quarterback, knowing they have those 5-star guys all over the place, that they are lock, stocked, and the best all around them to make them flourish and look really good. I can't tell you how many times I've watched Bryce Young's tape and going back and looking at stuff on him, and he's sitting back there and he's got a summer of time back in that pocket, right? He's like, well, it's June. Let me make a little pina colada, set that down. I'm kind of hungry too. How about a barbecue? Let's make a barbecue. Oh, look, there's the defensive end getting thrown past my ear by my left tackle. That was cute. Do we get a potato? Oh, I got to peel the potatoes. Gosh dang it. Make some well-mashed potatoes. Just click, tick, 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 tick. Sitting back there all day long. And you go, and then you watch a guy like Levis and instantly off the snap, he's got 2 guys in his face, torquing him up into the air and like WWE dual slamming him to the turf. And it's like, there's a difference there between what I'm seeing these guys and what they got to work with, but it makes it hard. It rightfully does make it hard then to evaluate, because you get to see what the clean guys can do with the clean pockets and the great personnel around them to make it go. Adrian X says Bears will unfortunately only trade back with the Texans or Colts, and Cardinals won't trade back. Why is that? Why wouldn't they trade back further than that? The only reason that they, to me, would insist upon only wanting to go back a couple of spaces, Adrian XA, is if they're trying to intend to pick a quarterback. But if they're going to get maximum returns from moving back a couple more spaces than that, then they would absolutely do that move. The Bears, if the Texans only offer the Bears a 1 first-round pick in next year's draft to move up 1 spot, or they have a team willing to offer them 3 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks to move back 7 spots, that's not going to hold them back from making that turn at that point. Brian Myers says Combine's going to sort a lot of this out quite a bit, methinks. Yeah, agreed. Daniel says, I say sign Locke 2 years at least. Should have done that with Geno. Gives more leverage when negotiating if they ball out. And you have a secure backup if he plays decent but not ball out. I get where you're at going with that. I think it's harder to pull that off sometimes in reality when, let's play it out. Geno signed a 2-year deal this past offseason for a 2-year, $14 million deal. He goes out and balls out like he did this year. Is he going to be happy playing on that last year? Or is he going to make a bunch of problems at that point? Is he going to make a bunch of noise at that point? So it's one of those things where it looks like a good deal when you first sign it, but then you're dealing with a headache downwind where it's like, and then he ends up forcing you to do some kind of action anyway. It sort of defuncts a little bit adding that second year to the deal. Nick says, I hope John's telling Geno that if he takes a little less, we can have a legitimate shot at Payne. I do too. I don't have a lot of confidence that message is taking hold though, Nick, when we hear him turn down $30 million a year. I think he's kind of like, look, this is my one. I can't fault Geno. I don't fault Geno at all for wanting to get every last dollar that he can. Do not at all. I don't expect a guy like that that's never been paid the NFL big money to take a discount on the one contract they're going to get in their career. Get every last dollar you can, Gene. Go do what you got to do. But that also doesn't mean that the team has to sign up to be the team that then pays that either. Herbicide, has anybody ever watched any tape on KJ Henry out of Clemson? What do you think? I'll give you my breakdown on him. I did. He's one of the early guys I looked at in the draft. Upper level quickness in short areas, which does help him get off blocks. But also when he gets disengaged from a block, his needle red lines, and he's right on the ball carrying a flash. So in my notes, I remember this about him. The thing that stands out to me with him is he's not really a guy that's naturally just going to, win with a beautiful move. Here comes a rip, here comes a swim, here comes a long arm. It's not going to be that. But what he can do is he can kind of bounce off contact. And once he bounces off contact with a tackle, he's got this short area quickness, an upper level short area quickness with now he can, whether it's a ball carrier or quarterback, he can really get to that guy before the tackle can then re-engage his block. That's the thing that stands out to me amongst anything else with him. Shows good hand moves. He does have a little bit of a rip move to clear himself. The last 3 years, he's gone 3, 4, 4, and so he's gone, 4, 4, and 5. Yeah, 4, 4, 5, and then 3.5 sacks this year. So at no point in any time in his college career has he gone over 5 sacks in a year. He gets you a couple a year, and that's it. So not a lot of elite production. I wasn't blown away by his tape. He is a quality prospect, a 3rd, 4th round range kind of guy because of that short area quickness, and he does really get after it in the run game. He also has something nice where he can really knock down balls at the line of scrimmage. I think he had 6 passes defense this year or something, so that's also a little bit another component of his game. But he just doesn't get to the quarterback often enough to put him into that 2nd round kind of range for me. He's a little bit on the outside looking in on that one, Herbert side. AI says we need a couple of Doug Baldwins. Boy, that would be nice, wouldn't it, AI? 2 undrafted rookie free agent receivers playing like that. Maybe Derek can be a little bit like that. Jonathan Magana, thanks for all the hard work, B. Appreciate all the content. Excited for the draft. Thank you, man. My pleasure. John says, if I wish there was a Nick Bosa in this draft. It took so many years of top picks to build that San Francisco defense. We have to hit on some free agents soon. John's got to open up that checkbook. Agreed, John. That's why I say you got to, Deron Payne, Jalen Carter, start with that and continue forth from there, right? That isn't where you begin and end. That's our beginning ground. That should be your hopeful beginning ground this offseason if I'm the Seahawks, to truly trying to turn this defense around if that's what they really do wish to do in a major way. And you're right. There's not many Nick Bosas that come down the track. And I don't know if Jalen Carter or Will Anderson are to that realm of things. Maybe perhaps they're just a little bit short of being to that kind of potential impact at play. But it was just to kind of to lay a point, to lay down the point to you, John, just that there is times where a defender has come in and turned it around. I mean, that's a team that was the worst team in the league. Number 1 overall pick in the draft to get Bosa, but they got to the Super Bowl in that next year, and he was a dominant force for them in year 1. John says, how many Heisman quarterback winners burned out the NFL and never caught a flame at all? A lot, man. Too many to name, to be honest with you, John. Too many to name. John's success at college level really translates to the NFL alone. You have to pair that with NFL traits and the will and determination of the player. Agreed. Hard work, I think, work ethic is a little bit of, I think, what you're trying to say on that a bit. And I agree with that. Cliffix says, honestly, the more we talk about Drew Lock, the more confident I am about having him as our quarterback 1 if Geno doesn't re-sign. I hope we sign Payne if we don't get Geno back. Me too, man. I'd love to see that. Bobby Savage Hill, I want to stick with Geno, but his price keeps going up. He could have been that guy to establish a mid-range quarterback deal as a perfectly reasonable first top end or low end. Could have been, Bobby, and that was what my hope was too. And I think that there is a keen difference between top end and mid-range. And there is, as of yet, a quarterback in this sport that's established the mid-range deal. But again, as we were seeing with Geno, where he's talking about, we're hearing rumors of him asking for $40 million a year. That makes you a top 7 paid quarterback in this sport. That is a top paid quarterback. That's not a mid-tier deal. And it does not seem that that's going to be the case and where this is going to go and where this is going to eventually land. I do think that this talk is going to be kind of all at the end of the day null and void because I think they're going to get a deal done. I just think it's going to be a little bit higher than it should be. And I think that's going to impact us in building this roster out. And I think we could very well find ourselves getting into the playoffs for the next couple of years with Geno Smith at quarterback and saying, boy, it feels like we're 1 or 2 guys short. Feels like we got a good team, but we're just 1 or 2 extra players here short at this point. And I'm going to, at that time, point directly to the quarterback position going, well, when you're paying the QB this amount of money, you're going to take a hit in places at that point. You're going to have to overcome now at that point. Corey Olson with a $5 donation. Thank you, Corey. I really do appreciate you for the $5 dono. He says, if you can have your pick at number 5 of any quarterback, who do you take and why? My argument for taking a quarterback this year we will not get this high of a pick anytime soon. Let's address the first part of your question first, which I think is a very important thing in what you said on that, which is that if you're going to come to me and say, we really should be taking a quarterback here at number 5 at this point, because of the fact that we're not going to be here again, I wouldn't say solely on that basis alone you have to take a quarterback for that reason, but I certainly say that there's a valid argument behind that and saying, you're not going to be back here again. You're not going to be in this opportunity to take a quarterback this high or get a guy as talented as you will be able to pick in this position this year. That is a completely valid argument to be made. I don't think we're going to be picking top 5 into the future. And I think that with where the value is on quarterbacks, it's going to be very hard to find our quarterback of the future, especially if we haven't re-signed a Geno Smith this offseason. So to go quarterback, certainly Corey would be a smart pick to go with at 5 if they just want to keep it right down the middle of the fairway, take out the 3-wood, drive it down the middle of the fairway, and get yourself up onto the green with the second shot. Be a perfectly reasonable approach to go that route. I oscillate a little bit here, Corey. I find myself oscillating. I have Stroud and Levis in this draft right neck and neck as far as, 1-2. I think Levis is ready to hit the ground running right now. I think Stroud's going to take a little bit of time to develop. I think Stroud might have a little bit of the top end upside that Levis doesn't have. I don't think Stroud has to clean up some of the problems that Levis has got to clean up in his game. But then there's some days where I feel more pro Levis. I'm really torn. I continue to go through the tape. I continue to dive into both these guys. So it's kind of a fluid situation for me, Corey. But I would say that this to you, what we could probably logically say is that one of those two guys, if not both of those two guys, is off the board for me at that point at number 5. I don't want to take Bryce Young. I'm out on Young at 5 every way, shape, and form. You could talk me into taking Anthony Richardson at 5 because of the argument that you laid down at the start of your donation, which is, again, you're not going to be able to take a guy this talented, this good into the future. And if you'd gotten Geno Smith, taking a guy like Anthony Richardson, that in tandem you'd feel okay with because of the fact that you can give Anthony Richardson the couple of years to develop while Geno's starting, or a year until he's ready to go and really get cooking then. But that would be high for Richardson. I do think he'll be a top 10 pick. That would be a titch high for me to be taking him. But I would go that route if those two guys, if this team doesn't have a Geno and again, your arguments, I completely get it. To say we're not here again in the future, we need to get this guy now, strike while the iron's hot. I wouldn't push back that much. Quarterback's a valuable position. And if you can get that quarterback that's talented, that's good, and productive on that rookie deal, that is your cobbled gold road in platinum to getting yourself to a Super Bowl and hoisting a Lombardi. And that's what recent history has taught us with these young quarterbacks in that respect of things. So I'd be with it, Corey. I'd be in favor. I'd be okay with doing it. I wouldn't want to do it necessarily if Carter or Anderson are sitting there. I do think those guys are difference makers enough to where I can't quite go that route. But if the team did it, Corey, I'd support it. Because I understand the value of quarterback from that respect, and especially quarterback on the rookie deal who's that talented and that potentially productive. Thank you, though, for the $5 donation, man. I appreciate you. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy, for another one of those. Says, headed out for the night, but a quarterback is just a player position. And soon the league will see that just as they transition from the running back position. Oh, I love it, Fat Daddy. Love it. And again, I'm advocating for understanding it, Fat Daddy, but as I'm saying with it ain't my first approach. It ain't even my second approach, right? I don't get to the point of taking a quarterback until I first have had my pick of one of Will Anderson or Jalen Carter. And then the second one being that I try to trade back. And it's only then once I get to the third point on my priority list, right? If I get to the, we've got our mission and what mission, here's our option 1 to get through, mission option 2, 3. I'm to the third realm of it, Fat Daddy. So I'm definitely arriving at that place. And then this is where this is going to go, I think, from a league standpoint. It just makes a lot of sense. It's going to course correct because this has gotten too far. It's gotten too far when we're going to see quarterbacks this offseason. Somebody's going to make 55, 60 million a year. It's just getting to too much of I think, a funny money point, especially with all the flameouts. It's the failures more than the successes that will cause this boat to go down under the waters. And there's too many flameouts that are happening here, Fat Daddy, where again, I think it eventually does go that route. I don't think if it goes to the running back position side of things, but I do think it goes to a place where teams stop making it the end all be all to everything a little bit. Fat Daddy with another $5 on his donation as he is on his way out. And I appreciate you for hanging in there throughout the telecast here today on this show, man, Fat Daddy. He says, one last thought is that remember, Remember, Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer won a Super Bowl with a well-balanced team. They did indeed. They did indeed. There's been quarterbacks that have won Super Bowls that did not have to be superheroes in order to get it done. And there's a lot of ways to slaying the Lombardi dragon. And it's not just simply getting a generational quarterback. That helps. Helps to have a Brady. Helps to have a Mahomes. Makes things really simple and easy. But things don't always have to be simple and easy. You just need a tried and true pathway that you can go down that you know has been successful for other teams in the past and has a very high rate of success at that. If I remove a Brady and Mahomes over the last 20 years and say, okay, who are the other teams that have won Super Bowls during this time? It has been those teams more often than not that are having that stacked team with the quarterback on the rookie deal. That is not the anomaly. That is more of a rule of thumb than it is the outside the box look at it. Nick says, I can just picture Locke bombing it deep to DK and Lockett time and again. If there's one team Locke could succeed on, it's this team. They are very well built for his game. That's for sure. Paul Third, imagine a three-way trade. Lamar Jackson to the Saints. Ravens get the 5th pick. Hawks get 20, 23, and 30. That's interesting, Paul. I've not even thought of that as a possibility with that. No, that'd be about right value, man. So that'd be about right value, Paul. I could see it from that standpoint. Fat Daddy, thank you for all the donations, brother, tonight on the channel. Very kind of you. AI says, best thing to financially is draft a rookie in the first. So we have a 5-year contract. Trade Geno for assets. I think we can get a 2nd and a 3rd at minimum, maybe a bit more. That's exactly right. Bingo. Greg says, F the NIL. Why couldn't it be next year, right, Greg? Aaron Curry just got poached to the Steelers. We're losing some coaches this offseason. Sam the Great says, ain't nobody playing Geno $40 million. That's why I think he comes to us. I can't see it either. Seahawks blue and green. That's what we have to think. Is Geno's talent worth crippling the franchise? That's a big no. Agreed. Yeah, Sam the Great. The Seattle traffic got to me, man. I love living in Seattle. I wish I could live there more, but you can't get from point A to point B without just getting stuck all times a day. And it got to me eventually. I like being out on the east side. I can get across the whole city of Spokane in about 10 minutes. It's wonderful. Klevick, I swear, if the front office signs Geno to a $40 million contract and he performs poorly the following year, I don't know how to feel. Yeah, you're right. That would be pretty dark at that point. That'd be pretty disappointing. It just would be, wouldn't it? I mean, you'd just be going, dude, we went right back in the same boat. We knew we could have avoided this. And I don't think he's getting 40 with Seattle. No way, no how. I do think that they may be willing to get up to 35. Jordan Marvin Harrison next year, best wide receiver to come out in 3 years, if not longer, prospect-wise. That guy is everything you want a wide receiver he's got pretty much. Maybe not super elite size, maybe not a 6'3", 6'4" cat, but literally everything else. Wilbur Knight, salute Brandon, salute Hawk fans. Salute to you, Wilbur. Jonathan Magana, are they picking up the Jordan Brooks 4th-year option? I hope to God not, Jonathan. I hope to God not. It's going to cost you $12 million to do that. That's a bit expensive for a guy that can't cover. The Dragons lost tonight. That sucks. Agreed, John. I think he's trying to get to 35. Seattle's trying to get him around 30. They're going to end up at 32.5. John says, I think Geno was thinking that was the discount when he wanted to repay the franchise because he felt like he had a top 5 year and that's middle money. Agreed. He gets to say, I took a discount on this, right, John? Because he gets to go, hey, I asked for $40 million a year, which wasn't top 3 money. It's top 10 money. And then I settled for 32.5. I took a $7.5 million discount for you guys. Aren't you happy? Doesn't that make you guys smile? Right? That's exactly how he plays it, John. Exactamundo. June 32nd. Hey, Brandon, what is your thoughts on Hendon Hooker in the later rounds? I'd be okay with taking him in even as early as the 3rd round, June 32nd. The 2 downsides are with him, the torn ACL that he had late in the year, so he's probably not going to be ready early on in the next season. So you're going to have to kind of punt his rookie year. And then he's an older prospect, like 26 years old. Guy's been around for a bit. So, how much more development does he have in his ability to go forward? With that said, I felt like he really took some big steps forward from the prior year this last year. I thought he was one of the few quarterbacks, if not the only quarterback this past year, who really took those kind of big steps in that way that he did. He showed off some big arm talent. Part of why Jalen Hyatt is going to be taken in the second round has to do with Hendon Hooker's big arm and his ability to push the ball up the football field. He got better in his footwork. He got better in his mechanics. His arm got stronger. His processing got better. I was very impressed with Hendon Hooker, and if he had remained healthy June 32nd, I think he would have been a back-end first-round prospect in this draft. As it is, to get him in the third round with just those two worrying concerns being age and the injury, it's a worthwhile risk for me in the third round at that point. Chuck Seeger says, I'm cool with 35, but 30 would be great. It'd be better, wouldn't it? 35 is a little pricey. Adrian X, Rodgers going to Vegas. Yeah, Adrian X, Saints don't have much cap space either. But they always do a thing where they always are over the cap, but they always create a ton of flexibility with them being over the cap, meaning they can move a bunch of deals around to make it work. That's just kind of their strategy for it. So they could bring anybody in that they want to bring in at that point if they want to go get Carr. And Rodgers going to Vegas might be where he goes. Just might. We'll see. He's on his little dark retreat or something right now, I think. Wilbert says, I told you, Gino 140 plus. Cool Breeze downtown to Queen Anne, 1.5 hours. Sounds about right. That's right. It's gotten to that point. It's tough, man. The city's never taken the steps they need to take to really attack it. They just kind of, and this whole monorail thing is like not going to work. It'll work, but it ain't going to really relieve much. Place keeps growing. My dad lived on Queen Anne for years. Seahawks Blue and Green signed Cooper Rush. He's a free agent. I would pair with Locke. You could do that. I think if you sign Locke, Blue and Green, I think you're then a draft a guy then as the backup there. Jacob Haas, what NFL scripts have you seen? That stuff's classified, man. I don't get my eyes on it. Wilbert says, I got a question for us, Seahawks fans. Do y'all think we're a contender next season? I got to see what we're going to do this offseason, Wilbert. You got to see who they're going to do, what are they going to sign, who they're going to draft. It's kind of hard to make this. It's a little hard sight unseen, especially when we don't know who the quarterback's going to be. Grug, if only the Niners didn't stupidly lose to the Broncos, it'd be a given that Jalen Carter would be a Seahawk. It would be. It certainly would be. Brian Myers says, pair Minshew with Locke if Geno leaves. I'd go that route. Klivik, I don't see us as a contender if we sign Geno and draft well. With Locke, though, he still has to show us what he's got. I see us as a contender with Geno. Oh, I can see us as a contender, yeah. I think we're definitely a playoff team. Are we a potential Super Bowl team? It's hard to see on that. Actually, it says realistically 2024 is when we can really contend, but NFC is super weak. So maybe it is opened up a little bit. Chuck Seeger says, I can't see what you guys see in Levis. Laughing out loud, he looks just like Dan McGuire. Wow. There's a going back on that one, man. Again, this is a little bit like to me, Chuck. I don't, Dan McGuire one I don't get. Dan McGuire was 6'8" and he couldn't move. So I can't quite get where we're putting the comparisons to Danny. They're just two different players. Again, with Dan McGuire, who's San Diego State, he's playing against the weakest of weak competition. Levis is playing against the best of the best competition. But again, like I'll say with this too, Chuck, there's plenty of people in the chat here who are not big on Levis. So as I say, I get it. I have to do, I think, a Levis video just to kind of explain to some of the people that because that's what I hear is like, I don't get it. I don't see it. I just don't. Maybe I can go into more kind of specific things to sort of show it. Niblax, if there is anything I've learned is one of the most important attributes is how an NFL quarterback under pressure and hurries. Kirk is honestly one of the best quarterbacks in the league with time. He is. But especially once you get to the playoffs, you're going to usually go up against those defenses that have good pass rushing units. And you're going to have to be able to play off script at times. The thing that really is kind of hounding, of course, CJ Stroud a bit in this draft. Can he play off script? Can he play off time? Can he throw off platform? He did it in the last game against Georgia, but throughout the year and the last couple of years, that's not been a big part of his game. Spaces, it's cool to live there, but the traffic got to me. Me too, man. I love Seattle. I'd love to move back, but I'd have to live in a self-contained area if I did so. Daniel says, I get Gino wanting his first big contract, but he's already owed tens of millions of dollars from all the networks using his trade market quote. Didn't write back. There's his $40 million money, laughing my ass off. I wonder how much you would get paid for trademarks on that stuff. John says, here's a good, cool scenario. Trade down from 5 and pick up Anthony Richardson. Trade down from 5, pick up Anthony Richardson. Then you use that capital to trade up from 20 to draft Breezy, Murphy, or Tyree Wilson. Those picks cancel out. I think it's a good way to go. And Mari Taylor says, do you think John Schneider will like Anthony Richardson? I do, Amari. I think he'll be a little bit hesitant with thinking about taking him at 5 because of the fact that he is so raw, and that there is a little bit more of a needed time to build in and let him develop a little bit. But as I was saying with Levis, the same thing that would pull him towards Levis, which naturally pulled him to Mahomes or naturally pulled him to Josh Allen, which would pull him with Richardson, which is a guy that has a good free and easy motion, can make every NFL throw in the book, throws a real catchable ball, and has upward mobility on top of it. I think those is kind of a base factor draw for Schneider, and what he looks for, I think, are kind of at the forefront. Chuck says, you guys act like Will Levis was playing Georgia every week. Laughing out loud. He struggled against Vanderbilt. No, I act like he's playing in the toughest conference in all of football, Chuck. And this is really not even an argument to be had on this. This is undebatable. There's a reason why one conference right now is winning the national title every year, for the most part. And it's because they have the most stacked talent across the board out there. Well, I'll give you Vanderbilt's not the most stacked talent. More often than not, he's playing a tough opponent every week. And you start making comparisons to guys like Dan McGuire, or you can make comparisons to Kyle Wilson. It's just not an equal comparison as far as what they had to deal with at the college level. So, and again, too, with it, he's in the toughest conference in the land as well, Chuck, and his supporting cast sucks. He does not have a good supporting cast around him. Didn't have a good offensive line, didn't have good wide receivers. His decent running back who will be taken in like the 5th round of this draft was out for half of the year. But again, I think this is going to be a place where there's really not much of a discussion to be had on that, because from my standpoint, Chuck, and kind of having this argument as I've probably had it like wash, rinse, repeat 75 times in the last year, the thing that I always come to find out from folks that kind of stand where you're standing on this and your belief is that there is really no measure of benefit of the doubt given to Levis. It's just simply the tape looks bad from your standpoint, and you're not really going to be taking into account any of the stuff of level of competition or his supporting cast. There's nothing I can say from that to kind of open those eyes up. You simply look at the tape and say, it's crap. And so I think that's a place where we really won't be able to convince one to the other. I will offer that I think that when we try to simplify and look at Will Levis, and if your assessment of Levis and looking through all the college film and tape is that you just come out of it and your bottom line is he sucks, and there's no nuance to your outlook on him and what's happened with that. I'm not just talking about supporting cast, but from the arm talent to the ability to move and throw, the ability to run and the mobility and some of those requirements you'd love to have in the modern game, to the quick release, to the accuracy. I don't know. It's hard for me to see people that just come to that conclusion of there's nothing there to work with. He just sucks, or he's on a Dan McGuire-like level. Or I struggle to see I can usually understand different points of view that go away from me on that. But that's one where I don't get it. I can get if you're out on him and you just think he's too wild and all that, but to say that he's just Dan McGuire? Really? Cliffix, when the new Fast and Furious movie trailer came out, I commented, I love the part where Geno Smith says, they wrote me off. And I write back, and Vin replies, don't turn your back on your family. I can't do a Vin Diesel. John says, we are missing a third target big time. Matty F. Brown made a good point. We need a combination wide receiver of Lockett and DK to be multiple out of those same formations and disguise our plays. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to have a third guy. I'd be in favor of it. And yeah, we definitely need more of a John, the fly sweep, mobile guy, slot guy in this offense. That's for sure. It's dying for it. It's been dying for it for years here in the offense, last couple of years since Waldron came here. They thought that's what they were getting with Eskridge, John. That's obviously where they had hoped that was going to lie. Bobby, I worry about paying $30+ million for Geno won't allow room to invest elsewhere. LOB evaporated after paying Russ. I don't want the foundation being built for our young team to stagnate and be dismantled prematurely. Good point, man. Me neither. I think it's a valid concern. Chuck Seeger says, boy, Chuck, you are out on Will Levis, man. John says, can one of the tight ends or wide receivers in this draft be that third wheel to eat up the middle and gain Yak away? What's crazy is Jordan Addison keeps falling to me at 20 in the pre-FF draft. Yeah, he was to me too. I think he is going to probably fall. And I think very well, John, there's a very likelihood even at 20, if we haven't moved back off 5, we eventually may be able to move off of 20 to like 27, 28 because of the fact that we could be looking at the second best wide receiver in the draft and the board at that point, being one of Jordan Addison or Jackson Njigba. Could be sitting there at 20 at that point. So a team might want to come up and get that wide receiver there. I don't know if I would say we could do this from the tight end position to make that happen, John. Some of this is the necessity behind the fly sweep guy, the bubble screen guy, the guy that you just get the ball in his hands in space and let him work the yak. If they were going to do that with a tight end, they would have utilized a little bit more of that with Fant and some of these guys this past offseason, especially with all of the 3 tight end sets that we ran out on the football field. I think it's more got to come from a purified guy that can run like what you mentioned Matty F. Brown's looking at, which is that fly sweep guy. Here's the thing, though. Jackson Smith and Jigba's not really that guy, I think. Jackson's a slot guy, but is he going to be able to do all the fly sweep stuff? And it's a guy in this offense that's essentially got to be a slot receiver with running back abilities, like you get from a Deebo Samuel or like you get at times from Cooper Kupp and his ability after the catch. You need a little bit of that in this. And so if you get in Jigba, he's more of a just kind of pure slot guy that does slot things from a wide receiver standpoint. He's not really a bubble screen guy. He's not really a fly sweep guy. I'd offer Jordan Addison maybe did some of that at USC, but he's really not that as well. He's kind of a pure outside guy. So is there that guy in this draft? Maybe not early on, John, but maybe a little bit later in some of the other receivers in this class. If I'm to look at a couple guys that you could poke out here, I mean, I'm looking at my big board right now. I think maybe Zay Flowers could give you some of that. Nathaniel Dell's a little bit small, but he might be able to give you a little bit of that. It's not loaded with them, John. It's not a draft loaded with those guys that we need for that position that you're talking about, because it's a certain archetype, and I don't think we quite have it. Nick, I'd love to take Darnell Washington in the second round. It's one of my favorite players in the draft. I think I'm going to eventually put a first-round grade on him. Kind of depends on what he does at the combine a little bit. I don't want to put a first-round grade. He goes out and runs a 4.75 40. Seahawks Blue and Green need to time it right with the rookie quarterback in the second or third year to go for it all. Then hopefully our young line has the experience it needs and the defense is at least average. Well said. John says you can win a Super Bowl with a balanced team, but I would love to have an ascending defense right now, which is why I'm advocating for the quarterback, because I don't trust Pete and want the next guy to fix it. Oh, that's valid there, John. Very valid. Addison Shelble says, just got here. Did you watch the Sea Dragons game, Brandon? I didn't. I missed the Sea Dragons game. I was streaming, actually. So just kind of doing this, but I'll check out the highlights. I kind of have some curiosity into this XFL thing. John says it's crazy how something as small as traffic can sour the Seattle living experience, but it absolutely does, man. It does. I just got wore out of it over the years. I used to have to go from like Mukilteo out to like Redmond every day as to the Microsoft campus. And I just was like, it wore me down after a while. It kept getting worse and worse and worse. And just, it's only going to get worse from this going forward. And that's the problem, is it's just, they don't have any relief in sight. And they only have those 2 freeways, and those freeways are divvied up by a body of water. So you can't back road it. You can't find some alternative route. You have to take the main thoroughfare. It sucks. Overnight, Brandon, around all the gas on the Pacific Coast. Brandon, all around on the gas. Whitey Wise says, I think people are underselling how good Geno was last year and how he will improve next season. I still think 30 to 33 million works. I definitely think he was a good last year, YDY. But I mean, I just think when you're talking about paying Geno top 10 money at that point, you got me out. I don't want to, and I don't really want to pay any quarterback top 10 money unless they're truly difference makers at the position. And I just don't think Geno's quite at that spot. He does add something. He's helpful, but just not quite there. John says the city of Seattle still owes me for all the parking tickets they forgave everybody. Cool Breeze says, I'll be back in Seattle for M's opening weekend. I haven't been in like 6 to 7 years. That's cool. Downtown's still pretty cool for overall, though a lot of the restaurants had shut down from the pandemic, but still great to go see a Mariners game. Got a chance to do that last year. That was awesome. Addison says, will you be doing exclusive Sea Dragons content, Brandon? Maybe Addison. Maybe. So I haven't been doing much, just following the XFL stuff and really gotten into it too much. But if there's a desire for it from the folks here in the chat, then we could definitely take a look at it. What's up, Henry Mars? Good to see you in the chat, man. Cooper's been in New Jersey, Tampa, Oregon. Haven't been back to visit in years, but just bought my tickets for Mariners game. That's great, man. You're gonna love Mariners game. It's awesome to go see. Sam the Great, at least the nightlife's fun in Seattle. People aren't a-holes like in LA or any other major city. It's good nightlife. I'll give you that. I do think, yeah, like Brian says, though, I haven't been out there since the vid. John says, what was this Alvin Kamara assault thing? Did something new happen, or is that just from before? It's from before, but remember, they always push stuff out a year when stuff initially goes down. But they threw some pretty major charges at him. I don't know if it'll stick or not. Just stop, kitty. Stop. Henry Mars, Levis is a nice player to draft. I agree, man. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Nathaniel Park says, what do you see in Tyree Wilson that everyone is obsessing over? I don't see it. Well, I would say I would not be obsessed over it, Nathaniel. I'm not one of those people who would say I'm obsessed with Tyree Wilson. I have a situation where you end up on drafting Tyree Wilson, but there's like 4 other things I'd like to do other than going that route. So it's sort of like there is a scenario where I would begrudgingly take Tyree Wilson, but it would be begrudgingly. I think when you're looking at Tyree Wilson, you're looking at the flashes of what he shows you on tape, and he's got enough production to make you think that those flashes will get more consistent over time. And at the end of the day, that's what you're doing with pro prospects. If they're not being consistent on tape at a college level, or they're not giving you snap in and snap out dominance like you might be getting from Will Anderson and Jalen Carter, that would be great to have. That would be the ideal to be able to pick up, but that's not always the benefit of the doubt of what you're going to get on tape. And sometimes you just got to go off the flashes. And when you do see the flashes with him, you do see really if he taps into that on a consistent basis, he can be pretty dominant even at the next level. But I will give you that it is a little bit more flashy than it is consistent, and that's problematic. I think the base bottom level problem, as I see it on this, Nathaniel, boils down to this, is that people look at the 5th pick, they look at recent years at the 5th pick and the kind of players that you could get, and they look at Tyree Wilson and they go, one of these doesn't match the other. One of these does not belong with the other. And you're not wrong to think that. You're not wrong to say, look, in prior years of the number 5th overall pick, I can get this guy, and I can get that guy, and this guy that's going to be a star, and this guy that's got Hall of Fame level of potential. And you're not maybe getting that with Tyree in the same way. And I get that. But that has more to do with, Nathaniel, the weakness of this draft. It has nothing to do with what's the best value for the player to pick at number 5 when you land there, if all the quarterbacks are off the board, if the 2 top defensive players are off the board, and Jalen Carter and Will Anderson. that's definitely something that then leads you to the place of saying, okay, now you got to just take the next best guy up on your board, and it very well might be Tyree Wilson. If it's not Tyree Wilson, well, then who is it? Quentin Johnson? Do you want the number 1 receiver in this draft? No, not with his rough edges. Are you willing to take Bijan Robinson number 5 and go running back after you took Kenneth Walker? That seems kind of a little bit high, doesn't it? Not really a good option there in that respect. There's not going to be a tackle you're going to take because you feel good about that. There's not a guard or a center worthy of being picked that high. If you look at on the rest of the defense of the other guys that you could be taking a look at there, Brian Breesy's got question marks to his game. Kalijah Cansey's a great, but he's best for a 4-3 defense, not really a 3-4 defense. Trenton Simpson, that'd be way too high. You're not going to want to take a cornerback there, right? So that takes out Christian Gonzalez, Cam Smith, Devin Witherspoon, Sealy Ringo off the board at that point. So are we going to go with a Brian Branch? Are we going to take a slot corner then at that point? This is the problem there, in my opinion, Nathaniel, and you're right to question it. You're right to wonder about it, but this is the problem. Is the talent is just not there for what you'd normally like to have at number 5. And so when you have your hesitancies on Tyree Wilson, to me, understandable. But guess what? We got hesitancies on Myles Murphy, right? There's hesitancies on all of these other guys that you could be looking at as alternatives, maybe with the exception of a Bijan Robinson. But I mean, the Seahawks fandom would freak out if you took Bijan at number 5. They would. Nick Guzman says, I don't really see it with Wilson either, but I didn't really see it with Walker last year either. You're right to question on that with that stuff. Definitely right to question with Tyree. I get the people going, this guy's a guy I would like to be picking more in the teens rather than talking about a top 5. And if this was the 2020 draft, Tyree Wilson would probably go in the teens. So the 2018 draft, Tyree Wilson probably goes in the teens. But the 2023 draft, that's the top 10 player. Yeah. I get it though. Cool Breeze is about to go back for the first time in years to watch some M's game. It's only like 7 to 8 hour drive from me to Ashland, Oregon. Oh, okay. It's not bad. It's not too bad. It's still a little drive. Still a little bit. Nathaniel says, Levis looks stressed constantly on his film. The game is only going to get faster, and I don't know if he can adapt to the NFL level. He has the physical tools, but so did Malik Willis last year. Yeah, I think that from my standpoint, that the stress comes under this, Nathaniel, is that quarterbacks will build bad habits born out of a lack of a supporting cast. If my quarterback gets hit on 10 dropbacks, he's getting smacked in the face on 8 of them and 8 of them fast. Well, then on his 11th and 12th and 13th dropback, as he starts to become a little bit gun shy, as he starts to become a little jumpy in the pocket, or as you say, he looks stressed, is that a little bit more explainable? Or if I have him going through 3 games of getting hammered like that on a consistent basis, is it then understandable but by the time we get to game 4, he's jumpy, he's seeing ghosts, he's maybe bailing out of a pocket too early, or he's making poor decisions and reads? If I have him having a year of that and then going into a next year and knowing he's facing the very same thing again, would I expect to see that kind of behavior out on the football field? There are going to be a division of people, Nathaniel, that sit on one of 2 sides of the camp when it comes to Levis at this point. On one side of the camp is going to be those people that say, I see an explanation of that on the film for why he dealt with why he did. I see an explanation on the tape to explain why there are those problems in his game. I don't think it merely comes from the fact that he's some baby Huey who's not able to process. I don't buy it from the fact, Nathaniel, that the guy that was, got accepted to Harvard essentially can't process on a football field. I think it comes out of the fact that, like I've seen with a lot of quarterbacks in my many years of watching football, one thing has been ultimately true at an NFL level and at a college level, and it's played out true over and over again with maybe the exception of these rare guys that come along that just seem to be able to rise above it no matter what. And that is if you get a quarterback that has not a lot of help on the outsides, if you get a quarterback with not very dynamic running talent, if you get a quarterback with an absolute sieve for an offensive line, and they are getting the help beat out of them over and over and over and over again, it does not matter how talented that quarterback is going to be. You will break that quarterback. You will create bad habits in that quarterback. Hopefully you can get it back. Hopefully you can pull it back to the other side of things. But it's not always the case. But it does happen. But it doesn't mean that guy's necessarily bad out the chute. It means he was put in a poor condition, in a poor space to have that stuff happen. But again, on this, Nathaniel, this is going to be a dividing line on this one. And the people that are on one line are not going to convert the other people on the other line. That much has been very clear to me about this Levis debate, now going on well over a year, is that the people that stand where they stand on are here and the other people are over here. And we'll just have to kind of let the future play out as it does and see who's proven right, who's going to be the donkey and who's going to be proven to be the smart one on this one. But I really do feel I'm not a guy that does tend to sit on my evaluations. If you guys follow me on this, I tend to leave a lot of open-ended room on my evaluations to say, well, this could be that goes this, and this is that. When I feel as strongly as I do about Levis, and I've been feeling this way for a year, and I've studied the tape as closely as I have on this guy, if there's any value or trust that you guys have in my opinion and my ability to evaluate this stuff and look at this stuff, if you guys look at my track record in 4 years, if you look at the fact of me on the very night LJ Collier's picked, the very night live streaming he's picked, I called him a bust. Jordan Brooks, the night that he's picked, I said, this is not going to be a good pick for us. He can't cover, and he hasn't been able to cover. When I tell you that Dwayne Eskridge in the second round, the night he's picked, don't like the pick. If you guys trust in any of what I'm saying to you guys as an evaluation standpoint, understand I've arrived at Levis not softly, not just sort of like, well, I just land on my first take and hit here, but after really deep intrinsically looking at this kid. And I can get that there's some hesitancies, but trust me, he's going to be a good player. Trust me, as I've said for a year and a half, as people poo-pooed it for a year and a half, he's going to be a top 5 pick. And NFL franchises aren't wrong on this kid in that respect, in that way. The fans aren't just so much more bloody brilliant smart on this one than the rest of these NFL franchises that would be willing to make him a top 5 pick. Not every franchise would, but there's a whole lot of NFL franchises that if they're picking the top 5 need a quarterback would take Will Levis. And I again understand there's those people on the other side. Like I said, I ain't going to convert those people on the other side, but that's the debate at hand right now. It really boils down to that. You either give him the credit for the supporting cast, sucking like crap in the toughest conference in all of football while he's also running a pro-style system, which is significantly harder to run than your silly college concept of spread formations that proliferate the scene. Significantly tougher. You either give him the benefit of that or you don't. And I get it if you don't. But you have to understand what the people on my side of the fence do also. There's a logical, well-reasoned argument as to why we've arrived where we've arrived too. I'll give you your credit, your side, but I'm not so sure it works both ways on that one in the debate. Georgie says, what about signing Cooper Rush? He's okay. I'd rather bring back Drew Lock at that point, Georgie. Bobby Savage Hill, B, have you seen speculation of Fields to Seattle? He's young and talented, but I can't consider that idea past the Bears' asking price. Sounds dumb and risky, but I guess that's why it's speculation. It makes sense that the Bears wanted to look at drafting a new quarterback. I think that's what the head of this, Bobby Savage, is that I think that the Bears have a new front office in place, new coaching staff in place. They weren't the ones who took Fields, so they are not married to Fields. And I think that they could definitely look at this situation and say, let's get what we can for Fields, a first round pick, and let's just go ahead and then we'll take the best quarterback in this draft and call it a day. They very well could pull that very much. That could be the reality of what they do. It's been weird for me to see some of the people out there that I've seen proposed, like they could get the number 7th overall pick from Atlanta, or like somehow we'd give the 5th pick to the Bears for we'd give them for Fields. Fields went 10th overall when his star was much higher a couple of years ago. How is it now that he's 2 years through his rookie deal, he somehow is now more expensive than he was where he was drafted a couple years back? I don't see that. So I do think that it would be like maybe 20th is the best they could hope to get, if not maybe just a 2nd and 3rd round pick for him at this point. He's as good as he is as a runner. He has not proven himself as a passer. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me, Bobby. I think that, I don't know if he could really operate the West Coast offense. I don't know if that's really the best use of his skill set and how to use him. He probably needs to be more in like a Jalen Hurts type offense, which doesn't ask him to do as much of pushing the ball up the football field and more of dink and dunk and use your legs and read option and all that type of stuff. Mr. Allo says Zay Flowers would look really good as our number 3. Hopefully everything Eskridge could have been. He is. He's a better, I like him better than Eskridge for sure. A much more better prospect. That is for sure. There are some questions that existed in Eskridge's game that do exist with Flowers a little bit, but I would say he's better. He's better. Georgie, if Geno leaves, I'd go more Walk than I'd go Cooper Rush myself. That's just my preference on it. Niblox wonders if Bijan Robinson could fill that role of the sort of the slot guy. He runs great routes from the running back position. He does. And certainly, he can do the fly sweep, bubble screen stuff. So that'd be a really inventive way, New Blocks, to bring him into the game and have both him and Walker on the field at the same time. And look, I think he's a tier 1 prospect in this draft. I think Bijan Robinson is LaDainian Tomlinson reborn. So if the Seahawks took Bijan Robinson, I 5 would be tough. That'd be tough. But that is where I see his outlook as a football player. Sam the Great says, it's my wacky dream to get Bijan at 20, but that's not happening. Yeah, I think he goes top 13, top 14. Megan says, Darnell Washington B. Okay, can you explain why? Well, I was going to do this move, Megan, in conjunction with, I would move off of Noah Fant. So I would be moving Noah Fant if I could for like a 4th round pick. And my reasoning there being that I get to then clear Noah Fant's salary off the books. I bring in Darnell Washington, who is overall, I think, a superior player to Fant, and I pick up the 4th round pick, and I save the money that I can then apply into other places on the team, Megan. So I improve the position. I save money. I'm not planning on paying Fant after this year because, Megan, after this final year of his deal, he's a free agent after the season. So it's a little bit about getting up ahead a year out on these deals rather than waiting until the last minute to try to make these kind of moves, Thoughts on Josh Downs? I did look at him. He's an undersized receiver, played a little bit both inside and out. A lot of guys in this draft that can play both inside and out at the college level here. He's a little slighter than most receivers coming out, 5'10", legitimately like 175, maybe 180, soaking wet. Good hops, excellent body control, gives him the chance to go up on balls higher. If you're going to be 5'10", you've got to have the hops. You've got to be able to go up and extend that catching radius and elongate it a little bit. He can do that. He's got acrobatic abilities, contort his body in the air to get to wayward throws. I like his speed and his quickness. He's a good yak guy, not great. He's got a dead leg move that's pretty impressive that he really uses to get open, and especially as a punt returner, that was impressive. So if you're looking at a guy that could be instantly a role on this team that's needed, he was a pretty good punt returner in what I watched off of him. He is pretty comfortable off the fly sweep bubble screen game stuff we're talking about on this receiver that we have, but he is a little undersized if we're talking about a Cooper Kupp, a Deebo Samuel type in this offense is more of the 6 foot, and he's got some weight to him. He's 6 foot 205, 6 foot 215. He's actually got some actual heft to him. Whereas with Downs, like I'm saying, he's 175. He's missing 40, 45 pounds you would have liked to have as a guy that, if he has any tackler get their hand on him in the fly sweep game or bubble screen game, they're dragging him right to the ground. Easy peasy. He does run strong. He runs strong routes. He really killed teams on the skinny post routes for whatever reason. Had like 5 touchdowns on that route on the tape that I watched. He's not housing anything off a short catch. He's just a real consistent player. I see him as a bottom line he's a dynamic slot guy at the next level. I don't think he'll ever be considered one of the best in the game, but he can carve out a solid role in that respect of things. I just don't see him working on the outside. He's a competitive player and he has a little edge to him, but I do think that Josh Downs has some limited upside to his game. And that is why that I've also put him into I had him down in the 4th round because of that. I'm not trusting he's going to be able to quite do that fly sweep bubble screen stuff. So it's a little bit of like a guy that's not quite as quick, not quite as good a receiver as a guy like Jackson Smith and Jigba. It's like a poor man's Jackson Smith a little bit there. So I kind of ding him down at just a couple rounds on that at that point, putting him in the 4th round. But be a good guy in the 4th, late 3rd. Whitey White says Levis's Kentucky record the last 2 years, 9-1 in non-conference, 8-8 in the SEC. Just saying. There we go, man. Thank you for that. That's a great stat. So he's 9-1 in games outside the conference, but in this hellacious SEC, he's 8-8. Adds up. John says, I want to see Drake Young emerge as the 3rd down wheel on our team to do all that stuff you're talking about. He'd immediately become one of my favorite players. Me too, John. And he might be the guy to get that done for you. You might have that in-house because he does have that size, and that's all he did at Denore Lenore was running those bubble screens and the fly sweeps. It's absolutely a part of his game. Brian says Josh Downs round 3, okay. Yeah, I mean, that'd be all right. I've got him as a 4th round guy, Brian, just because I do see him as only a slot guy, and I don't think he's quite as sudden as some of the other really good slot guys in this draft. But if you took him in the 3rd, that's not some gross overreach or anything, that's realistic. Nick says Washington is essentially an extra O lineman who can catch. He'd be great for this team in the run game and in the red zone. Well put, Nick. 100% agree. Delegates says, where do Seahawks fans tailgate? I don't know. Can't do it outside the stadium, that's for sure. which is lame. Nathaniel Park says, where do you see Geno going if he hits free agency? Hard for me to see him hitting free agency. I think we would franchise him if it came down to it, Nathaniel. If he were just to get out there, if he's out there in the open market, who's the team that probably signs him? Well, I would say if the Saints couldn't get Derek Carr, I think that the Saints would be a team that would certainly jump for him. I'm trying to think about the other teams that are out there. Vegas could certainly make a run for him if they can't get Rodgers. I think they could be the team. And then I think the Buccaneers would be the number one team if they had the cap space. They just don't have the cap space, which I don't know how they would create that amount of room to get him underneath there at that point. They could do it, but it would take a lot of moves to make it happen. So probably the Saints or the Raiders would be the team, or the Jets. I know you asked for one team, so I give you four there. I don't think the Raiders get Rodgers. I think Saints probably find a way to get Carr. So yeah, we'll go with the Jets. Pumpkin always got something to say. Coolbury says, Michael T.O. laughing out loud. I stayed in Harbor Point for a summer and had to drive to work. It was awful. Oh, it's horrible. I hated it. I'd get so angry in my car, stuck in traffic for no reason. And I'm like, I'm going to give myself a heart attack driving in this for the rest of my life. John says, I'm telling you, Chad, I saw the team start to take away what Geno wants to do, and he started struggling later in the season. Unless he can up his average depth of target, he's going to struggle more. Love it, man. Brian says 520 is only a real problem during AM commute, and if there's an accident, Vid has reduced all traffic. That's good to hear. I got stuck on the 405 through the days. I was like, Georgie says the XFL games were good. It's a bit slower than the NFL. I'm going to definitely check it out, Georgie. I'm interested in it. Seahawks blue and green, Tyrese Long, huge wingspan. Boy, does he ever. Will Valdez, is there any projected third-round quarterback you could see turning into a first-round talent like what happened with Wilson? Yeah. Not a lot of guys. I'll say that. Not a lot of them will. I think that at the head of the list on this would be Hendon Hooker. Would be a guy that could become that guy. I think he's you remove that ACL and he could be a first-round talent even at 26 years old in this draft. So he would be the main one that I would look at. Is there any other guys that could maybe be that? Maybe Dorian Thompson Robinson out of UCLA, but a lesser version of a Wilson for sure at that point. Something in there. Stenson Bennett maybe, I don't know. As a guy, if we're talking in that range of things, third, fourth round range. Those would be probably the only guys. I think McKee goes at least second round minimum. I'm not a big Jay Kaner guy. Max Dugan, I think, is a fifth rounder. Clayton Tune's a fifth rounder. So it's not a big list, I guess. John says, I talked to John Ursula on Instagram the other day. I was so mad. He was never really given a chance. We traded back into the draft for him and never used him. We didn't. It's tough for him, though. He was a slot guy only, so it was a little bit hard because there had to be that opening for the slot role, too. Cool says, that was like 2012-13. I stayed in Harbor Point and worked at a catering company based in Queen Anne next to Swedish Center. I know what you're talking about. It's a nice area down there. It's just the commute's just, you got to be self-contained. 1023 says, I had a nightmare that Anderson and Carter were gone from the board. My nightmare is those guys were gone off the board. Levis has gone off the board. Stroud's gone off the board. And that we're looking at Bryce Young. That's my nightmare. Delakey, I'd like to trade the fifth pick too, man. If you can get a couple of first round picks, man. Woo. Mr. Allo, we need a backup running back for next season. I like the Kendry Miller kid out of TCU. I do too, Mr. Allo. My comparison for him is like a little bit of a slightly slower version of Aaron Jones. Guy that's been just a great running back for the Green Bay Packers in his career. Slightly less fast Aaron Jones for Kendry Miller. John says, I could see John wanting Tyree Wilson bad, wanting his Calais Campbell clone he never got in McDowell, although McDowell and Campbell are bigger men. Yeah, I could see that too, John. That's certainly something that's been one thing he's been looking for years. I agree, 100%. New Blacks, the Seahawks fans freaked out with the Walker pick. Let's see how that turned out. Yeah, exactly. Well, I think too, if they were to tell, like, if you took Bijan Robinson, you said, okay, we're taking him to be, essentially compete in there with Walker as the running back, but then we're going to use him as a third down receiver as well because we really like his hands and we really like his route running. Maybe that's not the worst value then at 5. If you can truly get that from him. Maybe I need to do a video on what would make it worthwhile to take Bijan Robinson 5th overall. The very least, we're triggering people, Delikey Michael Mayer is a good tight end out of Notre Dame. I got him as a second round talent. I don't think he's quite Gronk like my friend in that respect, but I see him more like Zach Miller. Good player. Can do everything. Yeah, Brian, I wasn't saying we take a tight end in the first round. I was just saying that if we took Darnell Washington, we would take him in the second round, but I would have a first round grade on him, a late first round grade on him. No, it's not summer here. So yeah, Brandon, not Baby Huey Doc. Ryan Tatum, you're about these Justin Fields rumors. Sound interesting to say the least. Through third year on a 4th year deal. Yeah, it's kind of like I'm interested in it, Ryan. I'm not out on him completely. It's a way to go. It's really about, if you're going to make that move for Justin Fields from a Seahawks standpoint, it has to be one where this guy was taken 10th overall a couple of years ago. The Bears gave him not really a great supporting cast to work with. A lot of the things that we talk about with Will Levis is things that you could talk about with Justin Fields. And then you aren't giving up anywhere near the kind of draft capital that the Bears had to give up to get him a couple of years ago. Maybe that would be the 20th overall pick. Maybe that would be that versus them giving up the 10th overall pick. It's part of me that wonders if maybe you could get out of that for a second, third round kind of deal there. Maybe not. I'm just not sure on what the value is on it with that, Ryan. What is his cost, But I am just hearing about it on the chat, actually. I hadn't seen it online posted anywhere, so I'm just kind of hearing about it now. But it makes sense. It makes sense. The Bears could very well be looking at chopping and moving him because they want to draft their guy. Every new front office, when they're going to be brought in, one of the first things they're going to want to do at the head of the stack is draft our own guy at the quarterback position. We're not married to the former guy's guy, right? We're not married to the former guy's guy that got that former guy fired. We want our guy so that if we get fired, it's fired with our dude. And I think that's just kind of the way the lay of that land works with that. Nick says, stop. No running backs in the first round. Stop the nonsense. Seahawks blue and green, the negative on Tyree is he might not be quite first year ready. We need someone who is going to start immediately and make a big impact. That would be good. Cole Breeze Adams healthy, plus Carter on the interior, plus one more good pick free agent, and our defense will be so different. New Black says Burrow is the only quarterback I've seen take that beating, laughing out loud. I was going to just say that. That's been the one guy that I can remember in recent years who could withstand and who has withstood the storm. And I don't say that to any small measure. Every other quarterback that I've watched that's gone through that kind of situation has just gotten battered all to hell. And Burrow is the one guy, for whatever reason, even after tearing his ACL, who still bounced back and still was fearless in the pocket, absolutely still stood strong, not worried in the least. But he is the few and far between of the Burrow types. Most guys that get beat on like that eventually gets up into their head a bit. They eventually develop bad habits. The key is to avoid them having to get to those point of bad habits by having it fixed on the front end in the first place. Brian Myers, Deuce Vaughn in round 4. I like me some Deuce Vaughn, man. You guys are mentioning the running backs I really like in this class a lot. Where do I have Deuce? I think I've got Deuce 3rd, 4th round range, man. I'm very high on Deuce. I see Darren Sproles 2.0 in that guy. So I'm very, very high on him. I think I've got a 3rd round grade on him. He good. Nathaniel says the talent's going to be gone at the running back position by round 6-7. I'm really interested in Eric Gray, Deuce Vaughn, Sean Tucker, Kenny McIntosh. Good players. It may, it's a very deep draft for good running backs. I mean, here's my list right now of just guys. You mentioned Eric Gray's on there. I'd add this to addition to my list, but you've got Bijan Robinson, Zach Charbonnet, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kendry Miller, Sean Tucker, Kenny McIntosh, Tyjae Spears, Israel Abaconda. We were just talking about Deuce Vaughn, Tank Bigsby, Devin Archain might run an insane time. Chris Rodriguez is a hammer. Roshan Johnson's a bull. Tavion Thompson later round might be okay. There might be some guys. This is a pretty deep draft running back wise. I mean, it's the best of this talent in this draft, I think you could say, is probably like corner, running back would be maybe number 2. I don't know. I think you could maybe get a guy a little bit later. 10-23. So that's why the Bears would trade Justin Fields, is that you have a new front office, new coaching staff in place. The new guys want their own guy. Do you want to fail with the other guy's guy, or do you want to fail with your own? YDY says Seattle doesn't draft at 20 a power that I'm so down with Parker Washington, 5'10", 215. Best hands in the draft. He runs over people. He's Debo. He even has a similar production. I wasn't as high on him, man. I have a 4th round grade on Parker Washington. So I don't think that he's going to, like Debo Samuel ran like a 22 mile an hour at the Senior Bowl. Debo Samuel's got like really, really good burst, really, really good speed. Why do I? So he carries all that weight and he's fast. Parker Washington carries that weight and he's not quick and he's not particularly fast. I see why my comp for Parker Washington is a less sudden Jarvis Landry. I like him. There's some really good parts to his game, but when you as a receiver are missing the speed quickness component, I'm not sure. It's great hands, catches the ball really well. He's a really fast catcher. I like a lot to his game. I do. But when I got a receiver that's limited a little bit by speed and quickness, that's like having a quarterback limited by arm strength a little bit. They can have a lot of other good components to their game, but it's going to be a limiting factor. Corbury says fit need Anderson 7 out of 10, Carter 9 out of 10. Yeah, that's right. I'd say that's right. Brian Myers may not need to draft a running back if we could sign Miles Sanders. Yeah. Or anybody else. You sign a couple other guys and not have to do it then. Dallas says Will Levis will be a Colt, not Young. I could see it. Clivic, if I was the Bears, I'd draft either Carter or Anderson, but I'm rooting for the Bears to trade Fields so we can get Anderson or Carter. Absolutely. Boy, wouldn't that be great too if we got the Bears to trade us? We got them to trade us Fields in order for us to have a pathway to getting Carter. Oh, Jimmy Carter died? That's sad to hear. I think I'd seen that maybe somewhere. I was like half paying attention. New Blacks, could I see the Seahawks giving up number 20 for Fields? I could. Yeah. Could definitely see it. 10 picks less than what they picked him for 2 years ago. That'd be within the realm of possibility. I agree, John. Fields doesn't really fit our offense, though. Dan says, with the Raiders releasing Derek Carr, do you think we trade back and pick up a second round or two? I think we try to, Nathaniel. I think we try to. It's going to take a team trading up for us in our spot. It's going to take, I think, a quarterback being available at our spot for a team to want to trade up for. So there's a couple of things that have to happen with that to play out in that way. But yeah, I think there's definitely going to be a spot where we can trade back because there'll be quarterback needy teams that want to move up and go there. Even if it's a guy like Anthony Richardson and not a guy like Levis or Stroud they're looking at. John says Fields paired with Greg Roman somewhere would be a hit. It would. That's more right. Yeah. Why do I like Levis? Huge upside, but while he played in a similar system, they were different too. 33% of KU passes were at or behind the line of scrimmage. He really struggled at times to make reads too. Well, the one thing you need if you're going to make reads, is pass protection. If I got to go through reads, that's the longer I'm going to be holding the ball in the pocket. And if you don't have the time, and he wasn't given that time to make those reads at times, then it's going to make you jumpy even at times when you do have the time, especially if more often than not you're rushed. Your clock is being sped up. 33% of the passes by KU out behind the line of scrimmage. I would argue with you that this is a little bit of what the Rams offense is. Why do I? I mean, that is what you would like to ideally be running this Rams offense at a little bit. where it is a little bit more of just dinking and dunking and moving the ball around a little bit. Maybe not 33% high, but certainly much higher wide to wide than we've been running at in the last few years, where those have just not been really true components of our offensive game on a consistent basis. And so that's a big, look at what the Rams do offensively and how much they run it, how much they ran it, especially that first attack against us. How many fly sweeps did they run, right? How many bubble screens did they run? It's a big part of the offense. It's the attacking laterally or horizontally rather than vertically. Cool Breeze, I still kind of miss Dunlap. He's getting a little old. Why? Levis is a guy that the interview might have a big impact if he can explain his bad passes and show on the board what he should have done. Top 3 quarterback. He does bad on the board. It might matter. I think it's going to be I agree. Important part of his process and where he gets picked is how he does in these interview processes. And if he sucks it up with his film, that's not going to be good enough for him to expect to be able to push himself over the top. Delakey, is Travis Homer gone this year? I do believe he is. He's a free agent now, and I think he moves probably on down the road. Cool Breeze, I like Dunlap too. He was a good guy. Daniel, if Rodgers returns, you think we could make a move for Jordan Love? Probably wouldn't be too expensive. We could, Nathaniel, yeah. It does seem like the reports are the Packers are kind of moving on from him at this point, though. Sure, I'm getting sort of the tea leaves are saying, we're done. It feels like that, doesn't it? But yeah, I think he's ready to go. Charbonnet, running back UCLA, could be a late round replacement for Travis Homer. I see him as a second round guy myself. I think he's going to go run at least like a 4.55, maybe 4.6, but a big guy, good short area burst. I do think he goes at least third round, but probably second. Nikasa Carr visited the Jets. He's going to take his time. He's going to go through all of the places and get wine and dined. John says, hey, Brandon, what do you think happened this year at the Jody meeting? Is there anything big coming on the pipeline as far as changes? I don't think so. I think those changes were coming down last year with the Russell decision, with maybe giving a little more control over the Schneider as far as player personnel control is concerned. Those are what happened last year. I think this year they're going to look at those changes were successful, John, and let's keep it status quo. What was working last year should continue to work, as it was a change we made last season that allowed for that working to happen. White White says, I think Pete being 72 this year and on the last 3 years of his contract will impact the draft. Does a 72-year-old want to roll the dice on a rookie quarterback? About 30% hit rate in the first round. I'm not sure. It's a good question. I think it's a valid question. I think it's one that impacts this situation, at least to a small degree and maybe a major degree. Why do I? I think it's very valid to consider it. My one counter to that has been, if you have a Will Levis that's 24 years old, a little bit of an older prospect, not as young and green necessarily, maybe got his head on right to be able to lead a team and to go out there and be the man. And you then have him also running the same offense that you in college that he's going to run at the pro level. Maybe he's a little bit more ready and able to then hit that ground running. Or maybe they feel a little bit more confident at that point they can get that kid hitting the ground running despite his poor results at times in college as far as the production is concerned. I'm not sure. As you say, I'm not sure. I'm not sure either on that one. But it makes sense if they were to be driven by that to sign Geno, that's a big part of what was pushing that signing to happen, being we don't want to reset this with Carroll only having a mere couple of years left. You sure do hate to make your decisions, though, based upon the window of an aging head coach, don't you? You sure don't want to make your decisions based off of that. Bear with me 1 second, folks. Be right back. All right. Thanks for bearing with me there. John says, why doesn't Geno give the Seahawks $20 million per year, 4-year deal, but fully guaranteed? He gives us a huge discount, gets more money overall, and becomes the beloved member of the Pacific Northwest. We would do that. I think he would look at it like this, John. If he took a 3-year deal at $75 million, he's going to make in that 4th year more money at that point. So he's leaving the money on for him, he's leaving the money on the table by that 4th year and a lot of money at that. He would also say, I think, John, that I've never been paid. So can you blame me for wanting to get every last dollar bill that I can pull out of this deal? No, I don't think you could. So that's where I think he would have that measured, right, John? 3 years, $75 million. I'm getting all of that money that you're talking about in the 4 years, which would be $80 million, absent $5 million more. In that 4th year after the 3 years deal with Seattle, by that 4th year, am I going to make more than $5 million and significantly more than that? Probably. So yeah. Nathaniel says, Geno already turned down a 3-year, $90 million offer from Seattle. I don't think Seattle's trying to pay him more than that. I hope not, Nathaniel. I hope not. John says, couldn't Bijan be our fly sweep yak guy? I've heard he's that good of a receiver. That would definitely be a game changer if he could do that stuff. I think he can, John. And I think, yes, based on what I've saw off the tape, he could definitely do that stuff. He's maybe not going to be as pure a route running receiver that you get out there, but it's not like we've had the greatest production from the slot anyway up until this point. He'd also offer you a lot of flexibility. And boy, you talk about having John, Kenneth Walker in the backfield, and then you've got Bijan running pre-snap motion and what that would do to the linebackers and their gap integrity pre-snap, how jumpy you would be getting linebackers trying to lean to one way or the other. And the chess match you could go between the two of those. I think you could pull that off. Brian says Bijan's the best running back prospects in Saquon. You draft him, you run the rock. There you go, man. I get it. Kirk Stemmer says Fields wants to play somewhere warm or in a dome. Well, then that's not going to be here, is it, Kirk? Nathaniel is Miles Murphy's worth taken at 5. Yeah, Nathaniel, but it's the same problems that we have with Tyree Wilson. You know, you're getting the physical potential's there for the 5 pick. The production's not really there, and they're not really to the ceiling as close as you'd like them to be for picking them at number 5. John says, is there a player you've fallen in love with? Pause. A guy whose story pulls you in and you know he's going to be a monster or whatever team he goes to. To me, it's Roschon Johnson's my guy. I see him being special. Is there a guy like that? I mean, I don't know if I've gotten into the personal stories of it, John. I wouldn't say that. I don't know if there's a personal story guy that's really brought me in like you're kind of talking about necessarily. I mean, maybe Darnell Washington would be that guy for me. I don't think he's going to be necessarily special. So I would say that. I don't know if I see special top end in him. But it would probably be him. It'd probably be him or like Kalijah Cansey if we were a 4-3 defense, John. You know, one of those two guys. But we're not a 4-3 defense, so I'll go with my first answer. But, you know, at the end of the day, too, this draft has me kind of at the end underwhelmed when it's all said and done a little bit. John says, I told you, Brandon, I saw Walker the third shine in the small in the small pass catching opportunities he was given this year. I hope they carve a larger role for him this year. Me too. You did say that. John says, I think Cody Mock is a little overrated. I'm not sure on that one. Hard player to evaluate, John. Always the smaller school guys. I think it is nice what he gives you as far as potential position versatility in being able to play all 5 spots. Can he play any one of them good? Well, it's hard to know, but I think he had a pretty good week at the Senior Bowl overall. I don't think he plays tackle at the next level, John, not on a consistent basis, but a guard, maybe center, could be a good player. Could be a good player from that standpoint. Brian says three defenders, 1 interior offensive line in rounds 1 and 2, nothing else. I like it there. All right, let's go, Brian. John, who the heck is Marvin Mims? He's an Oklahoma wide receiver. Nathaniel says, one guy I've seen mocked to us in round 4 consistently is Marvin Mims. So that would be my I've got Marvin even in the 3rd round range. I liked Marvin Mims quite a bit. So if we got him in the 4th round, then I would be very happy with that. Another guy like you mentioned, like Parker Washington, there's a little bit of that same kind of stuff a little bit with Marvin Mims' game. He's a little bit faster and quicker though than to me what you get from the other guy that we're talking about there than what you get from Parker Washington. They're both very similar sized guys. Or well, I guess Mims is a little more undersized. He probably weighs 20 pounds lighter than Parker Washington, but also very much more sudden. Great straight line guy. But 2 different receivers too. 2 very different guys. John says, but I think about Cody Mock though is that he's a road grader. I just want him bigger and more physical. He's like a technical, gritty effort guy. Well, he can move really well, John. Remember, that's the thing though I like about Cody from my standpoint is that you're right. He's not the conventional, grinder physical cat, but he is the guy that can move in space and he can get to the second level. He can pull back across the formation. He can pull out in front. More of what is the requirement, I'd say, from this offense a little bit. Jamani says, why am I the only Seahawks fan not impressed with DK Metcalf? Dude's a mid receiver, not consistent enough. Well, I guess when I take mid receiver, that would to me mean that you're saying that he's like a middle of the pack receiver in the sport. And he's been much better than that, Jamani. He's played, first off, let's start with the fact that he's played every single game of his career, never missed one game. He's been consistent every single year of his career, being right around that 1,000-yard receiving mark. Janani, how is he a mid receiver if he just turned 25 years old 2 months ago? He has the 9th most amount of yards for any player in NFL history. Not the NFL over the last 10 years, Jamani. Not the NFL over the last 30 years, Jamani. In NFL history, there are only 8 other receivers who have more yards receiving before the age of 25 than DK Metcalf. How could he be mid if that's the case? And not only that, Jamani, he's 7th before the age of 25 in most touchdown receptions before the age of 25. I know people want him to sometimes be more, but let's also appreciate what he is, which he's been a very good wide receiver. Is he at the top mark? Is he the best of the best? Is he up in that realm of Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, and those kind of guys? Maybe no, not. But is he also still a young guy? Is his story completely still set? No, it's not. He also draws as much double team coverage as anybody in the NFL, Jamani. That's the other thing you got to consider with it. And not just like in vague forms. I'm saying when you go back to last year, not even this year, I haven't seen the stats on this year yet, but last year, only Devontae Adams was double teamed more than DK Metcalf. If, as you say, DK Metcalf is a mid wide receiver, why are 32 NFL defensive coordinators committing to double teaming him on a consistent basis? John says, I think Nathaniel Dell's going to be a player. He just reminds me of one of those tiny dudes with no calves like Deshaun Jackson and Robbie Anderson that are just too quick and shifty to guard. I like him a lot too, man. I like him a lot too. And John, you got me a little bit higher on, I went back and rewatched the tape. You did get me a little bit higher on Zay Flowers. And at that point, what happened for me was Flowers kind of just overtook Dell in the second round chart for me. But Nathaniel Dell's right behind Flowers for me. Flowers is ahead, but he's right there with them. Mr. Alla would love if we could get Drew Sanders out of Arkansas. He's a playmaker. He's grown on me a little bit. He took me a while, though. I ain't going to lie. He took me a little while. Why do I says Parker has the same time 40 in the NCAA as Debo did and has a 37-inch vert, good athlete, elite body control, and he is a big-time shifty. I think he will run sub 5. I think he will run a sub 5. Yeah, I'm only going off when I say with what I saw. It's just what I'm seeing on the tape with a why do I. So he might go out there and run some track speed like stuff, but just what I saw with him on the tape on coming off the routes, coming off the line, being able to separate once he's off the line of scrimmage. It just, guys were kind of just staying with him, which led him to a lot of situations. So like when you look at Parker Washington, why do I, you see a lot of contested catch situations. And in a lot of respects, it's great when you see the contested catches situations from receivers at the college level. But a lot of times why you're seeing those contested catches is because they're not generating separation. And when you're not generating separation, it's usually going to come from one of three things: quickness, speed, or a lack of route running. I would offer with Parker Washington, all three of those components are all kind of applicable here. I'm not to say that he's a slow or an albatross, and he very well could jump very high. I think he does have a very good vertical leap, but that's just my issue with him on what I saw on the tape with him. He is a rock at 215, no doubt, and he can run like a running back with the ball in his hands, which definitely provides, there's something there to his game. There is. But I didn't see necessarily that suddenness off the line of scrimmage like I would have liked to have seen. And I do think that's a bit of a component that's missing in his game. I would be very surprised if he ran even a 4.5 40 at the combine. I would be very shocked. I'm guessing that 40 in the NCAA was a hand time. But we'll see. Jackson's 2 to Atwell is about the same size. Guys that size don't hold up. Atwell was 148. Atwell was even smaller than the 175. I mean, that's 25 pounds off the 175. That was his pro day. He rated 148. Yeah, and Eskridge isn't going to hold up either, but he was injured in college too. John, I got to look at Keyshawn Boutte. So I haven't had a chance to take a look at him quite yet. But yeah, I hear there's a lot. There's a wide range. Brian, I'm sorry you haven't had a chance to look at him. He's on my list, though. Nathaniel says, completely unrelated to free agency, but I saw we were getting throwback uniforms next season. We'll also get throwback helmets. I think so. It's the way it's supposed to work, I think. Taylor Parks, Boutte was projected as a first-round pick last August. What happened? I think he had an underwhelming year this year. There was also some worries. There were some problems internally, I think, there between him and the coaching staff a little bit, which might turn some people off from him a little bit. So, yeah, it just kind of went sideways there with him. John says Eskridge could be good, but what he's shown in college, I don't know what happened to him. Did that concussion just change him? No, I mean, he's shown what he was in college, Sean. I mean, in college, he couldn't run very tight routes. So even though he was really fast and quick, all of that got mitigated by the fact he was a really not a natural route runner at all. And then he had terribly inconsistent hands in college. And then he was terribly injury prone in college. Remember, John, he changed his number in college just to try to change his injury luck. That's a literal thing that Eskridge did. So everything that he's been as a pro is everything that you could see that he was going to be in college. It was easily seen, this train coming down this track. Nick says just did a PFF draft, traded down from 5 to 7, got 38, traded down from 7 to 12 and got 33. When Christian Gonzalez at 10, Zay Flowers at 20, Trenton Simpson at 33, Schmitz at 37, Ika at 55, and Gibbs at 51. Not bad, man. Not bad at all. Nick says Darnell Washington at 83 and Andrew Voorhees at 122. Talk about unrealistic, but man, that'd be awesome. That would be awesome. That's what we do now. That's the mock draft season's about dreaming, man. If you can't dream big during mock season, what are we doing here? Why do I says I feel like I'm being talked down to, like I can't understand quarterback pressure. I've seen him with plenty of time and horrible decisions. It's not uncommon view of quarterback breakdowns I've seen. Well, I'm not talking down to you. That's for sure. I think I do a pretty good job, why do I, of telling people that even when I disagree with you, I appreciate where you're coming from. I was trying to articulate a little bit of where I see the two camps on this situation going, because what my standpoint seems to feel like on this one is the people that are really embedded in their opinion on Levis are really embedded on it. And the people that are anti-Levis are really embedded on that. It's a little bit like the Wilson situation from last year a bit, where I do see these subjects that come down the pike and I can just see that there's really not any mobility on it one way or another. But I'm pretty good about, I think, from my standpoint on this, why do I, of articulating every time. And it's really kind of a pain in the ass to do so from my perspective of things. I'd like to just be able to say my opinion and not have to preload it with like, I'm not talking down to you. I'm not saying your opinion doesn't matter. I'm not saying but that's exactly what I've done. So I don't know if you're referencing somebody else in the chat talking to you that way. I'm not speaking to you that way. I am disagreeing with you. I am saying that I feel like the people that I've had these conversations to, and please understand with this, why do I, while it might be the first conversation you and I have over this Levis thing, I've literally had the wash, rinse, repeat of this debate going on for over a year in almost every single stream. And so it does come down clear to me where I go, I can't change those people's mind. I don't think they're going to change mine. But as I probe and pull in from folks from your side of it, I see a lot of the broad brushes painted with Levis. I don't see a lot of people building in that pressure that he was underneath. I certainly think you can understand pressure. I don't think I didn't say that you couldn't understand pressure. So I don't know where you got that from. Maybe you're responding to somebody else in the chat here. So I don't know. I'm 5 hours in. Obviously the eyes get a little bit crossed, but it isn't for me just about quarterback pressure with him on my standpoint of it. It's also the part that comes down to the supporting cast as well. It's guys that aren't catching balls. It's guys that are having balls bounce off their hands and then get intercepted that have nothing to do with poor decision-making on Levis's stance. It's the running back being gone for half the year. It's just overcoming not great parts in a really tough conference. But the bottom line on it was just this. We each have our different sides of the opinion on it. We're fine with each side of it. But as I said, I don't think either side is going to convince the other. I think after I've watched just about every game of Levis over the last 2 years, I'm not going to do a whole lot to convince you at this point, or folks that are on your camp, nor yours on the other one. But it's not talking down. It's just saying this is where the common disagreement's going to lie. I do feel like those that are on your camp are taking the raw film and not really bearing in much in the assessment on that of the duress that he's under. Because I don't know how you can watch a game of Will Levis and go, oh, he's having all the time in the world to make these throws. Oh, he's just sitting back there just like Bryce Young and just like Stroud are, and they've got all the time in the world to make happen whatever they want to make happen. It's just not the case. Play in and play out. But if we're not seeing the same thing, we're just not seeing the same thing. That'll happen from time to time. Mr. Aldo Tully, the defensive end out of USC, would look nice in hawk blue. I agree. I like him. Second round grade on him as it currently stands right now. Sam the Great says, I don't think Geno is money hungry. He'll find his way back in Seattle with a good enough deal. I agree. I think he'll eventually get a deal done here. I do think he's trying to get everything that he can. I can't begrudge him for that. The Town Park says, Bijan's awesome. I'm an OU fan. Trust me, I know. Oh, he's great. He's great. Why do I? I do respect your view on Parker, even if I see different things than you. Right now, I'm a little unsure. He shows out in the combine, and I will readdress this debate. Laughing out loud. And I just want to make clear on this. I do really respect everybody's opinion in this chat, and I don't expect people to I will fight hard to try to get you to agree with me. I'll try to convince you. I'll try to bring you to my side, but I don't expect everybody to have us all land on the same place. And we're going to see things differently. We've got a multitudes of hundreds of people coming in the chat. People are going to see stuff in different fashions. That's the fun of it to me. And quite frankly, it's part of what makes me go back and review stuff. Like I was saying too on this, YDY, it's like with the John Robinson. You know, me and John got in a debate about Zay Flowers a couple weeks ago. Go back and look at more of Zay Flowers' tape. Do a little bit more in-depth studying, you know, and that all of these evaluations, what's nice about this with you and I and everybody on this is that we've gotten ahead of this, in that we're 2 months out of the draft and we're already starting to get a really good picture of what these guys look like and who they are as players and you know, what they are as far as prospects go. Now we only get to further refine that from here. We only get to further educate ourselves even more so. So, you know, that's why the combine is going to be helpful, where if he goes back out in the combine and runs the 4.5 40, like you mentioned, well, now you go back. That's what that's like Schneider said a couple weeks ago. That's what then draws you back now to go look at the tape. You know, that's why the combine does end up mattering and why some of those drills do factor in, because they can draw you back on something that you didn't see on the tape. Like, wait, was he really as kind of not sudden and not fast as I thought on the tape when I first saw him? And then go back and, okay, yeah, he was. And I will say this about Parker. Like you said, he is uniquely built at 215. Most of these guys, 185, that are going to be at that 5'10 size, he definitely has something different to him on that. And his ability to be so sticky with his catch ability and so quick. He doesn't, when the ball's in the air and coming at him, he doesn't get his hands up early like a lot of receivers do and show the cornerback the ball's coming in. He can just literally be going from running full steam to just, it's like that, right? Like, watch my hands go up. It's just, and he's pulling it in, and then he turns into a runner really seamlessly. So there is some exciting tangibles about him. And I'll be interested to see what he runs at the combine. And if I'm wrong, he goes out there and runs a 4.4 and he's really short, runs like a 1-6, 10-yard split, I'll definitely own it and be like, well, I may have saw it wrong on tape then. But I would be mad if we did pick him. I'll say that. I'd like to get him a little later than I think maybe where you're at with him. But if we end up getting him, he is a fun player. Why do I say if DK had the time to run deep routes like other wide receiver ones and get one-on-ones at the rate other wide receiver ones get, he would destroy the NFL. Agreed. Nathaniel Gino wants the max contract he can get. He isn't taking any discounts. He knows he played like a top 5 quarterback. He wants to be payday like one. He's 32 years old and probably won't get another major contract in his career. Well said, man. And I agree. That's why I say you can't get mad at him for wanting to get paid like that. He's never been paid, never going to get another payday. I'd want to get every last dollar I could too if that was the case. Bobby Savage Hill with a $2 donation. Thank you, Bobby Savage Hill. Appreciate you. Says DK has a similar trajectory to Megatron thus far. Very similar, yeah. Very similar. And I know some will bristle at some of the comparison with that, but DK's been right there. That's why I tried to present that stat and posted that video a couple months ago about let's keep in mind about where he is from a historical perspective standpoint. And I know he's not ever been one of the top receivers in the market, but again, still, he'll start the year next year at 25 years old to begin the year. To begin the season, he will be 25 years old. He will play through the majority of next season at 25 years old, will DK Metcalf. And that's where there is still that room to me of maybe we haven't quite seen the complete top end of DK yet. As somebody else was posting above out there, like YDY mentions, about the fact that he does draw so many double teams. If we, from an offensive schematic fashion, could find a way to force teams out of that double team commitment to DK, then that's only going to open the roof for him as far as his production's concerned. 1023, I hope DK retires as Seahawks too, man. I love him as well. Jack, I agree. I think Mock's a good zone guard. I think John's right about him not being the mauler type, but that may not be the thing that you need now most on this line anymore. John, I heard DK was top percentage in contested catch situations this year. Is that true? Yes. DK had the second best contested catch rate in the NFL. He seems like he struggles with that. Maybe it's because he just doesn't high point the ball a lot. It does. Both of the statements are true, John. I do feel like he does struggle with it too. I was surprised by that stat when I heard it this past week, but that was the stat that was presented out there, was that he was second in those contested situations. So it is something that he does a good job in overall at the end of the day. But I also think that's, especially when it comes to the fade routes, John, I mean, what do we have? 13, 14 fade balls down by the end zone that we couldn't complete this year with Geno and DK, and that we didn't even really come close to competing at times. That's definitely a part where you would like him to be a little more effective, especially because those fade routes are one-on-one situations. But you just couldn't get the timing, couldn't get the throw right, couldn't quite get it there. DK is a star and essentially the face of our franchise. I'm proud of the guy and happy he is with us. Me too. Sam the Great, 148 pounds and you make the NFL. That's crazy. Not just make the NFL, but you're a second round pick. And that's, again, not the 148 pounds he was listed at on his playing weight on game day in college being Tutu Atwell. And this is why I called him Poo Poo Atwell. He weighed about a pound. This was him at 148 pounds on his pro day. That's when those guys, this is like Bryce Young right now. Like Bryce Young's trying to eat Happy Meals and burgers, and he's drinking down quarts of ice cream because he's trying to get himself up to 200 pounds to prove that he's not as slight as he truly is. Atwell does that for months on end leading up to the pre-combine evaluation process, gets to his pro day, and he weighs 148 pounds. That means he's like, game day was rocking like 135 in college, is what that means. It's tough. Klivic, I'm kidding. If we stick with Drew Lock, if Geno leaves, sign Payne and other players, draft players, and we draft and get a quarterback next year. I'm good with it, Klivic. I'm good with it. I'm kidding, and we will sign. New Blacks, I hope the number one trait they look for in a wide receiver going forward is route running. That was the strength of Lockett coming out, and he has been amazing. Something that you want to definitely lean towards. Guys can get better in route running, but if they're naturally already good with it, they're only going to further refine it beyond that. Brian Meyer says, be you to man, providing the best place for the 12s. Night all. Hey, man, have a good night, man, Brian. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. He says, hello, I'm finally back. What's up, Ethan? What's up, E? Chicken God, I would rather have a quarterback coming out of college that has been battle tested. Me too, man. Me too. I want a couple scars on him, right? I want him a little toughened up. Big Country says, I've heard Hurts could get 45 to 50 million a year. That sounds pretty bad. It is bad. I was wondering at Big Country, they might be thinking more creatively, being the Eagles, to think, hey, rather than that, what if we just package these 2 first-round picks? What if we move Hurts for another first-round pick and then we trade up in this draft and get our pick of the litter from the quarterback standpoint of things? Would that not be a smarter approach for the Eagles standpoint in the long term? I know it's sacrilege because they just went to the Super Bowl with this guy, but $45 million a year for Jalen Hurts? Wicked Garden, Will Levis is the best ready-to-go prospect. Richardson, most potential. Agreed, Wicked Garden? And agreed. On both accounts, man. Both accounts, I agree there. Greg, do you see Thule playing inside or outside, and can he fit a 3-4 scheme? They had him standing up, and they've got him listed at 290. And if he's standing up at 290, and he's got explosiveness out of 290. So if he can do that from that spot, Greg, there's no reason that you can't align him up inside. He's really good with his hands as well. He didn't do it a lot at USC because they kind of just had him standing up on the outside for the most part out there. But I would think that's significant weight out there to pull that off. I'd have a lot of confidence in picking him that we could move him inside at times. I could bring him in as a 3-4 end in this defense and have him run from there at times and be all right. Very impressive how sudden he was for how big he was, Greg. Robert Jorgensen says, I'm totally fine with best player available. We need more talent on both sides of the ball. Agreed. Chicken God, playing under pressure and pressure in your face. Sorry. Respond to Megan. Nick Guzman says, Chicago's my one fear that they will throw $20 million a year at Payne. They have so much damn money. They do. They could break the bank on him if they wanted to. Also, though, maybe a factor on this, Nick, is that it may come down to Washington franchising him and then needing the right assets in return to move him. That could be a bit of a part that comes into play on this. Gino's about to dance like Billy McGuire in Spider-Man 3 when he gets paid. Yes, he is. A lot of staying alive moves. Ethan, Brandon, question. From a financial perspective, can you explain to me why drafting a quarterback that is still at least 2 years of more development is a good idea? That doesn't make sense. Well, there's a couple things with this I think that you're thinking of, Ethan, is that if you do have to have him come play off the bench and your starter does get injured, and starters get injured often, that he can come in and still be a pretty impactful guy, even if not ready to be the full-time starter at that point. He can come in and carry the water for a couple weeks and do so at a really higher level than you naturally get at as a backup quarterback. You're hoping you can speed up that time of a 2-year process, Ethan, but you're building into your plans that's a reality of what you should have to deal with. It's not ideal. I think the big thing that would drive you on this to do this would be that the Seahawks would value getting a very highly talented quarterback. And to get a highly talented quarterback on a rookie deal, even if that is that you aren't getting the returns of that into year 3 or 4, would still be worthwhile for the team, because by year 3 or 4, they could have the team ready and in place for that guy to then go and take that team to a Super Bowl. So if you came out of it in year 3 and you had waited 2 years, but he got you to the Super Bowl, is that then well worth it? Yeah, it's well worth it in retrospect if he's able to pull that off. Now, is that not as ideal as getting the guy from day one, having him start from day one and getting the full 5 years of the returns off of him? Yes. But here's the thing with that too, Ethan. Let's say you start the guy immediately and he comes on the field and he plays good for you immediately and he's going good. Now you get into year 3. And then what happens after year 3, Ethan? He demands to be paid, right? Even first-round quarterbacks with their 5th-year option, like Kyler Murray, they demand to be paid. So yeah, your guy started immediately, right? But you still only ended up with really that 3 years of time period before you ended up having to pay him anyway. So you wait your 2 years with like a Richardson guy, you play him year 3, you pay him year 4, and then after year 4, he wants a new deal. Like, okay, you're getting one less year of cheap play versus paying him instantly, but is that big of a difference at that point? Especially if you've done right by him by allowing him to develop, not developing bad habits, putting him on a position to succeed by the time you actually did put him out on the field to play. And that would be worth that 1 year of loss on that to me. Why do I see now with Levis, you think I don't like him. I would be fine with getting him at 5. I'm just all about the nuance and Will Steelman his flaws. he has big upside, but downside too. Well, and then let's find some common ground agreement on this. Why do I? I would offer to you that I agree with the folks that say that there's some huge bust potential with Levis, that there's bigger bust potential. If we were to remove Bryce Young's physical maladies or physical, what would I want to call this? His physical lack of physicals, and just his ability, right? And just what he can do as a football player, then I would certainly offer that Levis has got probably the biggest bust potential of anybody in the first round quarterback class, including Anthony Richardson. So I think that we are in agreement on that. There is downside there with him. I do have faith, though, that putting him in a position that's going to be, I felt like a little bit where I look at it with him on this is it's a guy, there's the bust potential is there, but it's a guy that's been like those guys back when we were growing up that, remember they were trying to sell the parachutes that you run with and that they made you faster and you'd run with a parachute and then you take that off your back and then you just run free and it was like you were going twice as fast. I feel like Levis has been running with that parachute on his back for a couple of years in college. And now finally the Seahawks are going to come along with their scissors and they're going to go snip. And now he's going to get to really go. And you're really going to get to see the purified Levis at this point. And I could be wrong on this. I absolutely would say I'm not saying that it's a no-brainer, no doubter, 100%. Levis is going to be amazing no matter where he goes, and that it's just a matter of time for him. It's not. He's got to go to the right situation, and there is still that bust factor there, even if he went to the right situation. But I think that we would provide him the right situation. I think Carroll would provide him the right kind of coach there to develop him along and to get him to correct some of the flaws in his game because of Coach Carroll's predilection towards really getting the quarterbacks to be safe with the ball, really making sure that they have that at the forefront of their mind a little bit, not just casually trying to get it across, but forcefully getting it across. But it's good to hear that you're not completely out on him. It's good to hear that you'd be on board if you did take him at 5. And again, I agree with you, man. The bust factor there with him is a real thing, and I wouldn't deny it. But I do I'm so tantalized by that other stuff there that the squeeze on this one for me would be worth the juice. John Robinson says Josh Downs is comp to us an awful lot. Is he worth the 20th or 37th pick? Not to me, John. 4th round receiver to me. 4th round. Ethan, Trey Lance is the quarterback that I compare this to. Aren't the 49ers going to need to pay him after the 2023 season? And he's barely done anything. We know quarterbacks either get paid peanuts or a king's ransom. No, I don't think he's necessarily, if he goes out this next year and he has a good year, I don't think that it absolutely guarantees he gets another contract. Because the Niners can come back to him and say, you've had 1 year of this kind of production. That's not worthwhile for us to do that. You've got to prove it again. And what is he going to do at that point? Is he going to hold out? He's not yet been paid. Is he going to suffer $50,000 a day of holding out into training camp? No, probably not. So I don't think that would be necessarily the case on that one. Every situation on this is a little different. In his case, the fact he didn't play his first year and then he's injured after his second year playing in 2 games, that's not going to allow him to just have one great year and then be paid, I wouldn't think. But maybe I could be off on that. But why you're going for the Richardson at that point, Ethan, to sit him for the 2 years is because you're also thinking we're not going to be back up at the draft to pick a quarterback that's going to be this well talented in the future. With as good a team as we have going forward, we'll be minimum teens and late into the 20s, which means we're not going to have any chance at any top-end quarterback unless we give up a multitude of picks to then move up into a draft to get that guy. And even then, we're going to be maybe getting the second, third best quarterback in a given class. And so you do look a little bit further down the road on that going, okay, right now we have a guy of that talent here right now that we don't have to give multiple picks for, that we just have here at number 5. And yeah, you got to wait a couple of years for him, but he's here. He's ours. It's right now here. We can get to just operate in the future however we want to operate at that point and building the team. That could drive you a little bit in that direction because of that. Greg Kemp says Justin Jefferson has negative 476 targets in 3 years versus DK's 400, or he has 476 targets in 3 years versus DK's 499 targets in 4 years. When are people going to start saying give DK the targets of a top 10 wide receiver? Well, that's the double team part that factors into this most for me, Greg. And let me see if I can find this for you to kind of illustrate this a little bit. And look, there's a deal here with a guy like Davante Adams where I can't find the stat, but I'll just bring up the stat. So the stat came out last year, Greg, where Davante Adams was the most double teamed wide receiver in the sport at 27.5%. And DK was number 2 on that list behind him at 26.5%. And I think when you're talking about a quarterback making his pre-snap reads, if you have a quarterback making a pre-snap read and he can tell coverage is going to drift over to a double team to his right receiver over here on the outside, he's going to, I think a lot of times, especially when he's got a Tyler Lockett or got the tight ends to throw to like Geno Smith has, you're going to tell him by his pre-snap read to go in another direction of it. When you're starting to try to force a ball into a guy that's being double teamed, I don't know if that's always a pathway to success. Justin Jefferson gets around this a little bit, Greg, because he plays so many of his snaps in the slot. I mean, they essentially turned Justin Jefferson into Cooper Kupp within that offense this past year. And when you're a slot guy, it's so much easier now to stay out of the double team stuff. I mean, they tried to do a little bit of that to Justin Jefferson this year at times, and it's really hard to do it out of the slot. It's so much easier to do it on the outside where you have the corner run and trail, and then you have the safety run and cover 2. Hell, you run cover 2 to both sides of the field at that point if you want, so you don't have any openings to the other side of the field by running that double team to the outside receiver's side. But with Justin Jefferson, because of the pre-snap motion, because the slot guys tend to be off the line of scrimmage, so they don't tend to get pressed at the line of scrimmage. They get free releases more often than not. They get to run option routes, Greg, where they just get to sit down wherever they want to sit down off the slot. And I don't think you'd want to put DK off into the slot as much as you would with a Justin Jefferson. But I'd love to see him get more targets, Greg. To your point on that, I'd love to see it. I think the place that begins at for me, though, is rather than force feeding the targets to double team coverage, what we've got to find a way to do to me is peel off the double team off the top of DK. How do you do that? Well, if there's another receiver on the outside that's dangerous enough to draw it, and then the other way, of course, is having a running game that's consistent enough to draw and force the teams to draw in the strong safety into the box. Then they leave their single high safety over the top, and you're really not going to be able to double team on the outside if you're putting 8 defenders in the box consistently. I would go more of looking at that range and direction. Roberts is just wondering why Z Flowers chose the Shrine game instead of the Senior Bowl, or rather be in Vegas than Mobile. I don't know on that. I don't know why guys choose one to the other one on that, to be honest with you. Maybe thought he would have a chance to shine a little bit more at the Shrine, because there wouldn't be as many receivers as there'd be over at the, it wasn't great receivers over at the Senior Bowl, but I guess there was a couple guys there. Hard to say. John says, isn't Andre Isovas a major track guy and supposed to run like 4.2s? What's really odd is I watched the tape and the dude doesn't separate at all. Weird. Well, I'm glad to hear you were underwhelmed by it too, John. I got put onto him and people were like, yo, check this guy out. He'll be a late round sleeper. And then I went and watched it and I went, not really. No. And I'm with you on that. He does not separate. It doesn't do a lot for me. Justin Rockstar with another $5 dono. Thank you, Justin Rockstar. Appreciate you, brother, for all the donos. Says, what's your linebacker draft pick and what round? Also, your thoughts on Jamal Adams moving to linebacker. Let me go back to front on that, Justin. So first off, with Jamal Adams, this has been brought up to me a couple times about moving him into linebacker. I'm very much against it. Linebackers are going to have to take on more contact than a guy at strong safety is going to have to take on, especially when we're talking about second level blockers. So, Jamal Adams here has had, on top of a lot of other issues health-wise, he's had issues with his shoulders. And he's hurt his shoulders a couple different times here. He's hurt his shoulder going back into high school even. It's something that you could say is maybe even a situation you worry about being somewhat of a chronic bit of a condition there. And so if you put him into a position now where he's going to be in more contact situations and he's going to be taking on more of those blockers and putting that shoulder more into peril, I think you're going to up the chances that much more that he then gets injured at that point. So I would be very much against running him at linebacker. The only exception I would make at this, Justin, is when you go to dime. And then when you're in dime, you've got a very high likelihood that the team's not going to be trying to run the football, which means now you get to move him up at the line of scrimmage. There's that linebacker, and now he's either covering or he's blitzing. But there's no exposing him to have to necessarily be in a position where he's taking on the run up at the line of scrimmage. So I would do it in that case. But absent that, I wouldn't do it. Absent that. What's my linebacker pick and what round? I've probably been drawn enough in the direction of feeling okay enough, and it took me a long time to get here with him, where I would be okay enough to take I'll give you my guys with each round. They'll be my guys, I guess, in sort of the third, fourth round, fifth round spot. So if you went second round, I would really only go with Drew Sanders. Justin is my guy. He's taken me a long time to come to, but the place I arrive at with him is that he flashes enough on tape to show you those sparks of what he can be as an inside middle linebacker. We also have to consider with Drew Sanders that he was an outside guy at Alabama before transferring this final year to Arkansas to play the middle. And he's got such good prerequisite size and movement abilities out there. It's exactly what you would look for in the position. So Sanders would be my guy in the second round. In the third round, I would go with Dayan Henley out of Washington State, if we were to pick a guy there. In the fourth round, I would go with Owen Popoe out of Auburn. That would be my Auburn guy in there. So that'd be my fourth round guy. And then Dylan Doyle out of Baylor in the fifth round, if you're looking for a fifth round linebacker for me. I like all of those guys. Third round's got a lot of interesting cats that I think are all going to land in that spot. Jack Campbell, Ivan Pace, Henry To'oTo'o, Dan Henley. But I would probably go with Henley over the bunch. I like his athletic profile and size. Those other guys have a couple of questions to their game that I don't quite like. So thank you for the super chat, Justin. If I've got to pick between any of those guys, I probably go with Drew Sanders because he probably gives you the biggest upgrade of any of these other guys to the middle linebacker position. And second round, maybe that second round pick in that spot would be great. And the nice part about him with Drew is that if he doesn't do as great at middle linebacker, he's a guy that can give you some edge snaps too. He could be a little bit of like a poor man's Micah Parsons a little bit in what he brings from the edge from time to time. So a little bit of flexibility with that guy. But I'll give you this too, Justin. It's not been the greatest of classes as far as linebackers go. It's a little bit weak. It's just a little bit not awesome. Bobby says DK would get mad at me making a comparison between him and Calvin, but the stat parallels help illustrate the potential of DK's career. They do. Stats don't lie on that, you know. And certainly I'd say Calvin could do certain things that DK hasn't shown as good an acumen for, but 25 years old, you know, I still don't think he's a final product at this point. Whitey White says, understand, Brandon, just because I talk con about a player doesn't mean I don't like them. Devil's advocate is always needed. Understand. I get where you're coming from. And look, stuff comes off flipping maybe sometimes a little bit short with it, but do understand too, sometimes as with me with like in Levis's case, I've had so many debates on it where we just can't seem to get anywhere with it. So I'm probably a little bit, you know, whatever with, like I said, flipping with it. But I, again, completely appreciate where you're coming from on it. I love devil's advocate. I live for devil's advocate points of view. So keep bringing that, man. Keep bringing it. Wicked Garden. No. Yeah, Nick Guzman. I'm happy paying DK what we did. Well worth the cost, in my opinion. I'm perfectly happy. I was happy paying that then. I'm absolutely happy paying it now. I watched the difference with DK and Megatron is clutch hands. Megatron was always doubled too, and it didn't matter. It's true. I mean, Megatron did have a guy in Stafford willing to throw in double coverage at times. I would offer, though, that I wouldn't tend to like to have my quarterback do that. I don't know if that's a pathway to success more often than not trying to pull that off. But I would give you that, yeah, Megatron did have a little bit better hands or maybe clutch hands than DK a little bit. I think that's a valid criticism. Nick Guzman, how many targets did DK have versus Calvin? Good question. Let's see. So through their first 4 years, here, you've got, let's see, we got 300, 450. So you got 550 targets for Calvin Johnson through his first 4 years, approximately. And then for DK Metcalf, so 550, and then DK Metcalf has had 500. So Megatron had 50 more targets. Sorry, you guys are hearing that. My bad. You guys might have heard that audio. So my bad. Forgot the audio was on. So yeah, DK's got 50 less. 50 less. In 4 years. Glivig says if DK does become a Megatron-like player sometime in his career, I feel like we'll nickname him some other Transformer nickname. I swear fans are creative these days. We'll figure something out. Gotta get something going. Jack says, my biggest issue with Quentin Johnson are his hands. He has a tendency to be a body catcher. Yes, he does. He's also not a great contested catch guy for someone his size. Will also disappear at times. Very tough receiver to evaluate, Jack, no doubt about it. And if there was somebody out there that was to come to me and say, Quentin Johnson ain't a first-round receiver for me, for the reasons that you provided, which are completely valid reasons. The contested catch stuff is not great. He does show it from time to time, but to your point, doesn't show it consistently. He shows hands, but he does do a lot of body catching, and he'll do body catching on stuff that's even where he's got to leap up and go up and jump and catch it, where if he just leapt up with his hands and high pointed it, that would be the ideal, but instead he's jumping up and body catching it instead. What draws me with him, Jack, as much as anything is I think he has a natural ability as a route runner to get open with his lateral quickness, and his yards after the catch, I think are unique. There's something about that with how he does that to me that really does stand out. But the inconsistencies there on his tape, you're right on the button with that one, and those are completely valid. Y2KA says, love, sorry I canceled all my subscriptions on all formats trying to stack it up for a while. Go Hawks, go M's. Hey, go M's, man. No worries, man. Ryan Ball, my point was Pete Carroll and Mike Holmgren stopped number one receivers all the time. My point was, did I miss her? Oh, you're responding, Nick. Sorry, man. I watched. Levis didn't have much help on the offensive line and wide receivers. Plus, he played versus SEC defenses every week. I just like the potential, size, arm, running ability, and knowledge of the Seattle offense. I watched you put it, I think, way more succinctly than I put it throughout the course of my meandering thoughts on this Levis subject. So I think you put it in a beautiful fashion in that way. I think that's the bottom line for me too. That's where I walk out of it feeling the very same way, where I go, yeah, that's what draws me to this guy. Russell Marquew, I'm surprised Colts are into a guy like Young with Stetchen coming in and him working with a guy like Hurts, who is a mobile quarterback. Could be a smokescreen with this Russell Marquew. I mean, it was weird. I know that owner is a live wire and he probably just popped a couple, whatevers and got to it on that press conference where he's like, I like this young guy, because that's what happened as the owner, folks. If you weren't listening, the owner of the Colts, God, some of these owners are just like, just shut up. That's all you got to do sometimes. Just shut your mouth. Don't make it harder on your pro personnel like Jerry Jones does sometimes. Like, just shut up. And he's out there on the press conference and he's like, I like Bryce Young. He's really good. And I think the GM sitting next to him like, yeah, he's good. What are we doing? Whitey Weiss's interesting stat I saw, last 12 Super Bowls and the last 24 quarterbacks, rookie deal, 8 of 24. Quarterbacks making 10% of the cap, making less than 10% of the cap, 11 of 24. Seattle can get Geno at 10%. It might work. Would have to backload his contract. That would be what you need to do on that one, brother. Yeah. Because obviously if you're talking 3 years, $75 million, which is where I think the numbers are kind of margining around, we better get a 4th year avoidable deal on that to pull that down to 10%. Because I think of that 3 at 75, what are we at? 225 right now. 225. And so you're at 75 divided by 3. You're 85. Sorry, 85 million is what I meant. 3 years, 85 million. So 85 divided by 3 is get you at 28 point. Why did I think it was going to be more than that? I thought he was going to be he turned down 30. So let's say it's 32 and a half times 3. That's $97.5 million. But that'd be 32 and a half on a 225, 32.5 divided by 225. That's like 14%. That's a 4% difference that you're going to have to pull down to get into the That's a lot of backloading you'll have to pull off to make that happen. They can do it, though, especially that extra fourth year. Nathaniel Park says, that's why I'm so out on Levis, the bust potential. When we won in 2013, Russ wasn't a superstar, just a functional quarterback. Let's get a good quarterback that can win us one. We don't need a Pat Mahomes to save us. Great point, man. Great point. Wicked Guard says, wish we ran more 7-yard slants with DK. I'd be open to that. Bobby says, if any of these comparisons to Megatron mean anything, then the best is yet to come for DK. Indeed, man. Indeed. Let's also remember, too, with some of Megatron's potential, production came from the fact the Lions were behind in games so often, and that's going to lead you to pass more, and that's going to lead to more targets, and that's going to lead more to quarterbacks taking risks at times to throw into double coverage. It certainly doesn't mean necessarily it was the smartest approach for the Lions as a whole team through that period versus us trying to win and get in playoffs and trying to be balanced and not just trying to, feed a guy for the sake of feeding him. Nick says, I bet DK got 2,000 yards if he got 200 targets. Oh, yeah, he would. DK would definitely be the best receiver on the Chiefs by a wide margin. How about a center and OG to solidify our offensive line to give whomever more time to throw and more time for wide receivers to get open? I'd love that route, man. I've long wanted to see a top 5 offensive line built sort of first and foremost with this team and then build the rest of the team out from there a little bit. And that includes before you get to quarterback. So if they wanted to go that route I would love to see it. And you only need to fill 2 of the positions here. 2 of the positions that can be 2 of the easier positions at times to fill on that offensive line, especially in the case of right guard. Chicken God says, if the Seahawks pick up Jack Campbell in the 3rd round, I'd be elated. Me too. Some of this is my anticipation, Chicken God, that I don't think he's going to run a fast 40. I don't buy that he's going to run like a 4.6 40. I think it's going to be like a 4.7. And I think that'll drop him down around. Nick says that DK is absolutely fearless. He's not scared to block. His pure willingness is something we need to commend. He is. To me, he's got that kind of mentality and dog in him that you look for in your players. And you'd love to stack a team up like that with that sort of dogged approach. I certainly would. I love DK in every way. Wicked Garden, Brandon, who do you think are the top 3 wide receivers are in this class? Do we target a top wide receiver in this class? My top 3 wide receivers are as follows. Quentin Johnson. Let me get over to my list here where I had these guys set here. Quentin Johnson, Jordan Addison out of USC, and then Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think really the 3rd one that I mentioned is the one that would be most fitting of our team and need, Wicked Garden, which would be Jackson Smith-Njigba. Even though he's the 3rd on my list, he's the guy that would be able to really come in and fit into that slot and probably really excel out of that slot, at least as a pass catcher, as far as that's concerned. I don't know if we'd look to really target either of these 3 guys, though. I think that we'd maybe look to go a little later on. 2nd, 3rd round would be maybe a place you would look at. But even then, I don't think it's going to be a place they're going to really try to address early in this draft. I think you're going to go to other positions in this draft through the first 3 rounds, especially. But Johnson, Addison, Jigba are my 3 go-tos. Ryan Ball says DK's presence probably also helped Lockett get his 4,000-yard season also. Agreed. I think, Ryan, they work really well off of each other. This is a tandem. And you get DK getting those double teams, right? Now I'm a quarterback coming to the line of scrimmage, and I can see a safety starting to edge over to DK pre-snap, getting a little bit of cheat going. Then I look over to Tyler's side, and I know the strong safeties, because Tyler's over the right, so you got the strong safety tend to be over on top of Tyler. Strong safety is going to tend to come down the box and play the run. Now I know I've got single coverage out there with Tyler on the edge. And I know Tyler can feast on that. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. In the tech world, are there any UW players going into the 2nd through 5th round? Jackson Kirkland will probably go 4th, 5th round range, I think. The guard out of Washington, sometimes tackle. He'll go. Other than that, nobody. A couple guys went back to school, or else there would have been some guys. Ethan, the receiver, would have gone in the 2nd round. Obviously, the quarterback probably would have gone 2nd round. So Nick Guzman says Sanders can't play the run at all. He looks like Barton out there against the run game. There's some rough tape, man. Not going to lie, there's some rough tape. Part of where my hope comes in is that when he does show it to you, when he's kind of getting it right, I wonder a little bit with him, Nick, whether or not it's okay. He's just playing his first season as a middle linebacker. At Alabama, he'd been playing all of edge. And if I asked a guy to make a transition from edge to middle linebacker, am I going to see some rough roles in his game? Am I going to see some times where things aren't looking as I would like them to look for a guy that's a highly rated prospect? Maybe so. And maybe I'd give him a little bit more room than I would your average middle linebacker prospect who's been playing all 4 of his years in the middle at college. I might be going to that run with a little bit more. Justin Rockstar says, good answer. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate the double dono, brother. I do. It's great. It's a great question. I definitely think you're going to be looking at taking one, if not 2 middle linebackers in this draft. So it's the right one to ask because it's one that we're likely to address. Megan says, what do you think about the USC prospect, B? Remember, I'm a proud member of the Trojan family since the Carroll days. 2 guys that I like a lot. I mean, I've got a first round grade on Jordan Addison. He's my number 2 wide receiver in this class, Megan. I think that he has that ideal explosion and burst that you look for from a 7-8 yard stance off the line of scrimmage. He runs really tight, clean routes. He's got really good hands. He's just a purified wide receiver out there and what you get from him on that edge. I like him a lot. I think he's a late first round guy, but I do think he's a first round guy. Tooley, the edge guy from USC, I like a lot too, Megan. I think he's a top end second round guy. So those are my 2 kind of highly rated guys. But Addison's just so smooth with it. It makes everything look easy when it's not. It looks like he's not running fast and he's flying past guys. He's just got that easy kind of speed to him. Sam the Great, I'd love to see what DK could do with one-on-one coverage. I would too. I would love to. And yeah, Rob, you're right. DK needs more disciplined stuff, especially with getting the penalty flags. There are some things to question a little bit with DK's game that you'd like to see cleaned up. I think that they have a little bit more to do with less what he does on the field and more of just, again, don't get those silly penalties. Play with an edge without getting the silly penalties, Ryan Ball says, Brandon, I missed pretty much your whole show today. Can you sum it up for me? Oh, it's hard to do, Ryan. I did a breakdown that was like 50 minutes of going player by player through the Pro Football Focus scores. So we were just going through individually player by player, kind of doing the evaluation on their season in tandem with what we were seeing on their basic overall season grade that they were given. We just kind of went through those. There wasn't anything that was necessarily, life altering, just to give a little bit of a better perspective on the year and the kind of level of play that they had out there. I also played at the top. Go back and watch the start of the show. I played a little bit of a video from the Cardinals coach being introduced to the players and them getting it on video. It's pretty funny. The guy's pretty corny in that respect of it. But other than that, it's been pretty much just free and open discussion for the most part here, Ryan. It's not anything in specific that we were touching on at the start of the show outside of just getting into those scores a little bit for the Pro Football Focus grades. Whitey Wise says, my view on Levis as a whole goes to a team like Seattle and given a good O-line, gets better at reads. Carson Palmer still doesn't look off the safety and no better at reads. Mitch Trubisky. Yeah, I mean, if he falls out, that's absolutely where he'll go to as a player. So I like it, man. It's a wide variance with that kid, but it is a variance that's true. John, yeah, we have a little too much of a conservative offense for DK to pad his stats. Megatron was playing from behind so much, and Stafford was willing to just huck the ball up to him. Yeah, it's like when you got nothing to lose, right, John? You're already losing the game by 3 touchdowns. I mean, this is why we called him Stat Padford for so many years. That's why he had that nickname, is because they'd get down by 4 touchdowns and then he'd go off. But yeah, that's definitely helped out Megatron's stats, that's for sure. Probably also wore him out a little bit as far as that body goes so that he wasn't able to play as long in the league because he was used up so much. Gene D says, get a third wide receiver, some more one-on-one for DK. You think that would help, Gene, wouldn't you? You would think that would help. Why do I says, my apologies, man. I need to consider how many times people have come at you about Levis. Shouldn't have been so thin-skinned. You're not thin-skinned at all. No, man. I might have been moody. Like, look, if I'm getting flipping with it, I get 5 hours in. I know I get a little bit, I love doing the long streams, but I got to acknowledge, I sometimes get a little bit like, I get a little snipey with it. And I don't want to be that way with it, even on arguments like this with it. But it's not even been this. I like with you that we're coming to common ground and trying to dig into the details of it. It has been a lot of debates, as people can attest to, they've been on this chat this past year with Levis, where it's like, being just called crazy for the take and you just get it. It's like I become a Levis apologist without meaning to become so at times. And it's probably, I'm probably like ready for the draft to happen and him either to be our problem or our celebration, or, somebody else is a little bit with it too. So, it's the downside of getting ahead so far out on a guy like this with so long a discussion, but it's discussion that needs to be had too. Why? I mean, this is where we do get to, I think, the truth of a player is by pulling apart the differences of opinion. And even when it does get a little bit, okay, it's been a year of us kind of pulling this apart, it's still all that much more of a valid question. And we're not going to be picking at 5 anytime soon. This isn't merely just some same old first round pick where, well, it's just another old first round pick. No, we haven't been here in 20 years. We don't know if we're going to be back here in another 20 years. And if we're going to take a quarterback, we better be damn certain about the guy that we're getting. And the less questions, the better. And so we've got to have these discussions. We got to have these talks. You're not being thin-skinned at all, man. So no, not at all. Like I said, I probably got a little snipey. I can get a little snipey at times, It can happen. It's that hangry. It's like that Snickers commercial, I just turn into Nick Nolte. God, I just love Levis. God damn it. I love him. Hour 5, I transition into Nolte. John says, so why do I hear all this talk about the Jets needing an offensive tackle? Isn't Micah Becton coming back next year? Could you imagine the Jets drafting DeJuan Jones for the 2 behemoths you'd have? They've got no confidence in Micah Becton moving forward. He was on the edge of being potentially traded last year. Even at the start of the year, there was word going around the campfire that the Jets were already taking calls on him. Now he's had another year removed of playing. He can't stay healthy. There's probably a little bit of this that comes from the place of questions about maybe some work ethic stuff going on there with him, maybe a little bit. So if he got moved this offseason, it wouldn't shock me, John. It wouldn't shock me. And they may wait to move him until they have another tackle in place at that point. But they can't trust him going forward any more, John, than we can trust Eskridge going forward. King Tay, should Seattle use both first rounders on defensive positions? I wouldn't like to be predisposed to saying that that's the way they got to go with it, King, because of the fact that draws you away from picking the best player available on the board and has you more now driven to picking for need. And I hate going into drafts. Doesn't matter what round we're talking about. I really don't like to be driven in drafts to pick for need. I think that that's a road to drafting failure and has been a road to drafting failure for us in recent years. Nick, Becton has been underwhelming for him and highly injury prone. Highly injury prone. Gene D says, hope our next quarterback coach is as good as last year's. Me too. Me too. Why do I, outside of the quarterback debate, I think we agree defensive line and offensive line are the priority. What do people have as the third need? I think wide receiver 3, great slot wide receiver is a must. A dominant O wins the modern NFL. I'm certainly driven pretty hard to say off. I would go, honestly, probably, why do I first middle linebacker? Cody Barton's a free agent. You don't know when you're getting Jordan Brooks back next year at this point, and you need 2. So I think that that's really becomes the next priority behind those at that point, which sucks because there really isn't really necessarily a player that is earned equivalent to the value of where you'll be picking them at with that. If you're looking for the position that is likely the position that the Seahawks overdraft for or reach around ahead for a player of need, it's probably the middle linebacker position. Absent middle linebacker, though, your third wide receiver suggestion would probably be the next one. Third wide receiver, second running back, and then a safety insurance-wise for Jamal Adams, theoretically speaking. That'd be my list of priority on that. John Robinson says, does anyone know where I can find the complete segment of the John Schneider show? You should just type 710 Seattle, and that should bring up their page, and then just hit the podcast and then go to the Dave and Wyman and Bob show. And they should have it segmented in there somewhere. King Tay, I like Zay Flowers from BC. Me too, man. Fun player. Very sudden. Very, very, very sudden. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I just get tired of people complaining about DK's production when only 2 or 3 receivers finished in the top 10 with the same amount of targets as DK this year. Every other receiver had 140 targets. Greg, I get it, man. I get it. I've been fighting the same battle for that with DK at times here on the chat myself, where there's a lot of questions posed to him, and I've been trying to. I mean, hell, it's why Greg, I did that video a couple months ago, going, look at these stats, top under 25 years old. There's 8 guys on the planet in the entire history of the NFL that have had a better start to this career than this guy has had. Let's put this all in, and I think it's just that he is so built in such a unique way, Greg, and he's such a monster that people want him to be this, rather than appreciating him for what he's this. And this ain't that far from this that you have in your mind. This is really close to that. But because it's not exactly to that, then it gets a little bit into the nitpicky side of things on it there, I think, Greg, just a bit. And I don't land in that camp. I'm going to keep fighting this fight for saying that I love DK's game. I love how he plays. I love the edge he goes with. This is football. This is grown men trying to whoop the ass of another grown man. And you don't do that by being nice. You do that by having an edge. You do that by trying to truly whoop that guy's butt across from you. And nobody can deny, wherever you land with DK, whether the hands or he's trying to whoop that guy's butt across from him in every single way conceptually that he can. And I appreciate that. I like that dog in him. And played every single game. Let's remember that too, Greg. As physical as he plays, as much as he throws his body around, he plays every single football game. Every week he is out there. I get it. I get it, man. And I'm standing, I'll be there right next to you, having your back on this one with DK. That's for sure. Gene D says, if Geno leaves, start Drew Lock and draft a quarterback in the later rounds. I like it, man. Get Drew Lock. Take Hendon Hooker in the 3rd round. Harold Buddy says, take Hingle McKingleberry at number 20. He's a good player, man. That's a good football name right there. Oh, Key and Peele. Ethan says, Brandon, give me 3 players you see making a significant rise up the draft boards compared to where they currently are. Ooh. Okay. I'll get you. I got you. I would say, I'm going through my list really quickly here. I got a couple guys, but I'm going through my list. Guys that I think are going to go up the board would be, I think Will McDonald's really starting to zero in on becoming a 1st round pick. I think Felix Undunki Uzuma, another edge guy, is going to really start going up higher on lists than where he kind of is a little bit at the moment. I think Sealy Ringo is going to have an incredible combine. He's going to run below he'll run like a 4.37, and he's going to go a lot higher than some people are thinking he's going to go. Those would be some of my defensive players. I think Christopher Smith, Jair Brown are going to go higher than people are thinking they're going to go after their combine performance as well. I think they're going to test really well. Really offensive driven as much as anything, or defensive driven on that list that you ask about with that question, more than offensive guys. I do think that Osiris Torrance becomes a 1st round pick. I think Steve Avila becomes a 2nd round pick. Both of those guys are going to go higher than they probably should. I would put probably a guy that could be a potential guy that jumps up boards even into the back end of the 1st round is Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is a guy that could end up sneaking into the 1st round. If he goes out and runs, I'm talking sub 4.340 or even faster, he starts to really rocket up some spots there at that spot. So those would be my main guys. And that'd probably be about all I've got with it. Keeping in mind with this, of course, that it is, Ethan, a little bit of a weaker draft. So there's just not as many of those kind of diamond guys that are up there that are going to rise and fall, I think, as you might see in other drafts. I think Lucas Van Ness, in the way that he tests, him and Jack Campbell are 2 guys, the way they test is going to be very impactful on where they're drafted. More so than other players, I think, because there's questions with them. Have a good night, Bobby Savage Hill. Appreciate you, man. Why do I? 3 ways I see teams getting the Super Bowl. Generational quarterback, 1. 2, great quarterback on a rookie deal is number 2. And number 3, good quarterback with a great roster. I love it, man. I agree. I think those would be the only 3 kind of pathways to getting there. I don't think there's a pathway you get there, for instance, of like average quarterback play, super roster. I don't think you can quite get there anymore with that. You need to have at least a little bit better than average play, but not great or amazing play. Sam the Great says DK was well worth his money. Sucks that he's getting drug tested after the celebrity game in Utah. It is. It does. It is and it does. Jack Sanders is an edge. He played middle linebacker at Arkansas last year. He was an edge at Alabama. Megan says 5 USC players declared. I'm watching them. I know for sure. I've only had a chance to see 2 of them, so I got to go back. I looked at Voorhees. Voorhees is okay, Megan. He's like a 4th round guy. Sony Television, what do you think of Jalen Hyatt? Good size, excellent speed. He can take the top of the defense off like few receivers can in this draft. I don't think he's as consummate as a route runner, kind of just a 1 year of really, really great production there. Really benefited, I think, from Hendon Hooker playing the way he did. I think that the speed's great, the size is great, but because there's not a lot of the route running and the hands are just okay, I put him more into, I have him a little lower than other people do. Some people have him as a fringe 1st round guy or definitely a 2nd round guy. I see Jalen Hyatt as more of a 3rd round range kind of guy. I don't think he's like limited receiver, but I just don't think he's refined enough to get into that 2nd round. And he is fast, but I don't know if he's really quick. He's a build-up speed guy a little bit too. Megan says Addison's the guy I hope we get. Seen him live, and he is truly poetry in motion. Oh, he's fun to watch. Space pew 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 pew. Why do I says I would not be upset if Seattle traded down to 10 or so and picking up Blair. He can do everything in the secondary. Best slot cornerbacks, best free safety, a top 3 strong safety, top 10 cornerback in this draft. And you mean Branch? I think is who you meant. And the best tackler, and is the best tackler. Yeah, I love Brian Branch, man. I think that's who you meant was Brian Branch. You said Blair, but I think you meant Branch. I think you mean Branch. John, man, why don't we play more 3-3-5 wide nickel next year? That allows you to have the 5-man front so you're strong against the run, and you have your smaller pass rushers in Darnell and Nwosu out there. Daryl and Nwosu out there. Daryl's going to get to attack to his side, John, in that place, and he's not able to set the edge with any kind of consistency, so that's your first hole in there. It's that they've got to get better about attacking their proper gaps. Obviously, with the gap and a half, everybody's got their gap responsibility pre-snap. One guy mucks up his gap responsibility, the whole play goes to hell. So it's a very much one of those defenses that's very reliant on, rather than just somebody's got to get home. We don't know who's getting home, but somebody's got to get home. Well, rather than that, it's a little bit of everybody does their job. This play is not going to go anywhere. But last year you had a lot of times where it's a linebacker not getting to his gap, or a defensive lineman then not getting into his gap in tandem with it. We got to get better in gap integrity to run that kind of defense, I would say. And some of that could come with just better talent, right? Just with better overall talent. Byron D with a $2 donation. Thank you, Byron. Appreciate you, brother. Says, crazy idea. If it's too much money, trade Geno for Vita Vea. You could do that, theoretically. Let me look at, let's look at Vita Vea's cap hit right now. As it slowly loads, we'll see what, and thank you, Byron, for the donation. Let's see what he's at. So the Buccaneers are at negative $55 million right now. $35 million cap hit for Brady. So Vita Vea is making, Vita Vea is not an option, unfortunately. Vita Vea would be $7 million of dead money that they would have to eat in order to move him. It would be $22 million dead money cap hit versus the $12 million of base that they save. So they're not going to take a negative $10 million cap hit in order to move Vita Vea. That would be they're already $55 million in Hawk, Byron. So think of it like this. They're negative $55 million as it is now. They moved Vita Vea. Now they're at negative $65 million. So they don't save any money by moving Vea. And now they still have to find money to sign Geno Smith to a new contract extension. So I love the idea. I love it as a possibility, but unfortunately Vita just got his money. So he's really not going anywhere at that point. They're sort of stuck on that contract. They don't have a lot of flexibility kind of at all anyway. But Devontae Smith, they're going to have to move him. They're going to have to do a lot of different little moves here. They can't get off Shaq Barrett. We're probably going to see some June 1st cuts and stuff like that going on for them by Randy. They're in a pickle. They are in a big pickle. I love where you're at with it. I love it on the face of it, but because of the Bucs cap situation, that's what closes that off. John says, I have the nickel strong over G 4-man fronts. We were getting owned in the run game, which is why I wonder they weren't running more base. Yeah, especially with those weird 4-man fronts or 2-man fronts they ran, John. It didn't make a lot of sense. It was like they said, we're going to get committed to this and we're not going to leave it even if it goes bad. Ethan says, Brandon, if you were to design a play on offense, what would the routes be? And most importantly, what would the play be called? I don't know. I'd have to think about that, Ethan. I would probably try to run. I'd probably do one of two things. It'd be a run play where I'd be trying to get a lot of blockers to one side of the field. I'd be leaving backside defensive ends unblocked, and I'd be pulling a lot of guys in space just to have just a line of guys coming out in space to one side of the field. The offensively, if it was a pass play, I would probably call something that would be a flood zone concept, something that would attack a zone-based defense. And I would test a defense's ability to run off the flood zone stuff all day long until they prove they could stop it. I'll have to think of a play though, man. Try to think of something. I don't have anything that's coming to my mind right now. Garden Becton has character issues too. Lack of effort, out of shape. There you go. He did have a first good year, John, just not sustained, Some guys can't maintain and be a pro once they start getting those millions, Some guys can't stay hungry once they get paid, You kind of like, you done it. Hard to take a flyer on him though, because he's like 6'8", John, so you can't move him into guard, He's too big getting there to guard. Why says, Brandon, I love the back and forth with you. You come with cited stats, solid logic most every time. You even understand nuance. It's hard to find that on social media. Much appreciated, my man. Same is exactly true. But everything you had to say about me, I would say right back to you. Why do I? And I would say that's why I really want to try to work, even when it's easy to forget, why I want to foster that in this chat as much as anything else, is because I think it's a unique place online. I think that there is a little bit of a draw for people to do what I do here to try to force your audience a little bit into an echo chamber. Everybody's got to agree with me. I want you to think what I think. I want you guys to say what I say is amazing and just say all the great things that I say. No, that's really not, I think, what puts this channel in the best place long-term. What puts it in the best place is having an open square, an open community square here that we can come and have ideas proposed and turn over, and people might push back, but people are going to be considerate of it. People are going to think, attack the argument, not the person. And so I really do appreciate it. It's you guys like yourself that come in here and do this that are as much every bit as well read, as well understood as to what's going on with the situations that I talk about. I can speak in a lot of times a shorthand because I don't have to speak in all the little just base particulars because you guys already understand that stuff. We can get to the advanced discussion of things. I love it, man. I love it. It's part of why this is my favorite thing to do in the whole wide world, man. It is. I appreciate you. Overnight, DK can dunk, man. And with authority. John says, I can't wait to talk on Rondo Sports once we're back on top again. Ryan Ball, maybe the Hawks should only pick up quarterbacks off bad teams that just can't win with any quarterback like they did with Geno and Drew Lock. I think you bring up a place that's where an interesting spot for me going forward is my opinion is that I think NFL teams tend to throw quarterbacks on the scrap heap sometimes prematurely. Sometimes not, but there is a lot of guys out there, as we've seen, I think, with Geno, and as I think we would see with Drew Lock. There are those guys that get tossed out where, again, the conditions don't get thought about. And where with Drew Lock, look at Russell Wilson struggling in Denver this year. Look at how bad that supporting cast actually does look in retrospect versus where we thought it was when the Russell Wilson trade occurred. And that does make Drew Lock look a little bit better when he wasn't able to succeed in that very same environment that Russell Wilson completely failed at in a much worse fashion than Drew Lock did. And I do think that there are those quarterbacks out there where if you can be a little imaginative, if you can think a little bit outside the box in your approach, you can find those guys. You can find that low-hanging fruit. But it does require you, Ryan, to sort of separate from where the masses go on this one. The rest of these NFL teams are all going this way, and you're trying to go down this different stream, which makes it tougher. You stand out a little bit more because of it, especially if it fails and doesn't succeed. John says, I just think we have to run the offense through DK a little more for him to reach his potential. He's like a lot of good players. He needs to be fed the ball to get in a rhythm going. I'm with that. John says, yeah, I think Tuipulotu is so refined as a pass rusher. He has the Euro step, you said, a wicked swim, a jump club slap like Aaron Donald, and a good spin move. Yeah, boy, he's fun to watch. And a guy, John, just to be 290 and be that sudden. He's got the power, which you're going to have at 290, right? But then just to be sudden off the snap in addition to that. The tackle's got nowhere to run with that. They can't lean him back over to a hole in his quickness game or lean him into a hole of his strength game like you kind of usually can do with pass rushers then. He's my top of my mark, John, for me, second round guy. He's right up there. And currently right now, I've got him higher than Will. I know I said Will McDonald's going to be probably a first round pick, but I've got, to me, Tuli's higher than Will McDonald, Derek Hall, Felix Ndiduki Azuma, Keon White, BJ Ojolari, and I've even got a higher than Isaiah Foskey at this point. I've dropped down Foskey quite a bit after Senior Bowl. He's fun, man. Tuli's fun. Whitey White says, I want to see the next level use with DK in 2023. I want to see Seattle focusing him as the main weapon he is. Top 5 targets. We'll need better offensive line interior-wise and a third wide receiver to get him the one-on-ones. Agreed. You pull those things in, then you can start feeding him all day. And he's going to win those matchups wide to wide because absent a cornerback being able to do like what Shadarius Ward did when he played DK, which is just maul him, and the officials are going to let him get away with it, right? That it's because there's a little thing with DK. It's like the hack-a-shack stuff where like officials used to let players get a little bit more physical with hack-a-shack because they knew that like there's only so much I can do with this guy. You got to let me be a little more physical than you might average, let me get away with. And certainly they let that with DK on the outside at times, let those guys play out there. But you get him the one-on-one matchups, he's going to feast on it. If you look at I wish I had the stat on hand here. I've seen it a couple times wide to wide, so I don't have it like readily at hand. But if you look in the last 2 years at 2 of the top 5 wide receivers in this whole sport at beating single coverage, I believe both DK and Tyler would be in that top 5. They are single coverage killers in this sport. Absolutely just destroyers in that realm of things. But you got to do those first 2 things you mentioned in order to then allow, like you said, the interior line. So you have a line that can hold up blocking to allow DK to get some of those deeper routes down the field now more consistently, And then, like you said, on the slot receiver, to then not just allow those safeties to drop into cover 2 looks now, right? Where they get a de facto cover 2 shell over the top on a DK or Tyler going deep. Now you got to bring one of them down to help out in the run game. You do that, now you can really start to get the most out of DK like you're talking about. Yeah, Nick Guzman, Christian Gonzalez is an outside guy. 100%. 100%. Mitchell and Ness, you guys actually happy with Geno? We are, man, but at the right price. We're not looking to break the bank for the guy. Stoner Television, yeah, I wouldn't put Christian Gonzalez out at nickel. His best spot, he's a bigger guy. You want him on the outside. He's one of the best. He might be the best corner in this draft. One of the best pure cover corners in this draft on the outside. You want him out there. You'd waste him a little bit on the inside, I think. John says, I think Darryl can set the edge in a wide 9 technique, though. In that nickel 3-3-5 wide, Darryl struggles when he's in the 5 technique, when he gets washed out between the guard and the tackle. Agreed. And there's going to be times I think he's going to be pushed into that spot, John, where he can play the wide 9, but, will he set the edge off the wide 9? And some of it just comes down to me, just a strength thing for me, it feels like with him, John, where he just doesn't, you watch the difference between him and Boye Mafe when they root down and they're setting the edge. And Mafe just boom, and he's landing it, and that tackle feels that pop, tackles off his heels a little bit. You're not moving Boye Mafe. Then you watch Gerald Taylor do it, and it's just, and woo, he gets sent on that ride going the other way. You go, ooh. But maybe you can develop it, John. Maybe you can develop it. I do like it better, John, where you've got the 3 defensive linemen in front of him, at least at that point. That does give him better protection then, at the very least there. Sam the Great, that's a pretty crazy trade for Villa. I'd be in favor of it if you get them to, if they were saving $10 million on the deal, you could pull that off with them for sure. But with them costing him that $10 million, that'll be the one that ain't going to roll. Yeah, Nick, I can't see how Tampa Bay can offer anything for Geno either. negative $55 million is too significant when you're going to have to bring on a contract that's going to be $35 million a year. I mean, I can't think they'd at least have to create another $20 million in space. So they'd have to find $75 million off their books in order to fit Geno. Why do I says Hyatt could run a sub 4.3? Sucks he was injured the last of the season. Scouts are high on him. I'm with you though. I don't see him as a great route runner or shifty. He might just be a go route receiver. Exactly. I kind of saw the same out, and I don't want to pass it out on him. Why do I? Because it certainly did impact DK from developing this side of it, but he's got a little bit of the DK route tree at Tennessee, where you're either he's running a stop route or a go route or a comeback. You know, it's one of those three, and that's pretty much all he's running on the outside. But you're right. He could run that 4.3 realm of things, and he does have the pretty good size, right? Isn't he like 6'6"? I think they only have him listed at 6 foot, but he looks 6'1"-ish to me. Was he only 6 foot? Yeah, they only have him at 6 foot 180, but he looks a little bit taller than that. Maybe he's just got long arms or something. But yeah, just the route running wasn't quite there for me with him on that. Mad Mel Kiefer says best trade packages for Lamar Jackson. I think Atlanta offering like the 7th overall pick for Lamar to the Ravens could make sense. I think that's your best trade package for him. That's your kind of the best you're going to get, I think, in any kind of move for him. I think there's other teams that could look to make a trade for him though, with a later first round pick as well. A team like New Orleans that just picked up that first round pick in the deal for Denver could certainly jump into the fray on this one. But I've thought that that's sort of the beginning place potentially is Atlanta there with Lamar. It's a high cost for Atlanta to give up, but they don't have a pathway to their next quarterback. They need a quarterback. They're not necessarily sold on Ritter. If they went and they traded for Lamar, then they do have Ritter as a backup if Lamar gets injured. I think I could see him going there. I think Sam the Great, Miami makes a lot of sense too. I could see Miami making it go as well. Though does Miami have a first round pick this year? Yeah, I think they do. They have their first round pick. I could see it. There's a couple teams there, man. It's hard, Mad Mel, because there's a couple teams that could jump in on that. One thing's for true, though. I think they don't bring him back. Yeah, Mad Mel, I agree. Miami or New York is the second, third option. I'd go, to me, just something about Atlanta seems a fit, but Miami and New York, I think, is your second and third option, make a lot of sense. Space, pew, 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 pew. John, Will McDonald is an interesting prospect too. He's slight of build, but he's so agile with long arms that he can handle tackles for some reason. And he played 4-eye at Iowa State. Yeah, he's a weird player to me. He's hard. He's a tough assessment for me, John. He's going 1,000,000 miles an hour and he's fast as hell, but he does not have a plan for where he's going. You know, he's going to get there fast. He's going to get there like the guy, remember Kramer on Seinfeld coming into the room every day? Every time he'd come into Seinfeld's room, just throws the door open. That's like Will McDonald off the line of scrimmage. He's just flying through the door. He doesn't know where he's going, but he's going there really fast. And he's really long and he's really sudden. And there's a lot of like natural tools there, John, with him. But I sure would like a lot more refinement for a guy that people were talking about as maybe a first round guy, because he just doesn't know what to do with his hands, you know? He's like Ricky Bobby. I don't know what to do with my hands. What to do with my, just put him down, Ricky. No, what do I do with my hand? I ran real fast. I drive real fast. I pass rush real fast. That's how I like to go. Sam the Great says the hack-a-shack treatment has definitely evolved to the NFL. Shame. It has. He doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. This is where some of, I think, DK's penalties come from too, because he just blocks the hell out of a guy and officials are like, well, you kicked that guy's butt too good. We got to throw a flag or something on it. It's like, I blocked within the realm of reason and I whooped his butt, and that's just what happens from times. Deal with it. Says Michael Mayer, Cedric Timlin. Cedric Tillman's a big body possession guy out of Tennessee. 4th round guy to me, not very particularly sudden, good catcher. Everything you typically want in a big body possession guy, Cedric Tillman gives you. But not sudden, not fast. He is a possession guy. He's a guy who I think his top end is like a solid backup outside receiver type who can give you some snaps as a slot from time to time. Michael Mayer is a second round rated tight end on my boards. I have him comped out as Zach Miller, former Seahawks tight end. I think he's very close to what Zach Miller had as far as a skill set goes. Complete tight end, great contested catcher, very solidly built, strong as a blocker. He can do it all. Doesn't do one thing great, but does everything really good down the line that you want from a tight end. So very fun prospect. Michael Mayer is my number 2 tight end in this draft. I do have Darnell Washington at number 1 though. Megan says, dumb question, time B. Never, no dumb questions. You knew it was coming. How will the Bucks draft and trade with negative $55 million of cap hit? It's a great question. It's not a dumb question. It's actually a very good question. The first thing that they're going to have to do is create cap space. And you're going to create cap space by doing one of two things. Number one, you outright release players that you save money by releasing on. So you start to pull that money down by, we saved $10 million by releasing this guy. There's $10 million off. We saved $5 million by this guy. There's $5 million off. And then what you do is you convert. The other side of this, Megan, is outside of releasing guys, as you can trade guys, getting money off the books that way. But then you also can renegotiate with guys. And so you have a guy like Mike Evans that you come to, who you still want to play into the future, who's a really good receiver for them still. And you say, hey, Mike, we're going to convert your base salary this year into bonus. And in order to spread that money out down a couple of years in order to give ourselves some salary cap relief. They've got to do a lot of those kind of deals. So it's release, clear out money off the books that way, trade, clear off money off the books that way. And then whatever that doesn't accomplish, whatever left over that you've got to finagle your way to create to get yourself below the cap, to create some space, you're then going to convert base to bonus on deals. You're going to restructure contracts on the books, not to release guys, but to essentially give them money in hand now so that then you can spread that money so it's not counting all on this year's cap, but then it can count on the rest of the deal that is left, the rest of the years of that player's contract that is left, right? So I know this gets confusing with it, Megan, but let's think of it like this. I've got a player who's got 3 years left on his contract, okay? And he's going to make $10 million in base salary this year. $10 million in base salary. So I go to him and I say, okay, what I'm going to do instead is convert this to bonus, all of your salary this year to bonus. You now get a $10 million check from us right now. And then what that happens is then with 3 years left remaining on that deal, that bonus money spreads out into 3 even portioned years. So $3,333,000 every year's the cap hit. So Megan, what they've done on that deal then is they've taken that cap hit from $10 million this year and they've taken it down to $3.3 billion simply by converting the base to bonus. Whitey Wise is going back looking at Anderson. Man, so good. So good. People with too much time nitpicking act like he had a bad 2022. Still one of the best defensive performances in 2022, just not 2021. Might be all pro level outside linebacker. You can see, you agree with me on this. Him and Carter are my 1-2 guys in this draft. The 2 best players in this draft are 2 defensive players. Just is. And I don't knock him either for the 2022 performance. Why do I? I think there are times where he wasn't exactly turning his motor up to the utmost like the previous year, but I don't think that that's the main explanation for the dip in performance. I think the main explanation is the high prevalence of double teams, especially guard and tackle double team combinations, and then teams just absolutely running away from him on every single play. It's weird sometimes when you watch some of these guys' tape where these teams will just, and it's telling when you have a team that will just run away from a guy and just absolutely refuse, utterly refuse. Like I went back and watched Thule's tape 2 nights ago with USC. Go watch USC's tape and just type in USC defense 2022 and watch where teams are running away from, and they will never run at Thule. They will never go at the point of attack. They're always running away from him. And that's what was going on with Anderson this year as well at all times. Sam the Great says, reports say that Lamar loves Miami. Who doesn't love Miami? Miami why wouldn't he? He gets Tyreek Hill, Waddle, doesn't have to push any balls up the football field. He just dink and dunks his way. I could see it. John says there's some good meat and potato defensive tackles to be had later in like the 3rd or 4th round. Byron Young, Cameron Young, Coburn, and Pickens. Agreed. Like all those guys, John. And I think all those guys in that 3rd and 4th round is about right. But all of them really interesting. What's good with all those guys too is they give you a little bit of both, John, right? Like I think meat and potatoes, the way you put it is that, you get a guy that can run stuff, and then you get a guy that can give you a little bit of pass rush too. You're not just getting the one trick guy a little bit, which is nice about that, especially getting those guys more in the 3rd, 4th round range of things. John says, Jalen Hyatt has some really long arms and a bigger frame to add some good weight. He does. He looks bigger than 6 foot, man. I would have guessed 6'2" watching him on tape. And most of the guys I watch on college, I'm like, really? They're 6'3"? They look like they're 5'11". Ethan Techworld, hey Brandon, are you planning on doing Mariner season preview stream or video over the Crow's Nest? I'll try to on that, Ethan. I'm gonna be deep into the playoff cover, into the draft coverage, but I would like to do kind of maybe if I can a preview. I'm gonna try to if I can. Time's been a little bit tough for me lately, but I'd angle to try to, if I could pull that off, I'd like to try to get it to go. Whitey Wise says laughing out loud, yes, Branch. I figured. I love Branch, man. He's a fun player. He is a fun player. Red Ace, Carl Brooks or Thule? I like Carl Brooks, but to me, Carl Brooks is more of a third round guy to me, Red Ace. Very similar build guys. I love how you bring him up because those are your two unique guys in this draft that are like 280, 285, 290, and they're operating off the edge in college, which gives you that opening of, hey, they can do some inside stuff too. Carl was used a little bit more on the inside than Thule was at USC, so he does provide you a little more certainty in knowing you can get that from Carl, but Thule's a way more refined, little more explosiveness out of Thule. But Carl's a big, strong cat who can really use his hands. I like him as well. Just 1 round difference on the two of them. Wicked Garden, I got to go. Good night. Thanks for the content, brother. My pleasure, brother. You have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. Whitey Wise's players I see who move others off the line have one thing in common. Big butts, big thighs. That power base is what roots you. That's what I see on Mafe, why I think he will be a good against the run. I think you kind of articulated better than I could, but I think that is the difference you see with Darrell Taylor and Mafe. Taylor's got that really thin lower half, really kind of slight. You know, it's a little bit like a stiff wind will pick him up and send him back a couple steps. Where, like I said, Rob Maffey's just more, it's more rooted, more locked, more thicker built. You know, yeah, I love that, man. How is Brooks against the run? Let me take a look at my Brooks tape notes on him. Yeah, he's great against the run. He's great against the run. I'm just checking my notes on him, John. What it is with him, it's the same thing with Thule that you get, John, with it, which is, it's almost not even that they're just amazing against the run. It's that Carl Brooks is 6'3", 300 pounds, and Thule's 6'3", 290. So you have an offensive tackles trying to move these guys at that weight. They're not used to dealing with that. You know, you have a tackle that's like, I'm going to get a guy 245 like Will Anderson, right? 250 maybe. And I'm adding 40 pounds to that guy. You're just not moving those guys. So with Carl, it's just as much as he's just going to, you're not moving him. He's just going to sit down there off the edge, and it's game over a little bit. And there's not a whole hell of a lot of tackle can do about it. Partly also because John, he's not just a heavy guy. He's so powerfully built and strong too. And so, yeah, it's not as much as he's just so active and good as a run stuffer. It's just that he sets that edge and then you're not moving. He's not moving. He's just going to stand you right up. 13th man, we are still live, my man. Shaq Sam the Great says the Hack-a-Shaq treatment has definitely benefited quarterbacks. More like touch a shack with a pillow. Yeah, it's sort of the inverse on quarterbacks. It's hack-a-pillow for quarterbacks. They can get under 40 million on the cap. Bucks could. Pretty easy, John. Wow. Yeah. Kitty likes your commentary. Wants to be pet, though. I know she does. She says it's been a long show. Come on now. Megan says, so another dumb question. No dumb questions, Megan. It's all good. What's the difference between base and bonus then? This is why I wonder how much I truly know about these things. Nothing. It's all good. It's kind of complicated, Megan. Base is base salary. That's what it's short for. So when people say base, they mean base salary. And that there are two components of every contract, Megan, on a yearly basis. Your salary, or how much you cost the team. Let's not say salary, Megan. How much you cost the team is based on two portions of your deal. One portion is the base salary. That is the money that you make every year from the team. That is the check that you receive from the team every year is your base salary during the season. Then you have your bonus money. The bonus money is the money that's already been paid to you. You got paid at the time you signed the contract, but the bonus money spreads out evenly over the course of the contract. So if it's a 3-year contract, it's spread evenly over 3 years. If it's a 4-year contract, it's spread evenly over 4 years. If it's a 2-year contract, the bonus is spread out over 2 years. So what you do, Megan, is you take that base money that's built into the contract, and then you add it to the portion of bonus money that's owed on a given year, and that's how you come out to your total money. But the base is separate from the bonus. And the where this impacts releasing a guy is if I have a guy that's got a $20 million base salary, and that's a high amount, right? But let's say I'm just got a guy that's got a huge base, but then all of his bonus money is already kind of eased out the back end of the deal. Let's say we're in year 4, right? So already 3 of those bonus year monies are gone. I got 1 year remaining of that bonus money left on the deal. And let's say that's $5 million a year, right? Every year of his deal at $5 million counts to the bonus. So in that final year of the deal, his base is at 20, but I only owe $5 million of his bonus left on the deal remaining. So if I released him, I'm out from under his $20 million base salary, but I do have to take a $5 million hit on the bonus money that's remaining. But I saved cumulatively at that point $15 million. So that's how that factors in. But the base is just your salary every year, and it's not guaranteed, Megan. You can be cut at any time, and you're out that bonus money. If you get cut prior to the year, you're not guaranteed, whereas the bonus money is guaranteed. It's money in hand. It's money that you've already received. And so Megan, the dead money would be, when I talked about that situation right there, like 20 million, and then I have the 5 million so we're on the 4th year of the deal, right? So there's already 15 million of bonus that's worked off that deal I'm talking about. I've got the last year of the deal where there's $5 million of bonus money that counts on the Hawks cap. And that counts regardless of what you do with the player. You keep the player, you release the player, that 5 million cost is baked into that final year of the deal. So when you're talking about dead money then, Megan, he's got a $20 million base, but he's got a $5 million dead money hit. So I save $15 million in cumulative off the 20 million, right? But technically $5 million of that money is dead money, meaning that's counting against the cap. If it's a $225 million cap, you now only have $220 million in cap space because of that last bonus money year that was remaining on that deal. Incentives are kind of a little bit of a different deal there, Megan, because that's a deal that would be essentially filed under base salary, but it's not salary that you receive until you attain the performances. So if I've got a $1 million incentive in a deal, I've got to wait until the end of the year to hit that incentive deal, and then I collect my money. The team has that at the start of the year. That counts on the cap, though. That incentive money essentially counts like they've already had that, like they're going to have to pay it out. It's kind of like innocent until proven guilty, guilty until proven innocent. You've got to pay out the incentive money until it shows that he doesn't reach the mark. And then if he doesn't reach the mark at the end of the year, if he doesn't hit that $1 million bonus, right, which is just base salary basically, then you can roll that on to next year's cap. That's then saved money that goes to next year's cap. It's all good, Megan. It's confusing in that respect. Megan, they can end up in the minuses because they have to get under the cap by a certain point. So we're into this new off season where they find themselves 55 million over. They have to get under the cap by June 1st. So they have to get under the cap before the new league year essentially begins by that point. So you are given that time every year. This happened, remember last year, this happened with the Saints, and this happened with a couple of teams where they were over the cap. So it's something that you can have happen. They weren't over the cap throughout the course of this last football season. They're over the cap now into this new football year as they need to make these moves to get underneath it. It is confusing though, Megan, so it's all good. If they don't get under the cap in time, right? So think of it June 1st. You can be in dead money point until June 1st, until we start talking about training camps and the new season league year begins. You can technically be over that cap. You've got a certain amount of time to clear your books through at that point. But they've put themselves in this position by obviously trying to be in more of a go for it mode in prior years, putting themselves up over the top in this cap situation as it is now. It's not an ideal situation, that's for sure. What about the 5th year options? So the 5th year option, Megan, is one that you have to activate you have to decide on a player's 5th year option after their 3rd completed season. After their 3rd completed season, You then say, well, we're either going to say yay or nay to the 5th year option. And if you say yes to the 5th year option, it's a 5th year of base money. So it's a base salary, but it's guaranteed. That's the unique thing with the first round player having their 5th year option, is that if you activate the option, it's not guaranteed. It's not bonus money. It's not money you get instantly right off the bat, but it's money that's going to be guaranteed. So that even if the team releases you, they still have to pay you out that contract when you get to that 5th year. Greg says, have you looked at Zach Harrison, who can play 4-3 and 3-4 like Tyree Wilson? He also has a gift for strip sacks and pass deflections. He's also can do Shelby Harris 3-man front type stuff as a big defensive end in the 3-4. Wasn't quite as high on Zach Harrison's film for me, Greg. My comp for him is going to be like a poor man's Carlos Dunlap. It's kind of how I see him. I think he's more of a pure defensive end, Greg, in a 4-3 scheme too. I wouldn't want him standing up with that build as an outside linebacker, and I don't know if he's going to be stout enough as a 3-4 defensive end to operate inside in that way at the pro level. He's definitely long. He's got good size, pretty good get off, but I don't think I saw a lot out of him as far as pass rush acumen goes. Good quickness, the lateral quickness at that. He's legit 6'6", so that's where some of that comparison comes for me with Carlos Dunlap. He's really tall. He can really dip into his lean and bend as he gets around the corner, which is unique this is where the Carlos Dunlap comparisons come into me with me, Zach Harrison, because Dunlap could dip and bend and lean much better than a guy normally could do at 6'6". And it made him kind of uniquely difficult to deal with, especially when Dunlap was in his prime. It's not consistently on display enough, so he doesn't show it all the time, but when he shows it, it is interesting and it does get you sort of tantalized with the potential. He's got long arms that can lock you out in the run game, which I really liked. So setting the edge wasn't a problem for him at all. He pursues smartly with a high amount of energy. I don't see a lot of technique from him though. That's the thing that stood out to me. I just didn't see enough excitement from him, enough sizzle there from him to really want to make him a guy that you're looking at, let's say in the 2nd round. I think I've got more of a late 3rd, early 4th round grade on him and where I stand with him at this point. Why do I says people forget Seattle had the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history, 40+ million. Still took a team with 5 to 6 rookie starters and washed up quarterback to the playoffs. Freaking amazing job by Pete and John. Faith restored. Well put, man. Well put. Yeah, John Harrison is really raw. He's got some physical tools there. He does. And uniquely built for a guy that big to be that quick is jumps out to me. But, we had to move on from Carlos Dunlap because he wasn't a fit at that size. You can't really rock the 6'6" guys very often off that edge unless they're really explosive, like Tyree is. I think the comparisons that we made to Tyree Wilson's apropos because they're very similar size-wise. I think Tyree is just a little bit more stronger, a little bit more explosive than Harrison. John says Harrison's way more athletic than Dunlap ever was. That's fair. Megan says, thanks, B. I think I feel a migraine coming on. This is why I love JS as much as I do. Jason Tudor, I think you missed my super chat. Oh, did I, Jason? I did miss your super chat. Thank you for reminding me on that, man. Sorry, my eyes get a little cross-eyed 6 hours in here. But thank you for the $5 donation, brother. He says, left to run my D&D game and 3.5 hours later, you're still going. Here's more for the Salmon Treat Fund. Well, thank you for the Salmon Treat Fund. I absolutely can already see my cat. She's already getting some food here, so she's needing some salmon treats. And I will tell her it's from you, man. Jason, I'll be like, this salmon treat's from Jason. Dine. You will dine tonight on this treat and you will enjoy it. But how I go, man. I can't go short on you guys, especially when we're having the great discussion we're having tonight. So many good topics to turn over, from the draft to free agency to Geno Smith to quarterback value to team building. I mean, this stuff just tickles all of the things that I love most. So sorry I missed your chat on that, man. Thank you for reminding me on it. I get a little one-track minded here. Brandon 32345 says, I hope all is well. Curious if you've scouted Israel Anabakata. Didn't spell that right. Running back out of Pitt, and your thoughts on him. That guy, when he runs like he's stepping on cockroaches with every step. Like he's a power strider. Really like Abakanda's game. He'd be a very good back if you're talking about a guy that would be a good counterbalance to Kenneth Walker, and that he's a one-cut runner and he's going to go. He ain't thinking about it. He ain't pondering the great beyond. He's going to look for his hole. He's going to put a foot down the turf, and he's going to hit it as hard as he possibly can. He's not a grinder type necessarily. He is really kind of just, looks for a cut, and he's looking to bust a big play. But he's so explosive, and he's so fast. I really liked his game. I've got him as a third round. I've got him as a third round guy right now, Brando. But I think he's very unique with some of that explosiveness he's got. And in running backs like receivers, you really want that first 8 yards of explosiveness from when they get the ball, as they get through the hole, as they just get to the next level. You want that pure 7 or 8 yards of really great explosiveness. And that's what Abaconda does provide, which not all running backs in this draft do. We got some plotters in this draft at times. So he's a guy that I think his type tends to go out into that third round kind of type. That tends to be where you see those guys usually go in these kind of drafts. But boy, if he goes out and has a great combine where he really, really blows up the combine, he could end up sneaking his way up into the second. I liked his tape the other night when I watched him. It'd be great if Tyreek Smith could turn out well too, Justin. He's a guy that a lot of people thought at Ohio State was going to be that next guy behind Chase Young and Nick Bosa, and he was going to ascend like those guys had ascended. And he just didn't quite ever tap into that there at Ohio State. But he had some great pressure production in his final year there at Ohio State. And I kind of felt like the team was stashing him this year when they put him on IR. It was like, we don't want to cut him and lose him to some team. Let's just come to an agreement with him, stash him on IR, and then bring him back next year as another body to bring around. So he might be somebody. You never know with him. Interesting cat. He was on the IR. Yeah, he's still on the roster. He is definitely still on the roster. All right, well, we are about almost 7 hours on in here into the show, so we will go ahead and start to put a little bit of a button up in on this. Let's get the comments, questions, trials, tribulations in on the chat here as we kind of round things up, because I'm getting a little hungry. I want a little bit of food. I'm going to get me some date. Megan says, B, I think you missed my question before. How much faith do we put in the stats coming out of the combine as well as what we see on tape? It's a little bit like the PFF thing, Megan, I would say, in that what you look at from the combine should not be something as an end-all be-all in any kind of assessment of any kind of player, nor should you ever look at PFF and say, that's my end-all be assessment on this player. You should be looking at the tape in addition. There should be some other ancillary statistics that you're looking at that aren't necessarily analytical based that can give you a further viewpoint on it. It's all really about give me as much information as possible, Megan, right? Give me as much possible information to make a determination on a player. And more information is not bad. More information is only going to help me make that better assessment. And that's what the combine allows you to do. I think the main thing that stands out to me with the combine is the way that John Schneider put it a couple weeks ago, where he said, what you're doing with the combine, because they asked him specifically, Megan, they said, how much does this stuff really impact? How much is this stuff really important in your assessment of a player? And he said, look, what is you have a player go out there and he runs a short shuttle really quick. And you're like, man, I thought he was short. I thought he was quickness deprived. The tape really looked like he wasn't as quick at times. Was I seeing that right? Was I seeing that true? Now you go back to the tape and rewatch the tape with sort of that at the forefront of your mind and what you're seeing. Or you could do it from a speed standpoint. It could be a receiver like, I was talking to Y on this one we've got a receiver here. We're speaking about, let me get the name right here. Brain's going dead here real quick. We're talking about Parker Washington. It's Parker Washington go to the combine, and if he goes out there and runs a 4.45 40, I got to maybe relook back at the quickness on him, a little bit back at the speed on him. He probably runs a great 10-yard split. So it should never inform you wholly on this, Megan, but it should have you, giving you the fuller picture on your evaluation and making you go back and double check things if something's not aligning to what was on your notes. And that's at least how I use it. I think that's how Schneider, is using it as well. But it is absolutely an important factor, I would say. Nick Guzman says, good night, Brandon. Have a good night, my man. Appreciate you. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, Harrison was said to have run a 4.4 at 250 coming out of high school and is only 272 now, which is only 5 pounds more than DT was in college. Yes, I some of those hand-timed 40 times coming out of high school, I'm not as trusting in Greg, a little bit on that. But look, he is very quick for his size, uniquely quick for his size. And I do think I have him in the third round. So, I do like him as a player. It's not that I don't see him as one of the upper level prospects in this draft. Indeed, I do for the most part here. I'm just trying to check where I've got my spot on him at here. I got him maybe a little low on my list right now than he's going to be at where I end up with on him. But the die isn't cast. I'll go back and take a look at his tape, Greg, and check out and see if what I saw was right and true. But that was my early assessment. And he does have some stuff. I mean, sets the edge as a run defender. That right there is already miles ahead of what Darrell Taylor can do at the pro level. So, it just as a simply an early run down run defender that doesn't give you a lot as a pass rusher, Harrison can give you that out the box. My questions do come into him as a pass rusher and him to being able to be consistent as a pass rusher. And then also, Greg, with just, he just didn't look as sudden as the 4.4, like it looked a little bit like a 6'6" guy moving around out there a bit to me at times. But I'll go back and take a look at him. Why do I says every time I hear someone from the NFL on what happens if you're over the cap, you can't be over the cap, but what happens if they are? They can't be. But what happens if they can't be? So cracks me up. Yeah, they love to get into that. No one's ever going to be over the cap, though. They would get costed picks. John Robinson, where's Aaron Curry going? To Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh. Megan says not all players go to the combine. So what then? They have what's called pro days, Megan. And most of the guys that do go to the combines also have pro days in addition to it. And at the pro days, you run all of the same drills and whatnot that you're going to run at the combine. So you still get the information eventually. Donnie Pearson, I myself went to the only one Universal Studio theme park. Oh, sorry. Why do I? Thanks for the great stream. Night all. Have a good night, my man. Appreciate you. John Robinson says the only way I know Rashawn Johnson's story is because he made a YouTube video. He broke all the college quarterback rushing records for Texas and went through all of this adversity. Dude seems determined as hell. Then he had Bijan Robinson ahead of him in the depth chart. Combines are generally... I like him, man. And John, I loved his tape. He's been rising up my board. He started up like 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. I think I've got him up all the way to the 4th round at this point. And he might end up getting his way into the 3rd for me. Yeah, I've got him in the 4th round right now, John. So he might move up into the 3rd when it's all said and done for me. I like him a lot too, man. And he runs hard as hell. Can't deny it. You always like a running back, John, that runs like their life depended on it on every single carry. That's a good trade for a running back to have. Megan says, so which is more important, pro days or the combine? The way that the NFL measures this, it's one of the things that drives me a little bit crazy at times with some of these players, Megan, because you'll have some players that the combines mess this up because the combine does, they have you come in and you got to run all of these drills back to back to back. And by the time you're to the 3rd or 4th drill, you're winded. And so you're not performing at your best. So what players do is they split it up where they'll do half the drills at the combine and then they'll do the rest of the half of the drills at their pro day in order to get the best results out of each. What used to be the ideal, what should be the ideal here, Megan, is that you as a player perform at both places. And what the NFL does is that they take your high water marks from both spots. So if you test in both spots, you get 2 bites at the apple to put your best performance out on tape because the NFL will take your best scores. If your best 20-yard shuttle is at your pro day, but your best 40 is at the combine, they'll take the 2 best of that. And so a lot of these guys though, Megan, will sometimes do sort of just partial stuff at the combine. They'll get measured. They might run the 40, but then they're going to keep their vertical. They're going to keep their short, subtle stuff, their broad leap till they get to their pro day. It's kind of to the player's discretion on what they want to do with that. John says, yeah, it's really dumb how they break up the combine. It is, John, because it's like, they're just getting the players not to test by forcing them all to do that on the one day. And I know they got the tight schedules and they're trying to fit everybody in, but if it leads to the players not testing, which is the whole point of the combine in the first place, then maybe you need to adjust your combine days. And it all comes out of that, them being tired and they don't want to, I just ran 2 40-yard dashes. I just did my catch drills. Now I got to do my shuttle. Now I got to do my broad jump. Now I got to lift my 225 pound. How many reps can I do of 225? Like I'd be pro athlete or not, you're going to be torqued by the end of that. Megan says, so do the coaches and GMs get the info from both or are they seeing both in person? The GM and coaches are only going to go to the combine, Megan, most of the time. And sometimes coaches and general managers will go to the pro days. Honestly, it depends on the prospect. It depends on how valued they are. It depends on how important the team might consider the player. depends on as well, Megan, with this to even make it more confusing. Maybe they don't want to do a smoke screen. Maybe they don't want to send any, they love the player. They love his tape. They don't need to see his pro day. So they don't technically go out to his pro day because they don't want to show other teams that there's some interest, because teams will pick up on that and they're trying to kind of hide that a little bit. So there's a variety of ways that can play out. There's not a given set rule of thumb on who's got to visit when and who's where. Coaches and general managers are going to be at the combine, though. That everybody on that one will be there on that. John says you can't have the bench press and running the same day. You can, John, right? It's just stupid. It doesn't make any sense. Especially you want the peak performance level of each drill. You don't want a guy that's like, well, we're not getting the best out of a drill because he got gassed off this other drill. You don't want that. Greg says, draft website I'm using has him mid-second. So you're not far off, as I agree with you on not believing the high school 40 times much, but he was a track guy. And just, he may be that quick. Certainly, if Greg, you talk about a guy that could up his draft stock considerably at the combine. If he goes out there and he runs a 4.6 40 at 6'6", he could elevate himself into that second round discussion. Because that's guys that are 6'6" don't tend to run 4.6 40s. Especially with some of the natural strength that he can show off on that side, setting the edge and stuff. That could push him up on that. So it's all around that same territory, and definitely one of the better prospects in this draft overall. A top 100 guy, right, Greg? Definitely a top 100 guy. Megan, you don't have to shut up. I don't mind the questions on this. I think it's important to ask. It's what we're going to the draft season. It's to better understand how we can evaluate these players and determinations to take off pro days, off combines, how we marry the two as far as the data goes. This is how we make our most complete assessments of these players. In utero, the combine also allows numbers to be officially compared with others at the combine. That's true. You do get a little more tit for tat with guys at the combine versus pro days, Megan, where like Ohio State, for instance, is renowned for having this incredibly fast track for 40s on the 40 times. Like it's a specialized track that's built to make players at their fastest. So guys coming out of Ohio State for years have presented these times and their pro days that are just insane, but then they go to the combine and it's much slower, or they're at the combine first and it's much slower to verse much faster at the pro days later on. They're kind of renowned for it at that spot. John, I like Sweat too. He's good. Yeah, there's no way Harrison's running 4.4. No, he was saying he ran a 4.5 in high school coming out, I believe. Megan says, but you want to get something to eat? And I keep asking questions, B. Yeah, no worries. We will wrap it up on that, Megan, here. On that one now, because I am getting a little bit hungry. I just get a little hungry. We got a good 7 hours on in today, though. So we broke it down good. So again, I got just posted out. If you guys are looking on the community board here, I just posted out the schedule for the stream going into the future here now. So we will be back on Wednesday. We're going to have the consistent schedule going forward. I'm going to post that schedule in advance to kind of let you guys know when we're going to be going live on this. So if you haven't had a chance, check out that calendar. That definitely is going to break down all the dates. I'm going to be doing a couple of stream days in a row around free agency and the day of free agency and the tampering period. So hopefully you guys are ready for that one. I appreciate all of the great discussion in the chat as ever. All the folks that donated in the chat. We had so many, too many to almost name here, but appreciate all the donations, all the support to the channel as ever. Just crossed 11,000. We fired right past 11,000 subscribers. So phenomenal already start of the year growth as far as the channel's concerned. I love seeing it. Just makes me stoked as ever. I love hanging out with you guys, just going over this stuff. So thank you everybody on that. Do me a favor and hit that like button if you could. If you haven't already, just hit that like button. If you're not subscribed, let's get subscribed. Jump aboard. Come aboard the Hawks Nest. Mason Peterson says, do you really think we're going to draft a safety? I personally want to ride out with Diggs and Adams if they stay healthy. I don't think it's a high likelihood we take a guy early, Mason. I think it's a potential. I think that the nice part about this and what you can do with this, Mason, is there's 3 guys in this draft, especially the strong safety position, that are also guys that are upper level guys out of the slot. Sidney Brown, Brian Branch. I'm forgetting one other guy here. Who's my guy? Jamie Robinson. So you got 3 guys all going to go around the second round territory here, Mason, that are all guys that immediately could come in and be an upgrade at the slot position for Kobe Bryant right out the gate, but then can eventually transition to strong safety later on. And so you could make a pick out of one of these guys for that because they give you the immediate upgrade for a position at the slot corner that could be playing 60% of the defensive snaps. That's a de facto starter. Absent that, I don't think they take a guy high, though, to your point on that. Don't think that's going to happen. in my opinion. All right, we will wrap this up on that one. I appreciate you guys as ever. We'll be back on Wednesday here with some more draft discussion and some more talk. I forget what the show's on this next week. I think we're going to be looking a little bit at the offensive success this past year and why it happened and what drove it to occur this past year for our Seahawks. So please do tune in this 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time this Wednesday, as I will be going live at that point. I appreciate you guys. I love you guys as ever. I thank you guys. Another just awesome show. You guys, as always, just keep me thinking, keep me on my heels. I really do appreciate that. You guys always bring it. Every single show, I can always count on you guys to bring it in the chat. So thank you to all of you guys on that. Love and respect out there to you guys. We're just about to turn now here to free agency, okay? We're technically in the offseason, but I don't want you guys forgetting just because we're in the offseason. I don't want you forgetting just because you're already thinking about baseball season on the horizon. I want you still remembering. I still want you keeping at the forefront of your mind. We are on our rise. We are just beginning a Super Bowl run. We are getting ready to take back this division over and make it ours once more. So you better be ready to ride with me on this. And I said that right. You better be ready to ride with me on this one. Ride with this team on this one. Get excited for this upcoming future and the hopeful Lombardi that will be raised not a year or two down the line. One can dream, one can hope, but these aren't false dreams. You've already built the base here in this team, so don't you ever forget. Not with 9, 10 picks in this draft, not with 4 picks in the first 2 rounds, not with money to spend, not with this bright horizon future that's in front of us as I speak right now. Don't you ever forget. Don't you damn well ever forget. Go Hawks.